until now.
From the moment you came over, I'd be anything you wanted me to be. Now I know that it was only curiosity that led you to me. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get hurt, and you're my every thought. It's like I'm so you're selling me a lie, la 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie, la 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 la, la 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 la? So are you selling me a lie, la 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 la, la 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 la? Are you selling me a lie, la 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 la, la 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 la? Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get hurt, and you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, 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 yeah. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. Show me how to make it real. I won't let you down. If this is how we're meant to feel, I never had a doubt. Through every test, I gave you my best. I am obsessed, believe me. So take the next step, we'll make up the rest. Try to let go. Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a ride. You wanted me to break the rules. I can read the signs. I can feel it burning through. You see it in my eyes. It's complicated, 'cause all along I've been waiting. Just take me for a ride. 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 forever? Can we escape and start again when no one can get us? Now you say that the most we can be is a memory where we are. It's keeping us hanging on, and we know it will never work out. We just wanna try some more. The higher that we let it fall, the harder we will fall. The longer that we sing it out, the more we wanna know. It's keeping us hanging on, and we know it will never work out. We just wanna try some more. It's the small things that you do to keep reminding me there's magic inside me and you. Dreams to reality. All of my worries and fears fade away with you. There is no limit to all of the things we can do. Let's go, take my hand and hold it tight. I won't ever stop dreaming. Eyes closed, jump right in, we'll take 'em tight. Let's go, 'cause I got that feeling. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that feeling. Never stop dreaming. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that feeling. Never stop dreaming. You take me to a better place. Never wanna leave. Affection in a million ways when you're next to me. All of my worries and fears fade away with you. There is no limit to all of the things we can do. Let's go, take my hand and hold it tight. I won't ever stop dreaming. Eyes closed, jump right in, we'll take 'em tight. Let's go, 'cause I got that feeling. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that feeling. Never stop dreaming. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that feeling. Never stop dreaming. Gotta show them how bad you want it. You don't always get them second chances. Don't start chasing till you got it. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I'll never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave, I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end. You think I'm done, but I just started. I'm the fire that lights the darkness. Don't get strong, confused with heartless. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave, I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end.
Underneath the neon, denim jacket you can lean on. In the drop we can be gone. Like a dream, I think I see one. On the rig, you know I need that. On my neck, your name is ink black. Got your hand up on your hip like a pin up in that fit. I be lying through my lips, say anything to see it dip.
Drop it low, let it show. Do your thing out on the floor. I'ma count to 1, 2, 3, chorus on the phone.
I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Bump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Too bad we breaking woke pink. Matter take it slow. Back into the moment when the summer had a summer glow. Body like somebody gon' be missing, they somebody. Twerk it like a ratty, I'ma eat it like a zombie. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Bump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Too bad we bringing hope pink. Matter take it slow. Back into the moment when the summer had a summer glow. Body like somebody gon' be missing, ain't somebody. All I want is
Underneath the neon, denim jacket you can lean on. In the drop we can be gone. Like a dream, I think I see one.
I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Bump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Body like somebody gon' be missing, ain't somebody. Twerk it like a ratty, I'ma eat it like a zombie.
Summer night, connect, it's us, no looking back. Your love ain't no race, but baby, if I win, then you win too. I'll close, there's always lose. Your kiss, I can't wait to taste it. Oh, it's running through my mind, oh. But we're running out of time. Just tell me that you're mine. Gotta get you, want your hands on my skin. Gotta get you, need you pulling me in. Gotta get you, let the games begin. Games begin, games begin. It's overdue, but right, don't leave me blue. We go mad and dancing, dreaming. If I win, then you win too. I'll close, there I will lose. Yeah, love ain't no race, but baby, ooh, oh, it's running through my mind, oh. But we're running out of time. Just tell me that you're mine. Gotta get you, want your hands on my skin. Gotta get you, need you pulling me in. Gotta get you, let the games begin. Games begin, games begin. Pulling me in. Games begin, games begin. Games
I can feel the walls closing in. Yeah, the hardest part is trying to get over them. If you could see, would you do it all again? Yeah. To take my time, I haven't decided yet. Yeah. It's just a Saturday night, I don't know if I should call you. Deep in my mind, I'll find it's always
Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. All I want now is you. All I want now is you. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Doesn't really matter if the stars don't shine. Who can love you better? Doesn't really matter if the stars don't shine. Who can love you better?
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
My name is Vincent Keimer. I'm a German chess player and from nearby Mainz.
The young pioneer of a new generation was the first winner of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour 2025 located at Weissenhaus. He found his way to chess pretty early on.
Yeah, it was at age 5 and it was quite a coincidence actually. I just found a chessboard somewhere in my parents' home and that's how it all started.
He burst onto the scene in 2018 with a stunning win at the Grenke Open, and soon after became the youngest German grandmaster in history.
That was kind of the start of my professional chess career and also the tournament which opened up a lot of international opportunities.
With an ELO rate of 2,718, Keimer stands among the best in the world. A calm, focused presence at the board with a style that blends discipline, deep preparation, and quiet confidence.
One of my most important strengths was the will to win, like to never kind of stop, always continue. It's basically attacking the opponent and never letting go until you got what you wanted.
That relentless mindset is exactly what the reigning champion brings to the board.
I'm going to give absolute everything to perform as good as possible, play good games, and hopefully I even win.
Let's find out what the future will bring.
This is Magnus for Freestyle Chess, take 1.
The Norwegian Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen, widely regarded as the greatest of all time, began his journey at an early age.
I learned the rules of chess at about 5 years old from my father, and then I got into it at the age of 8. One of my first goals starting out in chess was to beat my older sister. I generally wanted to beat her at everything.
Undeniably, the 5-time world champion, known for his dominance across all formats, also needs time to unwind.
I only started getting into golf a year and a half ago, but I'm loving it. It's good to get out in nature, get some fresh air, and hacking and whacking for a few hours.
The first ever winner of the Freestyle Chess Greatest of All Time, Büttner, setting a new statement as a leading figure for a bold new chapter.
Freestyle is very important to me. It's something I've wanted to do for a long time, and it's going to be interesting to see how it develops from there.
With a peak ELO rating of 2,882, he's not just part of chess history, he's still writing it.
I have goal here to learn even more, and most of all, just to delve into the intricacies of the 960 different positions that we might get.
Jan, you just drew your first game with the Black Pieces against Vincent. You were the winner of yesterday's round robin, so you got to pick the opponent and the color. First of all, can you tell us a little bit why you chose that opponent and why black?
Well, why Vincent? There's two explanations. One is quite obvious. Like, to become a champion, you have to be the previous champion. Yeah, so that was it. And still, I think like somehow like Hikaru and Fabiano are a bit more like still stronger players, like in whichever chess format we speak about. And speaking about Norderbeck, well, I think he's like he has like very nice record against me in Fischer Random, yeah. So, but I felt like it's more or less like the same. Vincent or Norderbeck, but I mean the style is very different, yeah. So well, and so it was pretty much a coin flip. And then regarding the color, I think like somehow black in first game is fine, because normally like depending on the strategy on the second day you can determine, like for example if you like overpress with white pieces, and then you have to play on for a win with black. It's sort of a bad idea, but in KO format, I think like black in first game, it normally doesn't hurt.
Were you satisfied with how the game went?
No, not really. I think like I got quite nice position after the opening. Like at least like when I got this h6 g5 structure, everything was fine. And then I did something extremely stupid. Like I allowed him to put like 95 plus 93. I mean, I could simply play like h2 f7 and he would never reach this setup, and I would be just... I mean, I'm not pretending black would be better there, but surely it's black who's completely fine. And okay, then all this, like playing like queen g7, whatever, and his knight on f2 is forever like bad because he has to play f4. And basically we... I mean, okay, it's still super solid for white. I mean, okay, of course it's nothing, like if we speak about some serious advantage. But it was like something that should have been done, of course, instead of like knight g6 h5, and I'm just forever worse. Not for so much, but not such a big problem for me, like to equalize this. But yeah, it's forever a little bit unpleasant. And then he tricked me nicely with this bishop d3, so I can't really challenge h5 pawn, yeah, because okay, the opposite color bishop is probably never better for me, but might be only worse. And then okay, I'm not sure that with all this idea like knight d2, knight to f3. But somehow I didn't like knight on e4 because he chooses the moment where to pick, and then okay, combining with c4 idea. And somehow this was designed like against c4, so with knight on f3 always attacks d4. And also I have this nice plan bringing my bishop to a6. So let's say with my knight on e4, bishop a6 wouldn't do a lot of sense because bishop d3, e takes d3 would trap my knight. I mean, I'm not sure what I was doing was particularly smart, but maybe combining with time management, it secured me half a point. But yeah, I don't think the game was good.
And finally, in the confession booth, you mentioned this Nepo gambit that you suggested to your teammates with f5, g6. You were a little bit worried at the start of the round for your teammates with the black pieces, let's say. How has that evolved?
Well, I don't know. I didn't check positions for quite a while. So Maxim decided to reject the gambit. Yeah, like he just returned the pawn. I think Arjun did like very critical line because, okay, if I would see this g3, f4 idea, I would probably not suggest this ever. Because I think that's the way to capitalize like the advantage. But I think so quickly position became quite unclear. So okay, in a way game it worked. And speaking of Gukesh, I think like after g4 I would never take g takes f5. I would probably play knight d6 first. And I think after g f5, I'm not sure what's the evaluation now, but it seemed like he got some early trouble in the endgame. But yeah, of course, I mean it looked like so nice during the analysis. But okay, whenever it appeared on the board, you know, the optimism vanished a little bit.
And thank you very much for sharing those insights, and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Richard, congratulations. You just won your game against Gukesh. First of all, we didn't get a chance to talk to you the last couple of days. So tell me a little bit, just how was your experience playing freestyle chess here in Paris?
Well, I guess these things are connected, that we didn't get a chance to talk, and my experience in general. Yeah, I mean, it was very frustrating, let's say, my games, I mean, because okay, I had
I think, quite a few, I don't know, chances to be very modest, and I had quite a few mistakes to again be very modest. So I mean, generally I never played 10+10, so I felt like it was very quick, and I think it maybe took too much energy. I don't know, in general, to get familiar with these positions. Maybe for a player like me, it was kind of counterproductive. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, I was not too thrilled, and I'm generally not too thrilled about suddenly playing classical chess, basically for nothing but like I mean, not for winning the tournament in a way. When just kind of looking forward to having time to think on move on or whatever. Yeah, which today was very nice, but still kind of cut short. Yeah.
That kind of explains why you don't look too thrilled right now. But I think you played a very nice game today. What was your thoughts?
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I was very happy with my first move, a4, because I thought, like kind of a bucket list thing, right? Like to play a4 against the reigning world champion. Yeah, that was kind of probably it's a bad move, but just it didn't seem like too bad. I'd put it this way. Yeah, and then I got a kind of interesting position with lots of calculations with this f5 pawn. I saw others went for the same thing, but I decided to play this g4 instead of giving back the pawn or taking on g6. So yeah, Hikaru is super loud, right? At the meantime. Okay, so I decided to go for g4 anyway, and then game unfolded, and lots of calculations. Probably all of them are flawed, so I don't want to waste our time and overshadow Hikaru anyway. So.
Let's just quickly, you mentioned you beat the reigning world champion. He's the world champion in classical chess. We're playing freestyle, but is it still a special feeling?
Yeah, sure. I mean, for me, winning a game in general is a special feeling. Especially with classical time control, I think it kind of changes. I mean, in general, like who is good at freestyle and who isn't, because in general, right? I mean, I think they are just two different ball game. I mean, altogether. So yeah, the game was okay. Maybe a bit better for me throughout, and then when we got to this time scramble part or something like that, the pressure it was increasing and he collapsed. I don't know, but in general, I was very much looking forward to playing against good opponent with this time control, and yeah, that was fun. Yeah.
Well, Richard, congratulations once again, and good luck for tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks.
Dinner last night. Is that what you were expecting?
I wasn't really sure what would happen. I figured it was between Fabiano and myself. Both of us have had our ups and downs in recent times. So I was mildly surprised, but, doesn't really make a difference who I play.
You just talked about ups and downs. The game today also had ups and downs. What was your feeling at the board?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a nice way to put it. I mean, basically, one of the things is we analyze in groups, and sometimes certain people have some outsized influence. And in today's case, I think we were looking at a couple moves, and we were unsure about this about this e4 move, and then I was like, f5 takes g6, knight g6, e5 d5, knight d6, black's great. Develop your pieces. You're winning. Computer says it's always great. And then I played it, and I mean, Fabiano also played it, but Arjun was the one guy who was very, very principled. He just took the pawn and sort of asked me the question of what I was going to do. And very early, I was upset, and I wanted to kill someone, or maybe kill Nepo specifically, because I just thought I was going to lose a game because of what he said. But then somewhere, I think in the late middle game, Arjun he was trying to be too precise. He was looking for a clean knockout. He couldn't find it, and then the game got very messy. And I haven't had a chance to look yet, but I suspect that if I had gone bishop f6 instead of rook e8, I would have had chances to win. But on the other hand, time is getting a little bit low. I've kind of messed up some games both here and in Wiesenhouse when I've gotten low on time. So it felt like rook e8 was a more practical decision, where at the very worst it's a draw, and if Arjun makes a mistake, I win. He defended it very well, and so it was a peaceful result.
You mentioned, Jan at the start of his game, after only one move, went into the confessional move to say, I feel bad, having suggested Nepo's gambit, and I don't get it.
You realized it was bad too?
Yeah.
Okay.
He saw your position and he realized what he had done.
Yeah. I mean, but like Fabi, I mean, it would have been really interesting if Maxime hadn't been principled. Because I mean, the thing is, Maxime could have looked up, seen the position that Arjun had, and probably done the exact same thing. But then, I mean, I think he has principles he doesn't want to copy, or you want to try to be original, so he didn't do it. But I mean, there's a very good chance that both Fabiano and I could have just lost our games today without a fight. So I'm a little bit lucky and somewhat relieved.
So do you think that preparing together comes with pros and cons?
I mean, I think in general it's not a big deal. It's just that when you go for gambits, you really don't know what the objective evaluation is. I mean, it can be either great or it can be horrible. You just have no idea. So without knowing, I think it's probably a little bit much to play like this in a classical game. I think in Blitz or Rapid, this idea would have been completely fine, but in a Blitz game or in a classical game, I mean, I think it's just bad. So, yeah, I mean, there might be ups and downs, but I think I'm probably going to go back to what I did in Waisenhaus, which is trusting an American and not a Russian.
Thank you very much for sharing your insights, and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
No dream can be too big, 'cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time, time to just be me, time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time, time for me to choose what I wanna do. My time. 'Cause this is my time, what I wanna do. My time, my time, my time is meant to be all mine. All I bring with me in life is my time, my time, my time is mine. And now I know this is my time, time to just be me, time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time, time for me to choose what I wanna do. My time, my time, my time, time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time, my time, my time, my time, what I wanna do. My time. I wanna know you, I wanna show you, and I wanna give you everything you wanted, and I wanna see you, don't wanna leave you. I just wanna give you everything you dream, but hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also, baby, hold on to me, hold on to me, hold on to me. 'Cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also, baby, hold on to me, hold on to me. Baby, wait, I know that you're afraid, but it'll be okay if you just stay with me, and we can run from here, and we can disappear, and they won't find us where we are going, dear. So baby, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also, baby, hold on to me, hold on to me, hold on to me. 'Cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also, baby, hold
got me thinking about tomorrow more than I ever have before. You're bringing light to my shadows. Every day you leave me wanting more. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. 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 You show up first to every party, and you think tequila is your friend. You never say that you're sorry, and no matter what you can't pretend. Every time you kiss me goodbye, as I'm about to board a plane, you can't hold back the tears in your eyes, even though I'm only gone for days. You're one of a kind.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the quarterfinals here in the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour taking place in Paris, France. From 8 players down to 4, we will go, narrowing the field in that race for first place. I'm joined once again by Tanya Sachdev and David Howell to preview the day and break down all of the action. But Tanya, before we talk about maybe who we believe will make a statement today and qualify into the semifinals, I think we have to talk about yesterday and some of the history that was made down there in the playing hall, starting first and foremost with a little bit of hilarity that ensued, if I may call it that. Nepo giving us our first ever opening, named opening in freestyle chess, the Nepo Gambit.
The Nepo Gambit. And the best part was that everyone else got to play it besides the inventor himself. And, you know, it was, can I show it, what it was like?
Absolutely.
So
get it out there.
This was the starting position, and invented by Nepo, endorsed by Chaos, and regretted by Hikaru Nakamura, as we saw later on. And that was amazing. But actually, today at breakfast, you know, we were discussing this. There was Peter Lecco was there, and I think Jan and Hikaru also had a conversation. The Nepo Gambit itself was actually quite a good move, a good opening to start with, but it requires so much precision from the players to follow up. I think the best part about the Nepo Gambit was the Hikaru interview, though.
That's right, and actually I did check afterwards. This is one of the top suggestions by a computer, so 100% objective, correct assessment from Nepo, but unfortunately, yeah, just the practical side and the fact that he maybe wasn't so honest with his description of it just being winning for black. I think that just threw everyone off.
I will report, though, that things are good between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Hikaru Nakamura.
That's good.
Nothing to worry. Jan survived the night, and we've got our 8 players who will be fighting for the 4 spots.
I feel like really what I've learned is that Jan is a good salesman. He was able to sell a bunch of top-level players on his idea, and fortunately for them, while they found maybe some difficult positions, both Hikaru and Fabiano managed to get themselves at the very least to a draw just yesterday, bringing us into today's second quarter final day. Let's pull the bracket up just so we can take stock of the field and where everybody stands in the current standings. As you can see there, we have 3 of our 4 quarterfinal matchups in a half-point to half-point draw. Currently, only Magnus Carlsen was able to come away with a decisive win yesterday up against Nurdirbek Abdusatorov. Another thing that I want to call attention to, of course, is the fact that losers of today aren't out of the tournament entirely. They'll continue playing for placement, money, circuit points. But there's a whole nother conversation, David, to be had about just the split of the bracket, right? And which players are going to have to go through each other to maybe an eventual final matchup. Right now, I'd say most people favor Magnus to move on, but that means winner of MVL versus Fabiano Caruana is very likely running into the world #1 come semifinal time.
what a reward. But you have to beat the best to be the best. And ultimately, every single player in this top 8 now, they're super strong. They're all beasts.
It's not just these 8 players who are taking to the stage today. We do have the 4 that unfortunately were eliminated from top position contention, still playing in our lower bracket. We'll take a look at that now. This was a very different picture yesterday where both games ended in decisive fashion. We had Pragnananda taking down Vidit. Vidit unfortunately continuing the story of his tournament where he finds good positions and they slip away in the final moments. Over there on the other side of the bracket, Richard Rapport taking down the world champion Ingu Kesh to get 1 point on the board for himself. But of course, all of that can equalize today in our games.
On the lower bracket, once again, it's going to be about who can find the motivation to really give it their best. You know, it's been a nightmare tournament for all these 4 players looking for that quarterfinal spot, failing to get it, but they still have prize money, tour points to fight, and their own inner mind to fight, to go and battle it out. I think for Vidit and Gukesh, it's been quite a nightmare, let's put it like it is. You know, they want to take it to tie breaks today. It's not going to be easy for them to do that. But of course, our focus will be on our main bracket. It's Thanos Thursday. You know, 4 of the 8 players are going to be just wiped out of the tournament. At the end of the day, big one coming up.
And before we discuss which of those 4 or which of those 8 players we think will move on to the semifinals, let's relive some of the highs and lows of yesterday's first day of the quarterfinals.
The quarterfinals have begun here in Paris, and classical time controls have brought a different kind of tension. Longer games, deeper preparation, and more at stake on every decision. But the biggest story broke before the first move. As players gathered to explore the day's starting position, Jan Nepomniachtchi introduced a sharp idea, a bold pawn sacrifice, the Nepo Gambit.
I'm a bit concerned if the gambit will, finally work out, because, what Arjun did is quite sensible to me, and also what Rapport did is quite interesting too, and and one more game is from MVL, and maybe MVL also finds a refutation, so it will be Nepo Gambit 3 times refuted, yeah? Hopefully not.
Confident in its potential, he seemed enthusiastic about it. But when the game started, it wasn't Nepo who played it. It was Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana who picked it up. Nepo could only watch from the confessional as his creation unfolded on 2 boards, and not entirely to plan. Almost winning, he had called it, but that optimism quickly faded. Nakamura faced Arjun Aragaisi, who came out swinging. Arjun planted a dominant knight in Hikaru's camp, held the initiative, and looked in control. But as time ticked down, Hikaru reversed the momentum and reached a rook endgame with an extra pawn. Still, it wasn't enough. His rook was too passive, and the game ended in a draw. Hikaru left the board visibly disappointed. Caruana, also armed with the Nepo Gambit, tried it against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. The game was tense, but ultimately balanced. Another draw. Nepo himself, meanwhile, had shocked everyone at dinner the night before by picking Vincent Keimer, the Waisenhouse classical dominator, as his opponent. In their first game, Nepo played quickly and confidently.
Kind of chess speak for itself, not to let his behavior get under your skin, not get flustered. And it's clear, look at him on the camera. Vincent Keimer getting flustered, feeling that he needs to speed up, and then you start to panic. You're like, oh, I'm too slow. And it's only later that the mistakes creep in.
But Keimer absorbed the pressure and held the draw. Magnus Carlsen was the only player in the top bracket to score a win. After a slow, strategic build-up, he broke through against Nodirbek Abdusatorov and ended the game 3 pawns ahead. In the 9th place bracket, Richard Rapport defeated Gukesh, while Pragnananda overcame Vidit, who once again let a strong position slip away. Each match consists of 2 classical games. If it's tied, we go to tie breaks. Halfway through, nothing's decided. Who will reach the semifinals? We find out on day 2 of the quarterfinals. Stay tuned.
In not too long, we'll have the stage set for our players to do battle, a new starting position that they'll all have to analyze and figure out how to set themselves up for success. Obviously the story, in a hilarious way, the Nepo Gambit just yesterday, but in particular, I am excited for that matchup against Vincent Keimer, if for nothing else than to see if the same kind of time disparity exists between those 2 players than what we saw just yesterday. At a certain point in the game, Nepo nearly an hour on the clock, while Vincent sits below 10 minutes. I don't know if he's going to get away with a draw if he finds himself in that kind of a time situation a second time in a row.
That's the biggest takeaway for Vincent Keimer, right? He's got to be better better on the clock. That said, his moves did the talking. I mean, he kept everything under control, really. But if he gets a different nature of the position, if it's more complicated than what he had yesterday, which was a lot of closed pawn formations, a lot of trades that happened, made it easier to play with little time on the clock. But imagine, David, getting into that time trouble. 10 minutes on the clock, your opponent an hour ahead, and absolute chaos on the board. That's extremely difficult to handle against a player like Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, I've been there many times throughout my career, being low on time, of course, but I've also faced Jan Nepomniachtchi, and he's probably the one who can take advantage. He's so good at these 2-3 move traps that you might fall into. He's good at changing the pace of the game, suddenly setting a threat when you least expect it. And for Vincent, yesterday was already a bit of a rocky road. With White, he was very strong in Weissenhaus. With Black, maybe slightly less so. So I think today is the danger time. Today is a potential slip-up.
Big spotlight on that matchup, of course. From there, another player who's going to be feeling more than just time pressure from all sides is going to be Nodirbek Abdusattorov, the only one who starts the day in the hole when it comes to our upper bracket up against Magnus Carlsen. And I think when it comes to Magnus Carlsen, Tanya, obviously we have big expectations of him, but I'd say he's matching them and maybe even surpassing as compared to his Weissenhaus performance. He looks like the man to beat in this tournament.
It's been incredible to watch the kind of chess that Magnus has played. This is Magnus at his peak here, And it's also the quality of play and the joy that he's getting out of these games. He's sacrificing his queen. He's finishing at the top of the table. He's crushing the field. Those are the David Howell numbers there. In fact, a bone to pick there. 94, you say, my friend. I would take that up even higher, with the chess that we've been seeing here at Freestyle. Attack at 88. I mean, his time management, you've got to give him close to 100. He's never been in big time pressure. 99 for his strategy. Freestyle chess, I'd say that's 100 on 100.
Disagree, but yeah, I understand, Tanya. The way he's played so far today, he's been playing, so far this tournament, he's been playing out of his skin, and definitely a point to prove after Weissenhaus. And strategically yesterday, he lived up to that full marks, basically, by totally outplaying Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Finishing technique, nice too. For Nodirbek, it's going to be hard to bounce back, hard to overcome the GOAT.
Yeah, Magnus Carlsen, ever the fan of high-level sport and competition. We had the privilege of going to the Champions League quarterfinal match with him just last night. So, again, while he's locked in battle for his own big tournament prize, he's still taking the time to go appreciate top-tier play across other sport as well. You got to love it.
Yeah. That's classic Magnus, right? And today at breakfast, I was walking out and I saw Magnus with his iPad. And I'm thinking he's playing Nodirbek, he needs only a draw to make it to the semifinals. The guy's so locked in and he's preparing hard. He's probably practicing a bit of freestyle chess. I walk by, I look at it, and he's intensely concentrating on a basketball game instead.
There you go.
The food midway, doesn't care about what's on his plate, loves sports, but yeah, what's going on there?
It's no coincidence. The top players, Magnus has his sport, his many hobbies. Hikaru has his streaming. Fabiano has games night. They all have ways to kind of zone out, to turn their minds off the chess in the evenings. And you need that in order to give 100% when it finally does come down to game time.
Yeah, I think it also just speaks again to the intensity that is required of somebody to reach this high level in any field, right? That everything they attack it fully. And we'd expect nothing less out of Magnus Carlsen today. So tough task here for Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Again, a reminder to everybody that this guy was a last-minute replacement. And I mean last-minute replacement for Hans Niemann, who stepped out of the tournament, hopping on a plane 48 hours before the tournament would start. So even just to have put up the round-robin performance that he did, buy himself that quarterfinals berth, incredible. Maybe a bit unfortunate that he got selected by Magnus Carlsen.
And I think that's the heartbreak part here, right? You feel the stars are aligning when you get that call, get on a flight, get to Paris, and you get this opportunity, and then you have this dream run in the round robin, finishing day one undefeated, 5 out of 6. I mean, that's a massive score. And then, you feel the stars have aligned, but you've actually run into the biggest superstar in quarterfinals. Never got a chance in that round one. It's a big uphill battle for Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Again, David, 85 for Nodirbek. I've got to say, not so generous with those marks or that photograph.
Tanya, we've talked to all the players and they keep saying I'm very fair. You keep saying I'm very harsh. I don't know what to believe. I want to know what the audience think at home. Are these numbers too low? Do you disagree? Do you agree anywhere? Maybe low on the attack numbers for Nodebek, I will grant you, and low time management for Magnus, but either way, two fantastic players. At their best, just monsters.
Regardless of which world we live in, if those numbers were to increase for both, the disparity is still there. And I think it paints a good picture, again, of what it is that Nodebek is going to have to do. Maybe find one of the best performances of his life just to buy himself a tie break here today, because he has to get the win in the classical portion just for an opportunity to qualify through to the semifinals. And so while Magnus kind of looks like the player to beat in this tournament, I think the board that I think might be most likely to have some fireworks on it today would be Arjun Erigaisi up against Hikaru Nakamura, in part because of how it broke down just yesterday. Arjun, Hikaru himself said, had a very solid advantage, but maybe almost tried to play too precise for a knockout blow as opposed to a little bit more incremental advantages. But it sounds like Hikaru recognized that Arjun had him on the ropes and had the opportunity to win. I think Arjun might come out swinging again, feeling the same way.
That's the only kind of chess the guy knows how to play. And I was going to ask James, what gave it away that it's going to be a firecracker of a match? I mean, look at these two players. By the way, 19 above here. David, I think I would agree with you. I mean, I think these are pretty close stats to their strengths and weaknesses. So incredible numbers there, and just shows how closely contested this battle is. That's what the storyline was in their first classical game. Arjun coming out on top out of the opening. Hikaru showing exactly why you've given him a 96 on that defense. Incredible resourceful play, and then eventually ended with a peaceful draw. I don't know, who do you think was what's the word for it, more disappointed or maybe relieved with that result?
Yeah, I think both players yesterday a bit disappointed. The top players, they're perfectionists. They knew it was a very imperfect game yesterday. Hikaru, it was mostly the opening and maybe the finishing stages when he obtained an advantage. He let it slip very quickly. But for Arjun, it was that middle game when he totally lost the thread, went from being almost completely winning to almost busted within the space of 3 moves. So neither player at their best yesterday, but that just shows how much they want to fight.
The only thing that I was disappointed about with this game and the outcome of Hikaru versus Arjun was Hikaru's title to his video, a roller coaster game. I was expecting something a lot more punchier than that.
Yeah. I mean, we were expecting something to the effect of, I almost strangled Nepo, or,
Coming for you.
Nepo, I'm coming for you. Exactly that. Well, look at that. Hikaru getting some love from the fans outside the venue today as he arrived just a bit ago ahead of his all-important matchup, looking to perform better than he did at Weisenau's first step, get to those semifinals. Of course, he wants to make it all the way to that top table, and we'll see if he can do just that.
What are the predictions? How many of these matchups? We've got Magnus, who's taken the early lead, right, with a point advantage, but all the other 3 boards are tied. How many tie breaks, playoffs do we get? And do we get an Armageddon? Prediction time.
Okay, so I do think that Magnus comes away with the victory through to, classical time controls. I'm not confident to say it'll be with another win, but of course all he needs is a draw, right? And so I think that one is done and dusted. I think there's a very solid chance that MVL and Fabiano goes to a tiebreak in some fashion.
That's one tiebreak.
But I think Arjun and Hikaru will end decisively. I just don't know which way, to be honest. But I think, like we were talking about, both are going to take some risks here, and ultimately the position is going to fall one way or the other. So one tiebreak in the top
MVL
4.
Fabi.
And then, Jan and Vincent, I personally think is going to end in classical, in part because I think Vincent will believe he has to win it here, scared of a tiebreaker against Jan, saying, hey, if I go into that quicker time control, I am disadvantaged. So again, might take some risks that he otherwise wouldn't in the classical portion. Could result in a victory for him, could result in a loss. So I think only one tiebreak situation. Then the question is, do we go all the way to the Armageddon between MVL and Fabiano? I'm going to say no, we don't quite get to the Armageddon. Of course, we haven't talked about the lower bracket opportunities for tiebreakers yet, but maybe we isolate those top 4.
I think quarterfinals, David, I'm predicting 2 tiebreakers and 1 Armageddon.
Okay.
So yeah, one will get decided in the rapid.
So which are the 2 that go to tiebreak? You agree, Fabi and MVL?
So I would put it at Fabi, MVL, and I think Jan and Vincent does get to tiebreak, and 1 Armageddon out of those 2.
I'll say tiebreaks only Arjun and Hikaru.
But does it get to Armageddon?
No.
Okay.
I think it might be a bit of a mirror image for Hikaru with Weissenhaus, where against the younger players, Javokis and Darov, he had some chances, but ultimately played it a bit safe, went to tie breaks, and it does become a lottery. Arjun's extremely good at rapid chess, and like you said, James, that dynamic of who is actually happier with the tie breaks, that's going to play a large part in this classical game, but either way, they're all going to be close.
I do also think we will get one tiebreak in the lower bracket, just because of kind of the nature of playing in that lower bracket. I think there are just you're less risk averse at that point. You're more willing to just kind of throw some ideas at the wall and see what happens. And so we saw both games end decisively yesterday. Maybe one of them today just goes the other way. We end up in a 1-1 tie.
Also very interested to see how Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Fabiano Caruana handles his first ever black in freestyle chess classical time format. He's played those games in St. Louis, but they've all been rapid. You know, this is going to be the first time he plays with the black pieces, what position he gets, if he's able to survive the opening phase. And there he is, the French maestro arriving. We've seen fans, you know, the home crowd there, that's always ready to welcome him. Very important for Maxime to get out of the opening without too much trouble.
Important to note, strolling in from home, right? The only one to not be staying, of course, with us all at the hotel. So the comforts of home, will they serve him in this matchup here today up against Fabiano Caruana?
Time management 85. Really, David?
This is based on 2024, Tanya.
We're just lambasting David. That's what this whole broadcast has turned into.
The one thing about Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in classical chess, and he himself has admitted, he plays a bit too fast sometimes. So time management isn't just speed, otherwise he'd be 99. He's Mr. Speedy. But yeah, sometimes he has played too fast and hasn't capitalized on advantages, on opportunities. I agree, could have been higher, maybe should have been. These days he doesn't attack as much as he used to in past years when he was young. A bit of a firebrand there, but yeah, 2024 not his best year. 2025 might be an even better one.
Can you explain to me where you perceive stylistic differences between him and Fabiano? Again, from my untrained eye and more from the outside perspective, I see them as kind of the two of the more solid players. And a lot of times, at least in my history in esports, when we talk about two players who might play somewhat similarly or have similar styles, it's usually the one that we feel is just an ounce better than the other in the same style, ultimately comes out on top.
Yeah, and there we saw Fabiano just getting ready for his game. And I would say that Fabiano, his biggest weapon is calculation. In normal chess, another big weapon is openings. That's been taken away from him. For Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, a great calculator, but he tries to use that later in the games, in the end games. And here we can see some of their stats. Again, this is their performance across all time formats, across 2024. And Tanya, feel free to pick up.
Do what I do.
Yeah, do what you do.
The one place where I see Maxime outscores Fabi is intuition, and that's quite interesting. And I think I agree with that quite a bit. These stats very close. I probably would have given Maxime a little bit more on the score. I mean, as well as Fabi, the guy has been world number 2, world number 3 for I don't know how many years, but David just decides to give him 89 right there. Coming to your point about the stylistic approach, I think both these players are incredibly universal. They play all kinds of positions to that very high top class level, whether it's tactics, whether it's aggression, whether you're on the defense, finding resources, trying to be tricky. And to me, I think their biggest strengths for both these, for Maxime and Fabiano, is their calculation, undoubtedly. That is their forte.
Would you say that these are two of the players, though, then, who are the least willing to take big risks in a matchup of our top 8 field?
I think especially against each other, there's a lot of mutual respect there. But then again, for Fabiano, I could see him taking risks here because he might be the favorite now in classical, but come the rapid, I think Maxime's chances increase.
And yet you gave him barely any marks for that time management.
Intuition high, though. Intuition very good for Maxime.
Let me just flip the script there and ask you the question of who you would pick out of that top 8 to be the most what's the opposite of averse? Risk-versed. Who's most willing?
You know what? Let's do this thing.
Yeah.
Say one name at 3, 2, 1, and let's see if you get the same name on this.
Out of all the 8?
The top
out of the 8, just each of you are going to say a name for the one who's most willing to take big risks.
Give us a countdown.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Jan
Arjun.
Nepomniachtchi.
Jan and Musa, I only heard her.
Arjun.
Oh, you said Arjun.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
Oh, yeah. Why, how could I forget Arjun?
That's tough.
I thought we were so in sync. I was like, she's guaranteed to say Arjun.
100%.
Yeah, we had the opportunity to look real good there, and then we totally bungled it.
My bad.
I mean, yeah, and do we feel like it feels like in a lot of ways that risk is going to have to come into play for Arjun? I think he's going to have to set himself up similarly to how he did yesterday, and then just find that way to ultimately close it. I think the question then becomes about where did his play fall apart yesterday? Right? What was the element that was missing from a solid advantage? Was it a miscalculation? Was it more difficult to find than maybe the computer suggests? Because that's also another thing, David. We have such a privilege of being able to see that eval bar and go, oh, +2 advantage. Every GM should be able to take a +2 advantage and convert it into a victory. But it's not always that simple when you're sitting down there on the board.
It's never simple, especially against Hikaru, probably the best defender these days in 2025. And for Arjun, I was looking at the game afterwards. There was maybe one opportunity where it would have been quite clear, but it would have required him to just play kind of improvement moves for the first 2 or 3 moves before then going for the attack. It felt like he was trying to force things. He felt a bit impatient, perhaps. And the problem is once Hikaru got counterplay, Arjun clearly started to panic. You don't get many chances against the best guys, it's got to be said, so he will have to take it when it comes. And a +2 advantage against Hikaru is like a +0.5 advantage against most other players. So, it's not going to be easy for Arjun to break through. I think the Rapids might be his best chance.
Do you think Jan will take more of a back seat in the analysis phase as a result of the Nepo Gambit yesterday?
As a result of the Nepo Gambit being refuted?
Right, do you think he'll be like, you know what, maybe I should make my voice less heard today?
I think he'll still take the lead. He's a very, he's got this aura about him. He likes to voice his opinions. I don't think he'll claim that either side is winning after 2 moves, though, like he did yesterday. But it'll be fascinating to see the group dynamics today.
Yeah.
Who do you want to hear from in the confessional booth? Because we didn't get a word from everybody yesterday, but we got some great insights.
I think I want to see, I definitely want to see more of Hikaru come in, because what I like about when he takes the confession booth is that we get a breakdown, not just on what's happening on his board, but everyone around as well. He takes on that streamer's persona and becomes the 4th commentator for Freestyle Chess, so absolutely love that. We'd love to see more of him. I loved it that the Indians also stepped it up in the confession booth. We got some great insights. We had Magnus breaking the opening down. We had quite a few of them, but I think more of Hikaru.
I think, actually, Vidit was one of my sleeper favorites in the confessional booth. When he stepped in the very first time, he's like, well, there's only been 1 move made, so I had some time. I figured I'd just come in and tell you what I see on the other boards. And it was just a really great kind of carefree moment. Again, in the midst of what is like pretty intense whole situation going on, just 1 floor below us in the playing hall.
And then he came back a few minutes later and echoed all of our sentiments by saying he had no idea what was going on. So nice from Vidit. I would like to see the younger guys in general. Nodebek come in, for example. We haven't seen him. Arjun made his first appearance yesterday. Came in once. Gukesh we haven't seen. But either way, the confessional, they need to use it. Get their sins out, get those bad thoughts out, and then focus on the chess.
I know. I'm of the opinion that I think it actually can be an incredibly useful tool. Just give yourself an opportunity to verbalize some thoughts, change your environment, use it as a tool even to buy yourself that space. And we'll have to see what kind of beautiful insights we get today from all of our players. But for now, we're heading into the player hall to get our starting position for the second day of the quarterfinals.
Hello and welcome to the Paris leg of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. My name is Fiona Stahl-Anthony and I'm delighted to be your host today. So it is already time, day 2 of the quarterfinals. Today we will determine 4 semifinalists. Unfortunately, we will also lose 2 players, so more about that in a sec. For now, let's take a look at the highlights from yesterday.
I need to be
Freestyle chess is getting more and more popular. We walked through Paris and met lots of passionate chess fans, especially at the iconic Blitz Society bar, a real hotspot for the scene. Even here, freestyle chess is now being played and has become a major topic among fans.
I'm loving what the freestyle guys are doing right now. It's already very popular, and it's like the F1 format, you know?
Yeah.
Every Grand Prix, there's like a different city, and it's perfect.
For Jan-Henrik Buttner, one of the minds behind the format, direct interaction with the audience is a sign of appreciation and a way to truly connect with the community. Spontaneously, he gave a personal tour of the event location to fans who had already been waiting for the players for over 1 hour.
As you know me, we're always acting spontaneously, right? If there's like 10 kids waiting there like for an hour, giving us time and energy, and we want to show you around. And of course, that made them happy. Paris has worked out spectacularly. We think its fan engagement is great, so we will see if we can introduce even fans at the next events in terms of real audience.
The journey of freestyle chess continues to grow. Day one of the quarterfinals brought excitement and set the tone for what's to come. Magnus Carlsen was the only player to emerge with a win against Abdu Sattarov, showing strong form early on.
I think my first 5-6 moves were pretty bad, and he really solved it a lot better than I did. After that, I took over and I played better, but it was very, very tough.
The other matches ended in tense, hard-fought draws, proving just how evenly matched the competition is. Stay tuned for the second day of quarterfinals.
So there we saw what happened yesterday. Today, in case any matches end in a tie after the second classical game, we will go to rapid playoff and then 2 blitz, so 2 games of rapid, 2 games of blitz. If the players are still tied, we will see Armageddon. But first, it is time to draw the next position. And in order to help me, I would like to welcome to the stage the Chief Chess Officer of Chess.com. Give it up for Danny Wrench.
Position number 73, 073.
Me neither. Thank you so much, Danny. The players will get 10 minutes now to prepare. So to the players, best of luck, and to the fans, enjoy.
Bishops again.
Isn't it very similar?
This is, yeah.
I think we got 71
So
and
again,
then
We got 74. 74 we got, for sure. So, what is this? So, I mean, again, obvious moves F4. F4, F3. C4, maybe?
Is F4 obvious?
Well, I just mean... but this...
Normally it's just like comes like a 44 queen e3 or something.
But isn't this allowing me what's the difference?
I don't know if I like F4 C5. I don't know.
No, but I mean, isn't F4 F5 very similar to the position we played?
But F4 C5 E4, I'm like scared about some G5 at some moment.
Yeah. No, I was saying just because you attack the pawn, but anyway.
I mean, I was scared, but it also opens like F5 if you castle the queen.
Sure.
Why not D4?
Yeah, D4 seems reasonable. D4, C4.
D4 is initially like F5.
D4 is like very critical. If D5 would be C4. C5.
C5?
Yes, C4 is fine because we attack. Yes? And if the C5, we can play E4. Both. F4 and E4.
Take, and we want to play E4 me or
F4 first.
F4 first?
So you want to take?
No. I mean,
you mean F4?
I mean,
okay, F4? Okay, F4, C5. So worried about
Is
something
F5 not possible?
Yeah, F5, of course, is the question.
Yeah, F5 queen C4.
No, but then D3. But, oh, wait, no, sorry. Wait. Wait a second, you're right.
Taking on all these queens C4.
No, some of like queen E3 makes, I don't know, but it takes so much time.
Just F3 for
Queen E4 still.
Queen F7.
mean, okay, maybe this pawn doesn't matter at all. Queen of 7 castle. And D5.
D5.
Oh, we
No,
lose so
I
much
mean,
time.
yeah,
No,
D5
I don't
knight.
like when we lose.
Yeah, I don't like F4 either.
What's wrong with D4?
Nothing, but I mean, okay. So F5 is gonna be the same kind of thing, right?
Okay, D5, C4.
Yeah, F5, C4, and then we get the right. Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, which one?
Rook C1.
Okay. Knight B6? Rook C1.
Or
strategically, it's good for F3, E4.
I don't know, F5.
It's still possible.
Sorry, possible.
I mean, also very difficult, at least annoying to
Start F6.
Bishop B3.
Bishop B3.
Rook C1.
Rook C1.
We
Yeah,
develop easily.
positionally very nice.
And this
Yeah,
bishop
bishop is bad.
No, I think maybe D5 is not a good move. Maybe
It's
C5.
not good.
Yeah, C5 is the question. Take.
D5 is not the way.
D5 C4, yeah.
D5 C4.
Yeah, I mean, I have
Unclear.
F3.
No, D5 F5.
D5, F5, C4.
Yeah, that's good for
D5.
white. Maybe.
Bishop. Okay, let's say D6.
Yeah, D take seems like much more forcing.
So F3 or F3?
F3? Yeah, F3. Bishop. Ah, you want to get the same position.
Yeah. Can you do D6 or no?
So I can come again. Also, same stuff. No, because it's very annoying. CB, Bishop B6, and we can't.
No, probably not.
No, but this is.
more or less fine.
Oh, we can take. I mean,
This one I'm not so sure about.
Maybe knight takes. Maybe bishop, maybe knight takes. But we like just grab the center.
knight takes Bishop B3.
Bishop E5.
Yeah.
Maybe we should do so.
Still looks like C4, C5.
C4, C5 is probably just boring, right?
F3.
C4, C5, F3? Top, well, F5, let's say in that case.
P4.
CD?
K.
Knight C6. Or Knight B6. Okay, let's try this again.
And if we start C4, what?
C5?
Yeah, like we want this. So let's see what we try to do. Queen side first, knight C3.
Knight B5, C6.
B5 is. I mean, I like the concept.
E4, of course, is critical, but.
E4 and F3 and then just development. Yeah? And then how? I mean, we need to get.
No, but my question is F5.
I think we need like the B5 square for the bishop against all E4s. I think that would be useful.
Oh, that's a good point.
I mean, I can also start with this, right? If I want to start the C5 stuff.
The D4, C5, more than DC, the
But now, I mean,
Okay, do I even
F5, maybe. It is risky.
F. Maybe
it's possible but risky.
C5, DC5, C4.
Yeah, maybe just like that.
Okay, D5 is.
You just retreat. You just want to retreat, or one of
Bishop
those?
B6.
No, but let's say knight B3.
Yeah, D3.
C4.
F6 already.
F6.
It's nice.
Maybe you go B4 and C4.
Are you sure?
Still F6.
Still F6, yeah. Bishop B3, Bishop F7.
And take. Yeah, F3 bishop.
And okay, D5, I guess.
So basically, the plan is to play first C5 against everything.
We just get like it's just the shittiest position, like two hanging pieces and like
But
two hanging
that has to be
pawns.
fine, right?
C4.
Okay, E6, knight B6.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, that's fine, yeah.
I get F5 like that.
Yeah.
And
What was the first moves?
B4.
Should probably consider one of 4 as well.
Yes.
Okay,
But I guess
One
F4
of
were
them.
F6 also, like we.
I would like to.
Are we?
How do you read? You want to play knight C3, right?
F5 maybe. No, but I thought. But why not F6 first move actually?
Take Queen C4.
F6 E4. Yeah. But maybe this time you can take on A7, B7. Although I doubt it, but.
Okay, so that's nothing, yeah?
It looks too early, yeah, because I will also get knight before knight takes A2 this time.
Yeah, well, that looks fine, right? We get F5 next move.
Yeah.
No, but actually I think B4 is like an ambitious move. Just stopping C5.
What about E4? E4 is too weakening, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, but E4. Okay, I guess we play C5.
Yeah, I guess we don't mind this.
Maybe can we get our knight B6 and get B2 quick play?
It's never really working, like knight C4, bishop E2 anyway.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, but I don't think there's an urgency here. I think we just have...
Yeah, knight C6, knight B3, D6.
Yeah, it looks like a decent...
Pawn moves E5.
I mean, knight B3, C4.
Yeah, also.
So what's...
If we are going D6, how will we get the queen out?
Yeah,
I'm not sure we play D6.
I don't think
we can... I mean, this guy's the problem.
Yeah, C6. I mean, F4, F... Okay. Probably have to protect this, but I'm like not even
I'm
sure.
also kind of tempted.
But like I don't... What about G5 here? Too much? Probably F5.
I mean, F6 is not out of this world. Right?
Queen C5.
Queen C5, bishop B6.
Queen H5.
Huh?
F6 split.
Oh, sorry.
Queen, I thought...
Like Queen B5, Knight C7, Queen goes back, D5.
Yeah.
We're gonna win in
We will start in 30 seconds. Please take a seat. Thank you.
Position 73, and the players take their seats here ahead of the second quarter final day. Magnus Carlsen noted back there on your screens. A lot of questions around what the first moves will be made, but interestingly enough, if you had your listening ears on and that at the very beginning of the discussion, Hikaru quickly reminded all the players, we recently played position 74, just one away from position 73, and this was on the second day of the round robin, the 10th game overall. So second to last game they played. We're going to just explain to you real quick the minor differences between that position and the position that they have in play today.
Yeah, just impressive recall there from Hikaru Nakamura. And this position, 73, there's only one difference to a position they had 2 days ago, and that is the position of these two pieces, the kings and bishops. If you can imagine them swapping over, kind of taking each other's place. That was the position in round 10 of the round robin, and it was a very controversial one because Black won 3 of those games, and there were 3 draws alongside. That was also the famous round where Vincent Keimer won very quickly as Black in under 20 moves against Pragnananda.
So not just similarities to positions that we saw a day or two ago, Tanya, but also some interesting similarities to the position that we saw yesterday. With that bishop and the king jumping places, we're back to 2 bishops sat squarely in the middle of the board, just like we had yesterday.
I'm just mind blown by the fact that Hikaru could actually instantly pinpoint that. I mean, they've played 11 rapid games. They've had 1 classical game between each other with all the training that they've been doing and just the instant reaction. And that just shows the pattern recognition is already developing amongst these top guys. But definitely, as you also mentioned, yesterday having the 2 bishops in the center was one of the determining factors on how the players started opening the diagonals. Should we take a look at how today the players are deciding to
Yeah, well, obviously one player has already made a decision, and I'm not surprised, of course, that it's going to be on opponent who sits down and immediately makes a move. And if we zoom out to that 6 box, you can see every single other player deciding to give it a good think before they commit.
You know something you said earlier in the show? I didn't see Jan being super vocal in the analysis today. So he's holding his thoughts to himself this time.
And do you want to know something funny? Jan has made a move. The computer immediately says, decent advantage for black.
Uh-oh.
He's made a bad first move, and it's a bad first move because black should play the same move that would have occurred yesterday in the Nepo gambit. Black should do the exact same thing that Nepo was recommending in yesterday's round.
Is Nepo going to get Nepo'd by Vincent Keimer? Will it happen? I can't imagine that we'll see any moves made from Keimer in the near future. He is probably one of the players most willing to spend time here early on in the round to work through as many calculations as he can. He knows in some ways how committal things can be here in freestyle chess and how quickly the game can unravel if you make just one singular misstep.
Yeah. Wow, that is really surprising to me that Jan would instantly blitz out a move. And it's to do with the placement of the queens. There are actually 2 undefended pawns each, something we always look for in freestyle chess, which pawns are not defended. And Tanya, the queens can immediately go on the attack as early as move 1.
Yes, you got to just open up that diagonal and get that queen to target the side pawn that you're pointing out. Very rarely do we get a freestyle position where we got 2 pawns side by side who can be immediately targeted by... And I really like that Vincent has slowed down, you know. It just shows that he understands the importance of not rushing through in the opening. Notice how not a single move on the other 5 boards as well. That top center, Magnus was the one player who, at the end of the analysis, suggested that it might be an interesting idea for a white, for Noribek in this case, to do what David was pointing out, open up the queen and start targeting that side pawn. So Noribek's perhaps going to take that path himself.
Yeah, I wonder, as you mentioned, opening up that queen, the most common move in that position 74 from a couple days ago was F4, opening up the queen. But at the same time, David, you and I looked at the results. That whole round ended with only 3 black victories and 3 draws. So will players recoil at the idea that, the opening in that previous similar position didn't work out for the white players? Maybe we actually have to disavow it and go a different direction entirely. Nepo, at the very least, has decided to do just that.
Yeah, it's fascinating because we eavesdropped on the players and those kind of pre-game discussions. It was clear there was no consensus at all. They were talking about pushing the F pawn forward, the central pawn forward, both of the central pawns. They were literally talking about 5 different possible first moves for white. And the fact that they didn't agree means it's very likely these games will all diverge very early. I think the players and their styles, their preferences will come out, and that will indicate what they're going to play. I can't see Hikaru copying Nepo again, a second day in a row, kind of taking Nepo's advice, because this position is one of the riskier of them all.
No, because then you get into, it's the fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice kind of a situation,
Yeah, not going to happen, but we should place bets. How long will it take the players to make their first move? This is crazy. We're already...
Yeah, or even just Keimer. How many minutes leave the clock before Keimer makes a move?
10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Yes.
20. 17 minutes and 20 seconds he's going to spend on this first move.
12 and a half minutes.
12 and a half. Okay, splitting the difference. I like it. Well, as we have the bird's eye view here of the boards, let's also take a bird's eye view of the heart rates for each of our players. I like to get that temperature check early on, right? What are the baselines? Who's got the heart rate pumping early? Who went on an early morning run? Who's sitting there? Whoa, Nepo, all the way up over 100 already. Heart beating out his chest.
You play first, think later seems to be Nepo's strategy, and maybe that's what happened. He rushes through to the move, makes that move in just seconds after sitting on the board, and his heart rate spikes up as he realizes that an idea that he was discussing just yesterday could be disastrous for him today.
Okay, well, as soon as we made our predictions, we were all made liars by Vincent Keimer. I think, if anything, that's the board that we should zoom in on, because he has found his response, and once again, Nepo has blitzed out another move of his own. So going to keep up the time pressure on his opponent, just like he did yesterday, but maybe this is a bit of a learning by Keimer himself from yesterday, saying, hey, I didn't give myself too much time to work with in the end and maybe got away a little lucky to come away with just a draw. Today, I can't find myself in a similar position.
Yeah, clearly the players will have kind of pre-game strategies, and Keimer didn't want to burn too much time in the opening. I just want to backtrack and show this first move, because Vincent Keimer did have an opportunity to instantly go for chaos. Maybe not his style, he's a more strategically inclined player. But Nepo, opening with this central pawn, allows a double attack as early as move 1. If Black had played the Nepo gambit and pushed this f-pawn forward, firstly, the pawn in the center is hit. This is clear, but the queen also unleashed on this diagonal. And White now, if they accept the gambit, this would be already a huge mistake. The queen could take this pawn in the corner, hitting a variety of pieces. Yes, one of the knights could jump out and save this one in the corner, but the black queen would go hunting, and already a big advantage for black.
Also want to point out how this could also be a reflection of stylistic approaches to a position. For Vincent, who is such a strategic positional player, you know, who prefers intuitively and instinctively, where he can have control on the board, slowly maneuver and outmaneuver your opponent, going for the Nepo gambit in this position perhaps would not have been staying true to his own style early on, especially after calculating the line that David just shows, that immediately regaining material doesn't help. So he has to play for a long-term compensation. And that's not something we often see from Keimer.
And in the meantime, this position that has appeared on the board, Nepo looking very confident there, this was one of the few that the players did actually discuss. And it was more the white players, the white team. They were saying, haha, look at this Sicilian. And actually, this would normally be the Sicilian defense. It would be the closed Sicilian, where things do take a slower turn. So I totally understand why Keimer wanted to avoid any immediate chaos and go for that slower maneuvering type of position.
The rest of our quarterfinal matchups still yet to make a move. Both lower bracket bouts have decided on a move. One of those matching the opening move there by Jan Nepomniachtchi. The only difference there, of course, being Vidit electing for that f4 push. That would be more similar to position 74 from the round robin. But either way, it's a slow start for all of our boards. As I say that, Nodirbek Abdusatorov, the one who finds himself starting the day in a hole, has finally committed. He as well will deviate. He's going for that f4 pawn push.
And this is exactly the move that Magnus was vouching for at the end of their analysis. It opens up the queen diagonal with the first threat on the very first move by White on that side pawn. And it does, this sort of a position does have a tendency to go into a very standard Sicilian setup. So for White to get control over the center, not only by pushing the pawn that's in front of the king, but eventually the pawn that is in front of his bishop 2 steps forward, and then taking out that queen, getting the king to castle, we might very soon be in familiar pattern territory here.
Yeah, let's just try and predict the future as you're doing there, Tanya. First of all, as you mentioned, the first point is that this pawn is hit, so Magnus already having to play on the back foot and react. Magnus now looking at screens, trying to see what's gone on other boards. Let's say that black does go for this block, pushing the pawn forward, protected by the rook, just to close the diagonal. And now, white controls the center, as you predict there. I'm not sure exactly what black will do here. A variety of choice. The knight comes out, for example, the queen could move. Let's say black just pushes. And just to point out what Tanya was talking about there, this pawn structure, white occupying kind of the center and the right flank, black occupying the center from the other side, this is very reminiscent of a closed Sicilian. The 2 problem pieces I worry about for black here, though, are this dark squared bishop, struggling to get out, and the queen. So we'll see if Magnus goes for this.
Dark squared bishop struggling to get involved. That's a theme from this very matchup just yesterday. Shu was on the other foot, though. It was Nodirbek who kind of found himself with a dark squared bishop locked behind all of his pawns, only allowed into the game at the point where it wasn't super relevant. And Magnus Carlsen able to pilot that one beautifully to a victory yesterday in an endgame situation where it was queen and 3 pawns up against 1 queen from his opponent.
And I'm just wondering, having this starting position where you're sort of thinking about how can I get those Sicilian-esque structures early on, where perhaps white can push for an opening edge, something to play for. Do you think Nordebek is happy with the position that's been drawn and the fact that there's a balance between a freestyle element and a 5-1-8 standard element?
I think he should be happy that it's unlikely to become symmetrical, as simple as that. I think out of the 960 positions, there's maybe 5 which are already very, very good for white from move 1. This is not that strong, of course, but it's one of the more imbalanced ones. Bishops in the center yesterday, we saw a lot of blood spilled in the encounter between these two. So, yeah, knights on the edge of the board as well, especially when knights start on one flank. That tends to lead to quite fiery positions. All these positions that are full of life, quite rich, full of possibilities. So, yeah, Magnus not reacting. I'm very much expecting him, though, to put a pawn on this square once he's found his bearings.
I do want to just point out that in our competition of who guesses how much time Vincent Keimer does take, I was the closest.
You were the closest.
Just one
but Price is Right rules says we're all losers. So I'm going to go ahead and say we try again tomorrow, if anything. Let's
how much time does Magnus take for his response?
Oh, Lordy. I can't imagine he spends too much more time. I think he's a rather disciplined player, right? And so we had that conversation a bit yesterday about, like, I'm sure every player might have kind of their mark for, like, I'm willing to spend this much move or time on a move, but at a certain point, I have to push myself just to make a decision. I don't think he'll let, let's say, 15 minutes dwindle off that clock before he commits to something. So maybe 3 to 5 minutes more.
Yeah, I'd say around that much. But it's good that he's slowed down. I think it's also about recognizing these different, again, familiar territory that this position could get into from standard chess, where you want your pieces. And as he takes his time, I see on that top left board, Jan Nepomniachtchi has not left the building. He's just left his chair. But some similar concepts that we were discussing are actually on the board, with Jan taking that space in the center, getting those 2 pawns moving up the board, and in return, Vincent Keimer trying to activate his queen.
Yeah, a more well-advanced game than any of the others, at least at this current moment. We had an opportunity to pull a few of the players aside earlier today just to get their thoughts ahead of today's quarterfinal bouts. I want to hear first and foremost from our defending champion in Vincent Keimer. Let's go to him now.
The most stylish man in the Freestyle Tour. Is that a fair assessment here, Vincent?
I don't know. Yeah, I will just mostly prepared for the game.
That means yes, by the way. He is the most stylish man in the Freestyle Tour. But how do you feel about your chess? What kind of feeling did you bring in sleeping after the game yesterday?
Yeah, I was kind of fine with my play after checking that the starting position really wasn't that easy in the sense of getting anything. So I think it's fine that the position was more or less in equalish waters, and I didn't really miss that much. So I think it was a fine game, and yeah, I expect, of course, today a very tough day. But yeah, that's kind of usual business when facing the top players in the world.
And what was the feeling waking up? You feeling good today? You feeling fresh?
Yeah, I tried to repeat the same routine as in Weissenhaus, and I'm feeling good. So I think that's pretty much the best preparation I could do.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Hey, if it's worked for you before, don't fix what ain't broke. You know what I mean? Saying I'm trying to hold to my Weissenhaus routine. One of the things that he told us about that Weissenhaus routine was just getting up at a nice early hour, going out for a brisk, chilly air walk, making sure that he's got that sunlight, he's got that fresh air, and he's got, you know, a clear mind heading into the matchup. Also kind of interesting to me that he talks about reflecting on yesterday's matchup and feeling fairly good about both his assessment and approach to it in the course of the day yesterday, saying, yeah, there weren't too many opportunities to win. I think I played rather solidly. So now really it just comes down to today.
Absolutely, and getting and staying in that good mind space, you know, having a positive, fresh outlook to the game is so important in freestyle chess, because really how much can you prepare or what's about to come up? Yesterday night, I was out at a walk and I actually bumped into Peter and Vincent taking a walk by the river as well, you know, deep in discussion about the action that's unfolded and just getting some fresh air. I think it's definitely a big part of Vincent's preparation, just to be as ready as you can mentally for what's coming up. But I want to talk about that most stylish award that Sverre just gave. You know, this is a community stream. I want our community to get involved, who they think is the most stylish player. We're in the city of fashion as well. You know, French couture, Vincent Keimer, without Ali Reza in the building, without Gucci Reza here, that spot is open. You know, that award is up for grabs.
Who's walking away with a Louis Vuitton collaboration?
It's a big question. Not us.
Not us. Definitely not me.
Oh, dagger through the heart, Tanya. Oh, my dreams have been killed. So while you guys toss your answers into chat, let us know who you think is the most fashionable player here on the stage today. I just want to make a quick note that our 3 other top bracket boards have all followed the same opening as each other, different from Vincent and Jan Nepomniachtchi. We can just pick one of them perhaps to dive in and get a little bit of an understanding, maybe what some of the ideas are behind this opening. Let's go ahead and go to Hikaru Nakamura versus Arjun Erigaisi. We said this is one that we expect to see fireworks from today. My question becomes, as we dive into this board, is it the kind of opening that we think supports fireworks? Does it ask for action?
I want to say yes. I think it's still very early days. It depends on the next few moves, but I think definitely Hikaru wants the action. It's always interesting to me to see Hikaru spend this long in the opening in freestyle chess, because in Weissenhaus, 3 games in a row, he said he was just copying Fabiano Caruana. Yesterday, he copied Nepo. It feels like he wants someone to set the blueprint before deciding what to do next. And as soon as Nodibek, as soon as Fabiano played their moves, a few seconds later, Hikaru copied yet again. So I think he wants action, of course he does. This pawn structure, it does have a name, Tanya. I can't quite remember it. It's such a rare guest in traditional chess that I can't remember what it's called when you put a pawn on c4, f4, and it's kind of you leave your central pawns in the center, in the middle there on their starting squares. It's a bit of an odd pawn structure. You kind of control the center from the side, but either way, it's very unorthodox stuff. And,
I'm going to call it the canine tooth start.
I was going to say, maybe we should just name another.
Yeah, if we feel like those is like this kind of looks like a bottom row of teeth for me, and then they're perfectly spaced, it's your canine teeth.
Canine teeth. I like it. I like it.
Or the fangs.
The fangs. Maybe.
I like that. I think
like
let's go with the fangs. You know, it does have its sort of fanged up moment on that center of the board, those central squares moved up, opening up the diagonals there. David, I tried to check up on, try to Google that bit of information, can't find it. Maybe our community, our chat can help us with the name of what this is called in 518, this pawn formation that we're seeing on the board. And I think coming to what we've got in front of us right now, I don't think Hikaru wants to stop here. Perhaps if given an opportunity, we're going to see another pawn advance very soon. But I want to point out one difference here. You know, with the pawn in front of the rook having moved 2 steps forward, if you were to move that pawn in front of the bishop 2 steps forward, you gave Arjun a huge outpost at the center of the board. And that would be a square, that central d4 square, if we highlight, where the knight can jump into. So suddenly Hikaru might have to just be a little cautious about this trade-off. You gain space, but leave a big square.
Yeah, and it's now Arjun thinking for the first real time in the game. Nakamura spent a long time on move 1. Arjun replied quite quickly. Do you think he's going to play copycat? Is it going to be the double-fanged variation?
The double fang.
That would be mirror chess as well, right? And why not? Till you can do it, continue doing it. And I'm going to expect, if given an opportunity, if you continue playing copycat chess here, Hikaru will try to break. He'll try to break the symmetry on that move 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's not going to endure the symmetry for too long. This is our prediction for a fireworks board over the course of the day. We also had an opportunity to speak to both sides of this matchup as they arrive to the venue. So let's hear from both Hikaru Nakamura and Arjun Erigaisi.
Hikaru, how are you feeling today?
I feel pretty good.
I like the look. You got a cup of coffee. You look pretty relaxed. It's a different version of you here than it was in Weissenhaus, just zen-wise.
I mean, I think, first thing is I'm playing someone at least who on paper is a much stronger opponent than my opponent in Wiesenhaus. I mean, Arjun, obviously, top 5 in the world, someone who I think many look at as a potential world championship contender down the road. So I think that's the first thing. But then also, every position is random, and you don't really know what you're going to get. And I think that also makes it a little bit easier, at least before the game, to kind of just relax and take it as you go. Additionally, I would say, however, that unlike the match against Sindarov, I mean, it's not a situation where it was as easy to win. There was a moment when I was winning, but I also very easily could have lost the game. So it wasn't one of those like smooth games from start to finish. So, I mean, I feel pretty good overall.
Good luck Tuesday.
Yeah, thank you.
Arjun, it was a draw yesterday. It was a little up and down, as we were saying, that whole game. But do you bring confidence into day 2 after what happened yesterday?
Yeah, I have some things to be happy about. That I played quite well till a point. And then, of course, I also have some things that I should do better on, like how I went wrong. So overall, it's a mixed feeling.
What should you do better today that you thought about?
So when I went for this bishop b3, I calculated knight e3, knight takes f6, queen takes f6, bishop e3, d3, queen e3, rook g2, d4, bishop e6, queen e6, queen d4, queen e8, knight d8, bishop c2, queen d2, queen e4, rook e2. And I just stopped here thinking it's getting too long. But had I just seen one more move, queen d3, I would have gone for it because it's very good after that. So that's one thing, maybe try to see a bit further.
Do you take anything from that situation that you can bring into today's game, what you should focus on?
Yeah, that's something that I think I should focus more on because I just stopped it thinking it's getting too long. Not that I was unhappy with that position. So maybe not do that.
And you're feeling good?
Yeah, I'm confident.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Great to hear from both of our players in this matchup. Ahead of their matchup today, Arjun Erigaisi, I'll remind everybody, has kind of been the terror of Freestyle Fridays, at least from the perspective of being the winningest player in Freestyle Fridays, winning 3 consecutive. That said, his opponent is the one who sits just behind him. 2 Freestyle Friday wins and the most recent winner of a Freestyle Friday coming into this event. The big notable difference there is it's a completely different set of time controls when you're playing that set of freestyle positions than what they're playing right now, Tanya.
I think Arjun is the Hikaru of Freestyle Fridays. You know, all the Title Tuesday wins that Hikaru keeps getting, Arjun does that when it comes to Freestyle Fridays. And I think he's shown that it wasn't just for online. His performance in the round robin, also very solid getting through. His first game in the Classical, impressive. He got that advantage. Yes, he wasn't able to convert it in those critical moments, but that can happen. And I also want to point out that he was never completely worse or in extremely big trouble. When he needed to defend, he was able to do that. He's playing against one of the absolute best in the world. Looks pretty chilled on camera. I like that he's slowed down. Arjun's a player who plays incredibly fast. He's super quick, but he knows the demands of this format, the demands of this position, how quickly you can land up in trouble. So Arjun just calculating his way ahead. What do you think? You know, David, you predicted at the start in the show open that this would be the game that goes into tie breaks. That means a draw coming up in this one. Seeing the position that we have pulled up, you sticking to that?
Yeah, why not? It's early days. It's not necessarily because I expect tie breaks. I just want tie breaks between these two because of their speed prowess, because they're such entertaining players. I must admit, Arjun is maybe the one player at the top that is a bit of a question mark for me, partly because he hasn't competed in so many elite events, hadn't had the opportunity until he broke 2800 until recently, but also because we saw it in the interview there. He's so softly spoken. Arjun, he's so polite, so nice. But you put a chessboard in front of him and he becomes bloodthirsty. He becomes a totally different animal. So the off-board, on-board personas just, to me, so different.
You bring up an interview with Arjun and he shoots off those 20 move variations. Someone needs to clip that and put that meme with all those mathematical equations jumping up, because I got none of that. What was happening? And he remembers the entire variation from yesterday, getting ready to play the game today.
Well, as each of the boards has found a way to deviate in this starting position of position 73, we've got the man to thank for drawing that very position, joining us in the studio. Danny Wrench, good to see you, my friend. I'm glad you kept the bathrobe of all things as you join us in the studio.
When you said the man to thank, I was like looking around like, whose fault is this? Whose fault is this? But it is one of the more awkward positions, and I'm happy to be here. Bathrobe still on, though I do have the shirt on
the
now.
position is not the most awkward thing about what's
That
going
is
on.
100% true. It got awkward between me and the players as I stared at each of them in the eye, and Magnus gave me a look like, what are you doing here?
French Katja.
It was fun though, but thanks to Jan-Henrik Butner who started this whole thing, and I am going to take it off so we can do some serious commentary here. If
No
you'd like.
worries.
So
Yeah, no.
I'll just,
okay. Maybe.
I'll get it off
This is
right
a whole
here,
show. We get a whole show on top of it all.
We've got.
My goodness. Well, we're so happy to have you, just as we had you in Weisenhaus. I mean, I think I'll start maybe from that kind of holistic view. What a difference. I mean, while the energy of the event, the feeling of the event in some ways is still very much the same, celebrating some of the best in chess, but in a new chess variant. We're in a capital city. We've expanded the field to 12 players. We've got 6 new faces that weren't there at Weisenhaus, and it feels like in some ways the event is just evolving and expanding, day over day. For yourself, having been to both, what have been maybe the highs and lows, the major differences for you as you step foot here in Paris?
I mean, you nailed it, right? There's a lot of differences here, right? 6 new faces. There's an amazing city. By the way, is the weather always this gorgeous in April in Paris, or did we just get lucky? Like
I was told, we got away with something.
This has been incredible, and so just the vibes are high. And of course, it's nothing against Weisenhaus, which had a ton of things going for it. Obviously, we were there in Germany at an amazing resort, but the weather was very different, right? It was cold most of the time, so that's been amazing, just speaking personally, getting outside a bunch. But the best thing about freestyle is the chess is never the same. So I guess if we're looking for the obvious difference, it's that we sit down every day going, what in the world are the players going to do this time? So no, it's been amazing. I'm happy to see the tour just continue to expand, and I can't wait for the road show to continue. I mean, it's been awesome, and I think you nailed it.
Obviously, the biggest storyline coming out of Weisenhaus was our tournament champion in Vincent Keimer doing the unthinkable and taking down some pretty incredible opponents on his way to grabbing that top spot. When you took a look at the 12 players that had qualified through to this event, I wonder, as a lot of the conversation was about, are we going to get that kind of improbable repeat, or will Magnus reinsert himself as the best player in the world? Or similarly, 6 new faces. Will one of them be the shocker? Did you have an inkling, a dark horse coming into the tournament that you thought might surprise us all?
Well, I think I said in Weisenhaus we were talking about, I said I think the best thing possible for the tour was for someone not named Magnus Carlsen to win.
You did.
I said that, and I think that if you could pick someone who's not named Magnus Carlsen, picking someone from the younger generation, I think is even better. And so in regards to having intrigue and asking those questions in terms of what does it take sometimes to get the best out of Magnus Carlsen these days, we've been watching him dominate for more than 2 decades. And so sometimes it takes a little bit of a loss to kind of poke the bear a little bit. So you can't say Magnus was a dark horse, but he didn't win in Weisenhaus, so he had something to prove. And I think, we could go down the list. I'm a little surprised by some of the players maybe at the bottom of the standings, but then you look at the overall player list and go, okay, well, but if they weren't there, then who was going to be, right? It's like impossible to choose. But I have a question. I've been thinking about this since yesterday for David and Tanya, and I mean this in all seriousness. Who's the best chess player in the world? Or even more importantly, what do we really think is the best system to decide it? Because FIDE's system clearly cannot deliver us the best player in the world. No disrespect to Damaraju Gukesh, he is not the best player in the world. And at this point, I don't think he's even a top 5 player, if I'm being honest, and debatable, maybe top 10. Fabiano Caruana is maybe the best classical player in the world, and Magnus Carlsen is sitting on a rating that is untouched because he refuses to play classical, and there's a lot of conversation about this. And then, of course, the online arenas themselves are never compared to this stuff, but that's where most of the players are playing. Fast chess, time controls that are more challenging to the sporting elements. And so I'm like sitting here like, what exactly are we going to do to determine who the best chess player in the world is going forward when you have a FIDE system that's a mess? It doesn't deliver the best player in the world. You have Freestyle doing its own thing. You have all these online systems going. So I know the obvious question is, the obvious answer, David, will be, well, Magnus Carlsen still the best? But I'll change the question then say, how do you really know that? How do you really know that right now?
Always with the hard questions, Danny. I mean, I do find it messy. I don't necessarily like it that there is a classical rapid blitz, maybe a freestyle someday world champion, and I think it's just hard to explain to newcomers to the chess world. But how do we unite them all? How do we decide on the time control? These are big questions. I think maybe chess should be faster. Classical chess is where the younger generation are focusing on. I think just because they see the FIDE title as the most prestigious, but like you say, I mean, Gukesh, he's shown here he's not the best yet, and maybe will be one day, but I don't know, Tanya, save me. It's just hard. There's no correct answer, right? There's no consensus. There's no indicators what we should be looking for in the future.
And maybe that's a reflection of the fact that something needs to be fixed to find exactly that one player who absolutely rules or dominates the chess world. Coming to the point of Gukesh, he admits it himself, right? He's won the world championship, but he's never said he is the best player in the world. In fact, he wants to work up to that world ranking. How do you get there? How do you determine? I think right now, popularly, this is the community stream. If we ask our chat, everyone would say Magnus is still the absolute best in the world, despite the fact that he's not the world champion in classical, in rapid, and he's a co-champion in blitz. So without those titles, and right now in freestyle chess, this format is just blowing up. It's just starting, right? So maybe a mix. I mean, thinking of what a possible solution could be to determine that one player, that one player who rules them all. There was this suggestion, right? A world championship which also involves classical, rapid, and maybe even a shorter format on the same day with different point decision. The one format that I think gets to me is Armageddon, where it gets a bit random. So instead, that's switched to freestyle chess if it remains tied to the very end to decide the absolute winner of the day. I don't know what's the answer, Danny. You're the king of that. Tell us.
That's why I threw it to you guys, because I spent a lot of time thinking about this last night, but I realized I'm just going to throw it to David and Tanya instead of, driving my points home. Magnus Carlsen is not the world rapid champion.
No.
He's not the world blitz champion, at least not clear.
No.
He's a co. He's not the world champion.
No.
And I would say that Magnus Carlsen would probably lose a classical chess match to Fabiano Caruana if it started right now, because he doesn't like it and he doesn't want to play it. And so we have a world where we have a lot of, I'm actually excited about this, because I think for the first time in a long time, we always knew this day would come. You have a young generation that is challenging. When Vincent Keimer is on, he looks like the best player in the world in this format, right? And it makes you excited. Again, yes, there's a world where it sounds like a problem. We do have a problem with all the different systems and all the different things going on. But sometimes I like to say the best way to solve a problem is to make it bigger. And I'm actually just asking this question because I actually don't know what the right solution is.
But does the best player in the world, does he need to be the world champion in classical, rapid, blitz, and freestyle chess? Is that something that would determine, or is it just one of these formats?
What does James think?
Well, yeah, let me propose half an answer and half a question, right? As the non-endemic chess person in the room, who's the best runner in the world?
Okay, so this is why I like this, because you're pointing out that what we see as a problem within our bubble is maybe not a problem. It's okay to have greatness as defined by different types of disciplines, right? A sprinter is not winning, and they are not built to win a marathon, right?
Yeah.
Their bodies are different. What they do in terms of the strategic approach to winning a sprint versus a marathon. I think that was my point too, is I don't know that this is a problem we inherently have to be stressed about. It's not a joke. A very wise person once told me the best way to solve some problems is to make them bigger. And I'm just having a conversation here about the fact that I like that we are in a world where I really don't know that anyone clearly has the answer to that question. Yeah. And it's exciting.
But I do love the question. I love the conversation, because I think so often in sport too, you want to know who the aspirational figure is, right? You want to know who's the guy to beat, who's the one who's setting the bar for everybody. But definitely, I think when you look at even, okay, who's the best driver in the world? We talking F1, we talking NASCAR. We talking driving only left turns in a circle. We talking about driving, windy courses. We're talking about totally different machines underneath those, underneath those players' drivers' hands. When it comes to runners, yeah, Usain Bolt and Kipchoge. I mean, yeah, we know that Usain Bolt's going to win that 100-meter, but beyond a certain point, Kipchoge's taking that every single day of the week. And so, from where I stand, I think it's not necessarily the worst thing in the world that you have people that are superior in different formats. But if you did want to get to a conversation of who is holistically the best chess player in the world, that's where maybe you rely on maybe something like some kind of aggregate algorithm that takes performances across all 4 different and spits out a new kind of ELO, right? If you have an ELO across all 4 formats, now we somehow combine them into a new ELO that has just the overall chess world rankings. And then we say the person who's got the highest number there is universally the best chess player in the world, maybe not even being the world champion in any one of those formats. They could be number 2 in every format and still have the highest overall.
I think the chess world was really spoiled exactly because of the reason that you said for many years until Magnus decided to step away from the World Championship, because he was the player who was world number 1 in all the FIDE rankings, where it was classical, rapid, blitz. He was also the world champion. He had the triple crown for so many years, winning the blitz, rapid, and the classical match as well. And now with freestyle coming up, that was the one crown that he didn't have, the one format that he loved. And now here he is, where he's perhaps not playing as much in the classical. He's here, and all of it becomes just really confusing. With Magnus deciding not to play so many of the formats, who really is? And maybe the answer is there is no one best chess player anymore.
Do we need to shake up the rating system? I mean, I'm looking at tennis, where if you're inactive for a year or 2, you're kind of taken off.
Yep.
And I mean, that's the closest maybe one-on-one sport that we can draw analogies to. The World Championship title doesn't exist there. It's about the Grand Slams. It's about your performance throughout the season. Maybe that would incentivize Magnus to play a bit more.
I agree, and I'll just echo that I think Hans Niemann has made that point very clearly, and Hans Niemann is as controversial as it gets these days. By the way, where in the world is
Have
Hans
you spoken
Niemann?
to Hans?
We have not, and everyone hopes he's okay, legitimately.
Yes.
So hope that Hans is okay. Very surprising that he's not here. I think it's a disappointment for everyone. But Hans has made this point, and I completely agree with him. I think that rating deterioration, performance deterioration exists in other sports for a reason. And it's not because I don't know that inherently gets us any closer to answering these questions in terms of who the best player in the world is. We don't even really have a clear rating system for Chess 960 Freestyle, by the way. In fact, there was a discussion I'll just share behind the scenes yesterday where we're already talking about what does it look like if you use a chess.com rating where more Fischer Random is being played than anywhere else with Freestyle Friday, combined with some sort of aggregate. To your point, how do we find the right average here between those ratings? Who knows? And again, it's interesting because we're in an exciting world, and that the chess is more interesting than ever. These discussions are perhaps more complicated than ever, and I think that we all want there to be some sort of gauntlet where we sit down. And by the way, we haven't even talked about esports chess. Here comes the esports World Cup, and you will say, oh, well, that's not classical chess. I'm not saying it's classical chess, but it might be maybe the most exciting chess. The Speed Chess Championship in many ways spoke for itself in terms of how people feel about that event. Here comes the best chess players in the world being signed by organizations. They're headed to Riyadh. And by the way, playing for some of the biggest prizes we've ever had in the history of our game. And so if I was to design it to answer the question, I would say there has to be some sort of event with multiple disciplines.
Exactly.
And I think that without that, or, as you pointed out, James, maybe you don't need to ever have full unity in terms of the organizational aspects of the tour, as long as there is a way to measure performance across, right? And we see a lot of sports do this, and other sports have this problem. I mean, college football has this problem because not every team can play every team, right? So you have to find a way to do it. So we're not alone in this, but it is an interesting time.
I think the difference from the example you gave, James, when it comes to, for example, running, athletics, you've got specific athletes who truly train for that skill or that format pretty much all their life and excel in it, right? A 100-meter sprinter, like you said, cannot perhaps be winning the marathon because it's a different skill set completely.
Sure.
However, in chess, what we see is that the best player, let's say across classical standard chess, is often the one performing at the top and the best in pretty much all the format. Magnus might not be the world rapid champion, but he is the world #1 in rapid. He's not co-champion, but he's still the world #1 in blitz, right? Hikaru, he's the one who's performing the best across formats. You've got Fabi also at the top. So perhaps it's slightly different from that. You could have one unified king to rule them all.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll edit my analogy because I actually do think it is a great analogy for this reason. So I took the extremes. In my example, the marathon is freestyle chess, and the 100-meter, or we could do it the other way around. The marathon is classical chess, and the 100-meter is freestyle chess. But then the half marathon is rapid, and the 10K is blitz, right? And so within that, what I'm saying is, Kipchoge is going to perform well. He's going to be very much a Magnus Carlsen across those different events. The fundamentals of running do not change.
They
right?
don't, but
the
Noah
basics of
Lyles,
running do not change
but Noah
between one
Lyles
type of event and
only
another.
won the 100-meter.
But so in this analogy, Hikaru Nakamura is Bolt.
Yeah.
And I'm being serious. Hikaru Nakamura is both. And of course, not that Hikaru isn't also playing some of the best chess in his career in general. I mean, world number 2, right? So I think I skipped past that and made a point that I think Fabiano Caruana, because of his styles, because he was very close to beating Magnus in 2018, might beat Magnus in a classical match. But maybe Hikaru would as well. And maybe, I don't know, because Magnus is disinterested. But to that point, after dumping gasoline on this fire, I will say full stop. I do agree with Tanya. I think we do still have a clear best player in the world because Magnus is the world number 1. He is ranked number 1, despite the fact that maybe we are failing, right? Don't hate the player, hate the game. Maybe the organizers and the infrastructure is failing to determine this. And I will go full stop to say I do believe FIDE is failing in this area. I believe that FIDE is actually dropping the ball, and we have too many things going on. We haven't even talked about the Global Chess League, which is what about team chess? What about, so there's just so much going on that if we're trying to answer these questions, we are failing to provide the players with a clear opportunity that interests them, that keeps them engaged, and allows the fans to get that clear answer they're looking for.
And to end this on maybe the most optimistic note, for me, it's a problem I'm happy we have because it shows a couple things. One, again, the evolution of the chess space, right? The fact that there are new variants popping up, the fact that people care enough about who is the best across all of these variants, right? We wouldn't be having this discussion if the only version of chess anyone ever cared about was still standard classical chess. So, hey, it is a problem that we have to solve, but I'm happy that we have to solve it, and hopefully one day we do get to it. And so over the course of this year, let's see if we can get there. If you at home have any brilliant ideas, feel free to toss them our way. Not ashamed of a good idea, no matter where it comes from.
I think a good idea would be to get back to what we're seeing right now in front of us, because Arjun's heart rate is at 90. And that's not something we've seen this whole tournament. He barely ever crosses 60. The position's pretty much closed. Anyone's got an explanation for this one?
Let's start with the Grandmaster, the strongest player in the room. He goes first, so then we get to edit and sound smarter.
Maybe something went wrong when attaching the heart rate monitor today, because yesterday he was at 50-something and it was a chaotic position. Today it's a very chilled out position and he's at 90. I just want to mention as well total symmetry in this game.
Yeah.
He's just playing copycat chess, and also a nice and a rare occurrence in chess that a whole file here fully occupied.
Yeah, well, yesterday, no matter the result, he was going to get another game. Today, this is it, right? So I think there is just a small element of kind of the finality in stepping into your matchups today for a lot of these players, right? You come in drawn yesterday against Hikaru Nakamura. If you go down 1-0 decisively in this game, it's over. You're out of the running for the top spot. So I would have to imagine that everyone's baseline is already a little bit more jittery than it was yesterday.
That's probably true. Although in general, I feel like all of the young players from India maintain a pretty, I don't know what's the secret. I know the answer to that, but when you talk to Prague, you feel like you're talking to someone who's like lifetimes beyond you and just like so wise, and like they don't get rattled easily. So I would argue that most of the time their heart rate being low is reflective of the work they do, the mental work they do, and ultimately the best chess players in the world do have that just innate ability to focus on the moment, to not lose themselves to their own demons. I think they all share a little bit of positive short-term memory loss. They forget their mistakes quickly and they focus, and I think the young Indians in general have a very good just culture of that, and I know that from talking to them. So I guess what I'm saying full stop is maybe the heart rate today is a little off if David is right, or to James's point, there's a lot on the line here, right? No one wants to go home at this point. No one wants to lose. Go ahead.
Yeah, and you mentioned demons there. In previous generations, we always talk about talented players, but their psychology held them back, or they just cracked at moments of pressure. But this new generation, I don't think any of them have demons. They seem so stable all the time. They're never thrown off, as you say. And I don't know what it is. I don't know whether chess just got more professional and there's more focus on the psychology, but it's just so impressive. It's so different to when I grew up.
Well, we have a stacked file, symmetry on this board. We're still waiting for Hikaru Nakamura to be the one to break it. At least that's our assumption of the one who's going to look to break that symmetry. From here, we go to our evaluation bars just to see if anybody has found themselves into a significant advantage early on. It doesn't look to be the case, but there are very different board states across each of our top-of-the-ticket matchups. So I think we might benefit from a little bit of a trip around the horn, starting first and foremost with Jan Nepomniachtchi, our #1 out of the round robin, going up against our defending champion and Vincent Keimer. Still a solid time advantage for him piloting the white pieces this time around, but at least the game, to me, feels more advanced than it was yesterday, and less time has trickled off the clock here for Vincent Keimer.
Yeah, more advanced, I'll say more chaotic than the board we just came from, where it was total symmetry here. It's very asymmetrical in this position. Just quick action replay of the last few moves, because we left it quite a while ago. We left it on move 2. We joked about how it looked like a closed Sicilian, where black controls this central square, white controls some space of his own. And, okay, very modest looking move from Vincent Keimer, pushing his pawn forward, opening up the black queen, although this pawn now defended, unlike earlier variations we talked about. And, okay, gaining space here, Jan Nepomniachtchi. The black bishop comes out, staring down the white queen. Not too threatening because the white bishop can step forward. And now, this move from Vincent Keimer wasn't on my radar, I must admit. And
a little provocative.
Yeah, very provocative. Not his normal style, Vincent Keimer. Took him a lot of time on the clock, though. And we know he's a beast at Freestyle Classical. So what do we make of this?
I love it. It's move 4 and already a critical decision on the board to be made. How do you respond to this tension between these two pawns? Do you trade? Do you push? Do you keep it as is? And neither of these choices are easy ones to make. You don't see Jan thinking often. You know, it's not a sight the chess world is used to, but he's taking a few minutes, and that just goes on to show that he also realizes the importance of this moment right now. I think what Vincent wants, Dani, here is a quick development of the queen. If he was to accept the trade on that square, the queen jumps out, hitting that central pawn that would be left weakened. But to me, the question here is, White's got a beautiful response to this, right? You could block that threat and counterattack the queen that's just jumped out. So what does Vincent have in mind for this one?
Yeah, and if the queen has to move again, maybe the other bishop comes and White quickly, wherever the queen goes, the other bishop comes out and White gets the king out of the center. Suddenly Black is regretting g5 because that king on f8. Look how many pieces have to get out of the way, I guess. Although that's not true. You can move the bishop and still castle, but those knights are then stuck in the corner. I love freestyle stuff. Every time you say something would be a principle, it doesn't mean it's any good for Black, of course. But yeah, it's wild. I will agree. G5, having observed the players after drawing the ball, I stood in my bathrobe and awkwardly observed the players discussing. I didn't see a lot of G5 thrown out there. It's funny. So this is the fact that Vincent took a bunch of time, I guess, before playing G5. I was just sort of validating that maybe the players get to the board, they know they've analyzed it with their peers, and sometimes a new idea strikes you or you feel like you want to break the mold. So will Vincent regret going a little bit more aggressive than the other players? We'll see.
Speaking of how freestyle chess can sort of throw the standard chess principles to the wind at times, I'm going to ask the 3 superior chess minds in this room a bit of an impossible question. Understanding every position is unique in Chess 960, I'm curious how you guys, or maybe the players themselves, evaluate the overall value of each of the pieces, right? We're kind of taught very early on, at least when you step online and you're interacting with a digital chessboard, this piece has or is generally considered to have 3 points of value, 5 points of value. Well, bishops that start in the center of the board, how does their value change as compared to bishops that start in the corner of the board? And ultimately, how should we be considering, you know, what trades I'd be willing to opt into from a materialistic point of view?
This is normally we'd want the strongest player in the room to go first, but I guess we'll go the other way.
Thanks, Dani, but I'll let you start.
I'll say I think it's actually a fascinating question because certainly a knight on a8 is less of a knight, more of a donkey. I mean, look at that thing. It's ugly and it's not getting out, and so there's no world you evaluate that piece objectively the same way you would a knight that is traditionally developed into the center. And we could go around the horn and just say that the pieces in the open board were given their value by the chess gods long ago based on their absolute power in the open board. But in freestyle, we see so many times that their ideal position, their optimal squares are very rarely reached. So again, from a math point of view, I don't think the players think about it like that. I think they're less focused on material value in the way that players at more beginner levels are. I think they're thinking about it holistically. Where is the pattern? How do I formulate a plan where the pieces are coordinated, so it's more about the overall structure and approach to the position that they're looking at rather than the individual value of the piece. But Tanya, David, stronger players than me. Go for it.
I just feel the values are relative. Okay, a queen might be worth 9, but here the white queen totally trapped, can't even move. But if it comes to a trade, queen for queen, it still makes sense. Yeah, bishops in the center of the board, very clumsy. They normally want to start on the longer diagonals. I think position by position, it's just about piece activity. That's how the players think. They don't think in numbers. They're just like, okay, this piece has squares, has scope, has potential. And yeah, it's only when it comes to those trades that they really kind of quantify things.
Yeah, we've seen so many of these games where one of the majors is just stuck in the corner and never really found the time to get out. And then what do you do with that 5-pointer or that 9-pointer? It means absolutely nothing at all. Which is why very often the one pattern that's emerged out of freestyle chess is because the queen and the rook are placed so randomly, you really want to get them out quickly into the game so that they really can be worth the number that we've attached to 518 with them. Even when it comes to minors, you know, it really is about the quality of the pieces and not the number of points that we assign to them. A bishop could be stronger than a knight. It's not 3 versus 3. A knight could be stronger depending on where it lands. Again, is that so different from our traditional chess? You know, it's really the case whether it's 518 or any of these 959 other numbers.
Yeah. Well, coupled with that, I have maybe a follow-up, slightly different, but still related in a way. One of the guys who holds some of the biggest vault of data around chess and games played that probably exists in the world. I'm curious how you guys are approaching collating data for Chess 960 in general and internalizing that. Today, we had what was our closest opportunity to a repeat position. This is position 73. Just 2 days ago, we had position 74, only one minor difference between the two. The players themselves are already recognizing those kinds of similarities or maybe even repeat positions. But I think that itself is going to do wonders over the course of this year and following years in the way that players begin to prep or identify similarities. They'll go, oh, okay, I've now played this position 6 or 7 times in a Freestyle Friday somewhere.
Yep. So to answer the first question, I mean, we do have a lot of data, but just to share the numbers, which vary slightly, you know, day over day, week over week, month over month. We are back at around 20 million games being played every month, which is exciting. Those are peak numbers we haven't hit since February 23, where we were all in a middle of some sort of boom that was happening there. We've talked about it as the short form content boom, the mittens boom. We don't know what happened around that time, but it was really significant. 2024 was more of a level year. Here we're seeing about 20 million games being played again, but we're still around 50,000 at most Freestyle or Chess 960 games a day, and those are actually on days when Freestyle Friday is happening. On average, it's lower, and I think that we will, with time, see more theory develop as we just get more and more data, and we do have a pretty long roadmap of products we'd like to develop to make sure that fans and the players can get access to all that stuff. But I'll say this, I was talking about it with Magnus and Peter Heine in the car after returning on one of the rounds, and someone had said on Twitter, like, that they actually do think at some point it's not unrealistic to memorize a lot of positions and develop new opening theory. And they were both like just kind of disagreeing. They just think that there's going to be so much variety forever in this that it's the human brain as we know it now. Maybe the future of humanity is more digital than we all want to acknowledge. Whatever happens in the future of a cyborg with chips inserted, we might have different problems to solve. But I don't even know where we're going with this. We're all on the edge of our seats because we've never been here before.
I mean, if they keep putting up prizes like they have here, then I'm pretty sure players are going to start to focus more and more on this format. And I don't even think it's about the human brain processing things. I think it's just a time issue.
Yeah.
Do you prioritize this over classical? Do you prioritize it over rapid blitz? Do you prioritize this over doing chores at home? Who knows?
Always over chores, I'll tell you that much. Always over chores.
I just want everything to coexist and everyone to love every format that is there. Nordebek put it best, right? I think right now for the younger generation especially, because there is this whole talk that is freestyle chess sort of being pushed by the older generation, you know, the Magnus, the Fabis, the Hikarus of the world, who perhaps have had their share when it comes to classical chess and are looking at this more exciting new way to sort of test their ability. But Nordebek, when we had him in the studio, he said he enjoys freestyle chess more, but classical chess, standard chess is still more important for the younger generation because I think they're still eyeing that traditional world championship crown.
And I think I don't think there's anything wrong with that. First of all, I think a lot of people do just love every format, and it's one of the things we do. We always try to create some sort of debate about something that is humanity. But I think that all the formats matter. But at the same time, the point you made is a really good one. That like the more the younger players are not just winning the events. We talked about Vincent Keimer winning Wiesenhouse, but sharing those types of thoughts and feelings. Like, hey, like of course classical chess matters so much to me. I grew up wanting the world championship, but I'm not going to lie, I really do enjoy this more. There's obviously significant prizes. They treat the players incredibly well. There's a movement, a bit of a sex appeal happening here with the Formula One and kind of the stuff happening with freestyle. I think there's a lot of reasons to be excited and to enjoy this as a player. And so when they start sharing that, we might see more of a shift than we anticipate, that it isn't just a thing that Magnus Carlsen cares about because he's tired of prepping for 6 months for a world championship match. So we'll find out.
Bringing us back to a little bit of chess action, I'm going to turn to the man with the mouse in his hand. David, what do you have to show us?
I just want to have some fun. I want to put Danny and Tanya on the spot by asking you to guess Black's best move according to the computer in this position. We predicted the future there. We did see a trade of pawns, and now the white bishop has just attacked the black queen.
A bit of a puzzle for us, huh?
A bit of a puzzle, guess.
I like how you only said they get.
I mean,
you didn't include me.
You're in.
Would be hilarious if you got this one right. That would be amazing.
I can't see any engines here. I'm at first I was thinking c4 to open up the bishop, and that would maybe lead to a trade of queens. But white has bishop h6 check at the end of that line. So I think that white is winning a piece with that.
Oh, but you can take the you can take the bishop and the queen is trapped.
You just take the bishop back.
Oh my God!
Oh my goodness!
Okay, that is okay. So instinctively, I was like, it's gonna be something odd. So c4 was the idea, and that is absolutely. You got to show in the end.
The en passant.
Yeah, you got to show the en passant.
Oh,
wow.
When in France.
To block the attack of the queen.
When in France, excuse my French, en passant. Wow. Those are patterns that only exist in freestyle, and
is true.
It's the type of pattern that can't even catch a top player off guard because they've never seen it before. So that is fascinating, David. Good call out.
Yeah, why would my queen ever be there? But then, yes, it's something you have to consider in this very moment. A beautiful trick found. We'll see if we're lucky enough to see it on the board itself.
Has Vincent seen this? That is the big question.
Yeah, he looked like he was about to play c4 there. Like his body language was moving toward the right side of the board.
And David, what about the human options of just moving the queen somewhere else?
Yeah, it's fine for black, but the computer does start to give quite a big advantage, actually. It thinks that the white knight will jump forward now. There's actually a triple attack on this square, only defended twice. And now if you start to step forward, it's a bit different. The white knight jumps in, occupies the center.
Scary.
It just feels like the black king.
Does he play it? He's about to make his decision.
Yeah, I mean, Danny, you said in some ways it felt sort of intuitive to you, even if you didn't make it all the way through that line. I wonder if it felt intuitive to him. And by the same token, we talk about this all the time. How many different real options are there for a player, right? And will they ultimately work through all the bad options to the one good remaining options?
I agree with Danny, by the way. Just the amount that Vincent's shifting on the camera and how fidgety he looks, I think he sees this tactics. James, he's considering all the options. He will realize that white has an easy hand at development if he simply retreats. I'm predicting that pawn push by Keimer here.
I'm with you. c4, it's explosive. Dynamite. Let's go. I think he'll find it and
get the emoji ready.
I'll get it ready.
Yeah, get it ready. I mean, sometimes we do read too much into the body language, of course, and we are wrong. Although I think when you watch these players enough, you get good at predicting how they really feel, and just something about he sees it. He's going to play c4. So.
I'm hyped about this. I want to see c4 on the board.
Yeah, I mean, there's only two other main candidate moves, maybe, to retreat to this square or to go the whole way back. Neither of those look like good squares. Neither look appealing. The black queen is a bit passive on this square, for example, and on this square she gets in the way of her bishop. So, yeah, it does feel maybe process of elimination he'll get there. But then again, it's easy with the tap on your shoulder being like, there's a good move here. But it's far harder to even just comprehend that c4 is an option in the first place.
And David, can you also show why black can't recapture the queen immediately? Because that's what Keimer has to spot, right? That instead of taking the queen back, you're actually just picking up the bishop.
Yeah, the black queen falls, and if you get hasty here and capture the white queen, as Danny mentioned earlier, as Tanya mentioned there, you flick in a check, a Zwischenzug, And just after the black king has to react, then you take the black bishop, and the dust settles, you are a full piece up with white. So, yeah, just one final detail as well. In this position, after taking the black queen, the key move, of course, taking back the bishop, black is threatening to castle with check. So, for example, that variation with en passant, black can suddenly castle, and, okay, it's not winning on the spot, but black is emerging in very, very healthy shape at the end of this.
Those are some boss vibes from Kaima. I would be shocked if he doesn't play this. I mean, everything about him is screaming that that's about to happen on the board.
He's nodding as well. Yeah, it feels like he's about to move.
I hope it does, because he has sacrificed a decent amount off the board, of course, talking about the fact that he's 20 minutes plus behind on the clock. A lot of people fall behind on the clock when you're playing Nepo. He's one of the fastest players in the world in his generation, maybe ever. But I think if he doesn't find C4, he's going to get in big trouble.
Danny's about to do it.
I want to see him do it there. He's reaching for it and he finds it.
Oh, here we go.
What a move by Vincent. He knew this was a critical moment. He makes sure to check all the boxes, cross the T's, dot the I's, and finally finds the pawn move.
Oh, what a boss! What a boss!
Nepo will come to the board and he'll do vintage Nepo face. Ready? I'm gonna act this out.
Okay. Here we go. We got the camera on.
Yes.
It's gonna be the lifted eyebrows, and he's gonna look, and he'll take a quick peek at his opponent. No. Okay. Maybe he expected it. Usually he takes a sip of tea and looks at his opponent. Never mind. No Nepo. Okay, here he goes. A little.
There
it is. Sometimes the Nepo read is that when he slows down and take a sip of whether it's his tea or water, usually that's when a move isn't or wasn't immediately expected by him. So perhaps Nepo will finally spend a little bit of time on the clock here.
Yeah, a bit of a furrowed brow and a smirk. So happy we were here for the moment that Vincent found the move. Of course, I don't want to do a disservice to the rest of the boards that we have in play. Magnus Carlsen, the only one to come away with a victory yesterday. He stepped in the confessional booth just a little bit ago. Let's hear from our first top player here today on how he evaluated the starting position. Take a look.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a weird move and a weird think at this stage in the game. I think when we looked at the position originally, my idea generally was that I could go knight c6 in these positions and sack the c-pawn, but I was trying to make it work and I couldn't. So I was looking for another idea, like d6, b6, none of them really satisfied me. So kind of by default, I ended up with this stupid maneuver, queen e6, and the idea is to go d3, queen d6, and then knight c6 and e5. And I think it's not terrible, but it's certainly a little bit worse for black. Yeah, at least it's one of the peculiarities of this format that you get to make moves like this.
I've said it before, I'll say it again. One of the most exciting things about the format for me is how you watch players like Magnus Carlsen step into the confessional booth and admit that they feel almost reduced, to such an inferior level of chess knowledge. I had this initial idea, couldn't make it work, and now I have to settle for this stupid idea.
Well, it's funny because you just don't see a queen in front of the center pawns like ever. That's why, that's why he almost felt compelled. I have to visit the confessional booth and justify what I'm about to do to the fans, because otherwise no one will have any idea what's going on. I also visited the confessional booth, by the way, before I left. I don't know if those things are always on and recording, but if they are, maybe we should delete that.
We need to get that on.
I visited
right now.
the confessional booth. Things maybe got a little weird, but I thought I was talking to myself. So, well, I don't know where that content.
That'll
was.
be the day when one of the players jumps into the confessional booth, not to talk about the chess, but just to get something off their chest, rather.
Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned.
Nodirbek Abdisatorov. I mean, it's been a storyline for us all week long, Danny, as we talked about Hans Niemann stepping out of the tournament. This guy, the way that he showed up in the round robin, hopping a flight from Uzbekistan, last minute notice. I mean, it's an incredible sight to see. I got to wonder, if there was a sense of freedom for him of just like, look, I wasn't expected to be here. Now I can just let it all fly. And he performed in such a brilliant way. Of course, then he runs into the brick wall of Magnus Carlsen. And what a way to be greeted in the quarterfinals.
You're right. I mean, shout out. Again, we said we all hope Hans Niemann's okay. That was an unfortunate turn of events. But Norbek Abdusaturov saves the day, literally, coming in on 24 hours notice. And he's just such an exciting player to watch. And the thing about Abdusaturov is he just has like a bit of a swagger, a bit of like an eye of the tiger whenever he shows up. And you got to love the fight that he brings. Of course, getting chosen by Magnus, not ideal for anybody, right? And he did lose the first game, so maybe the event doesn't necessarily end well for him depending on this match. But Norbek is I'm a huge fan. I'm a huge fan of what is to come with the next generation, and he's definitely one of the guys leading the way.
And we haven't talked about this, but you know, with Norbek last minute replacing Hans, and you mentioned this earlier as well, and of course we all hope that everything's okay, because it's sort of been uncharacteristic, right? There's been this whole radio silence, Hans wanting this opportunity to play against the absolute best in the world. He's been so vocal about them, and he gets this incredible chance to be here in Paris, and then last minute decides to drop out. Nobody really knows the reason. I think it's all pretty much speculation. What we've heard is undisclosed personal reasons. Do you have any idea about what's going on here, Danny?
I know people tend to ask me. I'm getting asked from everybody in the world as if I have some inside information. I do not. I think it's been just as odd because his coach and trainer, who was intending to be here, the 14th world champion Vladimir Kramnik, has also seemingly gone a little bit radio silent from what I've seen, which he's usually, you know, throwing out crazy accusations at chess.com and everyone else on the planet. He's normally pretty busy on Twitter, and so the fact that he's not doing that, you go, where's he? What's going on? It's very strange. They were tweeting photos 4 days out of the event that they were going to be here, right? And so I think the world is curious. We've never seen anything like this. It is odd, but of course I don't really want to speculate. Just wish everybody the physical best. You hope that everything's okay, but it is incredibly odd, especially given the personas and what we're used to seeing from two very outspoken individuals who we know were together training just like 5 or 6 days ago. So
that is where the concern comes in, because this is so uncharacteristic what we're seeing here.
Yeah, it's hard to find a logical reason to not play this tournament. As you said, just looking for this opportunity for the last few years, Hans, it's finally the big breakthrough. There's nothing that he could really lose here. There's so much he could win by doing well. And yeah, we hope he's doing okay.
Yeah.
The silence is odd.
Hoping for nothing but the best for both of them, but also for maybe an answer sometime in the near future. Let's complete our long trip around the horn of our top bracket. We have one more board to check in on, and that would be MVL versus Fabiano Caruana. If we can hop on over there. For me, Danny, these two players, Maxime rather, in this event has felt like in some ways the most stable player, kind of almost stealing the moniker of consistency from Fabiano that Fabiano had on display back at Weisenhaus. Fabiano, on the flip side, had that tremendously rough start to the round robin, taking 3 losses in a row before he could really kick it into high gear and barely scrape through into the quarterfinals. I think this matchup is particularly exciting for me because I do think of them as somewhat similar players in that regard, rather solid, rather consistent. And then it just comes down to who's having the better day. Sometimes if your styles are so different, it doesn't really matter necessarily if you're having a better or worse day of chess. It might be more about how those styles actually interact. Here I feel like it is just about who's playing that 1 ounce better today.
Well, they say class is permanent, form is temporary, right? So who's in better form? Although if you look at the clocks too, I mean, Maxime just passed by. There was a moment there where you were talking that they both had exactly 1 hour, 1 minute, 8 seconds. So just to kind of validate your point, clearly the players are very evenly matched. They have a similar thought about how this position should be played, and they're both managing their time consistently. And once again, here we go, G5. So the Keimer move on this board appears much later, but both these guys similar to the battle between Nakamura and Iragaisi. They made an effort, Tanya, to solve the knights in the corner problem. And because these conversations I love getting into with these guys, like with Magnus and others, how do you solve... You can't solve the openings in Chess 960, but how do you solve the patterns? And I think the knights in the corners bother some players more than others. Note that in this game, as I said, similar to Hikaru and Arshin, they both were like, I'm not going to let the queen side just remain dysfunctional.
Another pattern of minors here is the two bishops in the center. In freestyle chess, we notice when we've got that kind of a setup, you know, the players don't decide which diagonal to put the bishop on because you've got this flexibility. You could go right, you could go left with it. So they kind of leave it on for as long as possible, not rushing with it, and then eventually taking the decisions once we've got some open diagonals on the board. And I think we're heading to that direction, right? Because there's pawn tension on the board. This last move is once again a big one. You open up your own king voluntarily, in some ways making it slightly unsafe, but what Maxime is relying on is the piece party close to the king to be able to defend it and also launch a counterattack in the center.
Yeah, fascinating stuff. And I just want to rewind on this board a couple of moves because there's some interesting mind games. And it was just here where we saw total symmetry. Also, shout out to the big bathtub pawn structure and
bring back the robe.
The big bathtub. Where's the robe? I've never heard that, David. I love that. The big bathtub. I love that.
The double bathtub. I'll draw Black's one as well. The reverse bathtub.
Lordy.
But the pawn structure totally symmetrical. It was eventually Fabiano who broke this symmetry by pushing his pawn forward. I just wanted to mention this as well because the clash between Hikaru Nakamura and Arjun Erigaisi is in this exact pawn structure, but just back a move. And it's actually Erigaisi who's wondering whether to maintain the symmetry. So maybe just watching this board to see how it progresses. It was Fabi to blink first. And hard to keep symmetry now. There would be too much chaos in the center. So pawn to g5, and yeah, I'm always skeptical opening up my king like this, but Maxime's a very active player. He would love to get his bishop onto a nice long diagonal. I don't think white should take on black's terms. This is the main thing, because then there will be a lot of pressure on this backward pawn.
And so now two boards with an entirely stacked c-file. Take a picture. You're not going to see that too often in future in chess.
They should play bishop f6, bishop f3, two symmetrical, two packed files.
Too excited to keep this to myself. En passant, on the board, on Kaima's game.
Okay, we got to hop over there just to see kind of this all come for full circle. So we are going to go back over to Jan Nepomuceno and Vincent Keimer because of that incredible line that we had talked ourselves through a little bit earlier. And as we arrive, you'll see that a number of those moves have been made. There's a queen missing on one side of the board. Of course, the other one is trapped and will exit the board at Keimer's choosing.
Yeah, he's thinking about David's idea. Does he want this check? Does he want to give clarity to white on where to put the king? We should note, David, maybe just to show that castles with check, the king does have to move. Because if you play bishop f3, black will play g4 and well actually, no, actually you could almost get away with bishop f3 because you kind of have to take the queen first and you could take with the king. Yeah. It's not a good idea, but yeah, what a weird position. I mean,
Super weird position.
Awesome. And through all of this, the computer says dead even.
Yeah.
Love it.
Very
Why
level.
not? Of course.
But what an incredibly creative sequence of moves by Vincent to neutralize white's opening edge if there was any, you know, for Jan Nepomuceno to be playing for that. And I think what happened, you know, when he sat back on the board, I think he missed this idea of Keimer pushing the pawn one step ahead, but somewhere between the time when Vincent was thinking about it is when it came to his mind as well, which is why when he sat down on the board, we didn't see a massive reaction, but I think by then, Danny, he had figured it out that there is this resource, and the question was whether Vincent will find it or not.
I agree, and I want to shout out, you know, one of the things that makes Nepomuceno such a great player is that he doesn't, even if he missed it or not, we don't know what's inside his head, but he doesn't overthink the situation. He objectively recognizes that the position is probably still pretty balanced, and his biggest edge is on the clock. It's off the board. And Jan, you don't win two candidates by accident. You don't compete for a world championship title multiple times like this guy had. The guy is just so talented. We know that he has at times gotten himself in trouble, maybe handling critical moments toward the end game a little bit too quickly, but overall, the guy is he puts pressure on people like nobody, and I think at this point this is going to be a level game despite the crazy fireworks we've seen with these unique tactics. And in the end, will Nepo have a little bit to play for, because we know that if a game is still going, whoever has more time when it gets critical will play better moves. So we'll see.
Well, Danny, before I let you go, could I get you on record? Who do you think is going to come away as our second tournament winner here? We had Vincent Keimer shocking the world in the first one over there in Weisenhaus. Paris, France plays the host to our second one. 3 more before we make it to South Africa to crown an overall champion. Who do you think gets it out of our 8 remaining players?
I don't think you pick against Magnus Carlsen at this point. I do think there's a lot of players on good form here. but Magnus Carlsen wants revenge for what happened in Weissenhaus, and he enjoys this format so much, which brings the best Magnus to the table. So I would be remiss to think that anyone else is the favorite here. But go ahead.
Tanya, I'm sorry, that was such an easy pick to make, so I'm going to put you on a spot one more time. Let's say Magnus makes it through the finals. Who's the player who challenges him there?
Okay, there we go. Now,
well, you have to look at the bracket because that's only 4 possible players.
I'm gonna try to zen. So let's see. Thinking about the matchups as well, because you have to pick a victor based on those.
Exactly.
Based on the form we've seen and the form. When I talk about the form, I'm not just talking about what we've seen here in Paris, but also the players coming in. I would say it's either going to be Jan or Hikaru. And I think that based on the matchups as well, I don't have the bracket in front of me, so I don't know what I'm allowed to pick in terms of who plays who first. So I don't even know if it's possible for Hikaru.
You are correct. It's Jan and Hikaru on one side, and then it's MVL and Fabi on the other.
Given that I was lucky in that, not even knowing the bracket in my head, I would say that I would pick both Hikaru and Jan in their respective matchups, and I think the winner of that is in the final against Magnus. And yeah.
Give me one name.
Why are you doing this to me?
Really putting the screws to you.
Yeah, okay.
I was going to let you get away with Magnus for the record. So
I appreciate that. I'm going to take Nepomniachtchi. He's got a bit of a razor's edge here coming in, and Jan has obviously he made it through the round robin stage as the top seed. So you're making me pick. I do believe it is close to a coin flip in those two guys. And also I will say this. Maybe I'm already going to take it back. Hikaru plays well against Jan. Hikaru's style is a very difficult matchup for Nepomniachtchi for whatever reason, but that often is in the games we're seeing in Rapid and online and other things where Hikaru has had historically very good results against Nepomniachtchi of late over the last few years. So Freestyle, what does that do to this matchup? We might find out if they're both playing in the next round. So anyway, I appreciate you guys having me. If the confession booth content comes on, just, I'm sorry to all the fans for anything.
We'll just make sure to run it twice in a row.
Yeah,
if it does. Hey, we so very much appreciate you for joining us here on the couches. I want to wish you safe travels home and enjoy the rest of the event, my friend.
Don't forget your Louis Vuitton robe.
I will not. I will get the robe, and I appreciate you three very much. Really, really enjoyable stuff. So,
alrighty.
Thank you.
Well, thank you again. As Danny steps away, we are going to go ahead and dive back into that confessional booth. Not for his confession, but for one from Vincent Keimer to see how he talked through the position and maybe give us some insights on this incredibly tricky line that we had worked through just a little bit ago. Let's take a look.
Yeah, it has been a very up and down opening, I would say. In general, I am not really happy with the way that I played. I think first move c5 should be fine, but after knight c3 I should find a different way to continue. My idea was that after f6, f4 I thought I can play b5, knight b5, and then queen c4, bishop e2, queen e4. But here I thought that after spending a little more time, that after knight a7, if I have to go to some endgame after, let's say, queen f4, queen f2, take, rook c7, knight b5, rook b7, he will just have a better ending. So that's kind of the problem, that I relied on f4 not being too great because of b5, but I actually don't think that b5 was that great. I mean, there was an interesting option to go b5, knight b5, d5, but that also, I was not really sure. And what I played, bishop b6, it can't be a great move. I mean, bishop b6, bishop f2 again, I think g5 also not a good move, but I assume that he must have blundered that after fg, queen g5, bishop e3, there's this c4 move, because I think if he just plays f5 instead of fg, his position should be somewhere between better and clearly better. And now after c4, I'm quite happy with my position. Unless I blundered something quite big, I think my position can't really be worse. Like, I will, after bishop g5, take fg5, and this queen on g1 is trapped, so I will win back the material. And then he still has this issue to solve with the knight on a1, so I assume he will have to play d4 to force me to take cd en passant, so that he gets rid of the c4 pawn, which strangles the knight on a1, cd, and then I can even castle with check if I want to, bishop f3, bishop g1, king g1, and maybe, let's say, h5 here or something. In the least case, I think I'm not worse. Maybe I can even push for something, certainly after my opening, which I'm not really proud of. I can say I'm quite happy with the position that I got now, unless I really missed something quite big.
Well, from where I'm sitting, Vincent, you didn't miss a single thing, literally citing every single step along the line that we had discussed, and all of those steps in play on the board.
Yeah, and we talk about him as a strategist, but I mean, the calculation levels were incredible. He calculated so much as early as move 2 that lay beneath the surface, and he predicted this from quite a distance away.
I guess I would say the one difference is actually how Jan reacted here in this final step, as opposed to recapturing with the bishop, which was one of the things, or recapturing the bishop with the king, I should say. Instead, sidesteps the king out of the way, and now would have the opportunity to recapture with the rook.
Yeah, and he's hesitating, Jan. Actually, he's not even at the board. I was going to say he does have an option of flicking in a check first, if he so chooses, but more likely he's just going to take this bishop. Level material, queen's off the board, almost symmetry in the pawn structure. It does feel very, very level, which I think is a big success for Vincent Keimer. Although, if he does draw this, he will have to face the might of Jan Nepomniachtchi in a tiebreaker. Not going to be easy, Tanya, the rest of today for him.
I mean, have you seen the field? It's not meant to be easy. This is freestyle chess with the absolute best in the world. So much money on the line, so many tour points on the line. And this game, even if it was to end in a draw, you know, we always want to see decisive results. But as they say, not all draws are made equal. And I think this is a case of one of them. Just one of the most, I would say, one of the most beautiful sequence of moves I've seen in freestyle chess so far. Sacrificing the queen, picking up a minor, castling before you recapture the queen, and working your way towards solving problems. We'll come back to this. Should we head over to some of the other action as the games heat up?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do just that. We've had a few moves in the meantime. Just catching you up there, sorry everyone. And okay, still looking very level.
Yeah, so Keimer given to think here before he finds his next move. I think we go to Magnus Carlsen because this was the matchup that coming into the day I had kind of said I expected very much to go Magnus's way, display a similar kind of dominance that he showed us just yesterday. And as we hop to the board, you'll see that eval bar swinging a little bit in favor of Noterbeck.
And I think that's great news for Noterbeck fans. You know, nothing less than a win against the world #1 will be enough for Noterbeck. He needs to take it to the playoffs. You know, so many games we've seen this traffic jam appear on the C line, right? And I think this could be the case in this one as well. And the reason for that is with the 2 knights in the corner, it is really the fastest way to the center, because the square you want is that central D5 and its counterpart D4. And the knights somehow want to reroute themselves towards the center of the board, perhaps where the queens are placed, and then really get hold of that square that's being highlighted right now. Noterbeck can feel it. He's managed to be the first one to castle. The queen centralized. More space in the center. You know, he can start thinking about perhaps striking towards Magnus's king at the right time. Is he going to advance those pawns on the right flank? He knows that this is the best outcome he could have had out of the opening, David.
Yeah, fantastic position. Still all 32 pieces left on the board. In a must-win match like this, in a must-win situation, you just want tension. You want options. You want an opportunity to go, okay, I'm coming to attack you now. And it feels like he's got that perfectly right now. The black dark square bishop, I feel really sorry for that piece. I should just mention.
Oh, my Lord.
What a sad sight to see. But in the meantime, Magnus still has a lot of problems to deal with. He mentioned the queen placement, clumsy, should have to retreat at some point just to step out of the firing line. The white pawn's coming for her. At some point he has to castle. Magnus still has many orders of business to sort out. Noterbeck has some moves that all come with tempo as well, some threats along the way.
Yeah, it not only feels impossible for that bishop to get involved, the easiest way to do it then essentially renders one of your knights incredibly useless. It's got to vacate that square and either hop to the edge of the board or jump into danger. Obviously not going to dive into one of those 2 squares controlled by the white pawn.
And with that last move, I think we should highlight that there is a pawn that's hanging on the board, right? That white can actually pick up immediately with the queen. But in trade, you'd have to give up a key central pawn as well. In fact, Magnus can even think about throwing in a couple of moves, chasing the queen before he recaptures. But is it really that clear? Could that be something? Could that be a trade that perhaps Noterbeck is trying to evaluate? Because he does need those imbalances.
Yeah, let's show this. We should always calculate the most forcing moves first. That normally means checks, then captures, then threats in that order. And there's no checks, so this is a capture. And yes, Magnus can take in the center. I'm also a bit scared because there is a potential pin. I've been watching Vincent Keimer. I've been watching him try to trap those queens on this diagonal. And another move James mentioned, it's probably not a logical one while the pawn is off the board. Sorry, my arrow there going awry. But yeah, this time attacking the queen. And the queen has to be really careful where she steps. If she retreats anywhere on this diagonal, she gets caught just like Jan Nepomniachtchi's queen in the other game. And this time you haven't won the black queen in the process. So I think she might have to just sidestep, offer a trade to the black queen, and the game would continue. But yeah, there's knight jumps into the white position to look at. If Magnus doesn't want to go for that, he could also take this pawn. And I guess here you're arguing, Tanya, that the trade-off at least opens lines for white. The white bishop might come out, yeah, and there's an E-line later to look at. Yeah, it's still very complicated, it must be said. I just don't feel that Nordebek needs to rush because he's already a bit ahead. He's already castled. He's already pushed some pawns. Feels like those knights in the corner need to enter the fray before the tactics start to work in white's favour. Yeah, not Magnus's dream start though, and also the clock time's 42 minutes. That's pretty low after 5 moves only for Magnus Carlsen. It's rare to see him spend more than half his time this early in the game.
We're looking at the, maybe what feel like the more logical moves, pragmatic or human moves. What's the best move here? Because I've noticed that as you've played through a few of these lines, it kind of works out to an equalization of the position again, at least as identified by the computer. What does it want us to do?
Yeah, so the top computer move, I would say, is also the most natural one. We haven't delved too deeply into it, but it is just to develop this knight from the corner. As you mentioned earlier, James, just prioritizing development towards the center. It gains time against this pawn, so Magnus will have to defend that. I'm not sure which one is best. I probably would prefer to push the d-pawn just to keep the dart-squared bishop with some chances of getting to a diagonal later. But either way, no matter which pawn you push, and the computer now wants to continue building up, just developing these 2 bishops first of all. Maybe even just a very modest move to kind of defend this pawn first and then bring this knight into the center, as Tanya highlighted earlier. That would be a beautiful post for that pony a bit later in the game.
Yeah, some choices to be made, right? And so much of it is with Nordebek at the back of his mind, knowing that he needs a win. Does he go for a more direct, concrete approach, grabbing the pawn and creating an imbalance, trading a flank pawn for a central pawn, or does he take a slower approach? He's got control, slowly bring out the pieces and then perhaps wait for another opportunity to come by him. It's always so tricky when a player is in a must-win game. There are different ways to approach such a situation, and what makes it harder for Nordebek is it's against the world number 1.
Yeah, and just before this match, I was trying to go back in history. I looked at the Weissenhaus tournament just 2 months ago, where they were in the exact same situation. Nordebek lost game 1 in quite one-sided fashion. Game 2 against Magnus, he sacrificed a pawn very early. It just didn't work out, and he was on the back foot for the rest of the game, and got beaten 2-0 in the end. But yeah, it feels like he doesn't have to go for chaos this early in the game. But as Tanya mentioned, there is this urge, just this kind of natural instinct to go for the kill early, especially if your opponent's burning a lot of time.
To just do something in the position, to just create a mess, a chaos somehow. And David, of course, as being our in-house resident grandmaster, Magnus so extremely well as well. You've played against these top guys so many times, have had your own set of good results against them. Such a situation for a player dealing with on the back foot, chasing Magnus. What would you say if you were in Nordebek's camp right now and you had to give him advice of how to approach this position, this game? What would you be telling Nordebek right now?
Oof. In this position or just in general before the game?
I would say general, and then we'll go to this position.
Yeah, in general, I would say just don't rush. Don't necessarily commit too early, especially in freestyle chess. What kind of tripped him up in Weissenhaus was the fact he wanted to attack from move 1, 2, made some irrational decisions, I'm going to say, and he never really got a shot. The top players, what they hate, there's 2 things. They hate tension, especially if they just need a draw. If Magnus just needs a draw, he wants to be shown respect. He wants to exchange pieces. He wants to get a position he can handle. We heard Magnus in the confessional. He wasn't happy. So I think not rushing. And there we go. Nordebek just pushes a pawn. Very calm move.
I think he heard you. He took your advice.
Yeah, he must have heard me. I think in this position specifically, I would also advise just bring your pieces out. There's no need. There's no reason either to kind of go straight for the kill because you haven't developed 7 of your 8 pieces. White's pieces still on the back rank. So immediate action, immediate tactics, unlikely to work. Yeah. They always favor the side whose pieces are more ready. And although we talk about White being ahead here, it's mainly because he's got pawns in the center. Black actually has 3 pieces out. Black is more ready for the fire. So, okay, nice move. And now this threat definitely on the board.
Great advice there. And the moment David put it out, don't rush with things, Nordebek says, yes, coach. On it.
He's got a pretty decent coach. He's here with Rustam Kazimzanov, former FIDE world champion.
Wow.
Former FIDE world champion, a grandmaster, and also his own CV of the students that Rustam Kazimzanov has had in his illustrious career, not just as a player, but as a coach. I mean, just to my mind, Vishy Anand, been a second and a trainer to the 5-time world champion, Fabiano Caruana, Arjun Aragaisi, another player that Rustam Kazimzanov's worked with, and here he is with Uzbeki superstar.
That's why I'm sat here and Kazimjanov's coaching the players, because he's got the real gold dust of advice.
You are right, though. What a resume that is, that he can tout on top of his own personal accomplishments within the chess world. So a stable move here for Nordebek, just to kind of hold and solidify his advantage for the time being. Maybe we zoom out to the 6th board. It's been a little while since we've checked in with the state of all 6 of our games. We can see if anything in particular piques our interest. All right, we'll just make note for those at home that while the time differential between Jan and Vincent was a lot closer in the earlier portion of the day, Vincent, on his move to make, has now crept down to about 36 minutes on the clock to the 1:08 on the other side of Jan Nepomniachtchi. So starting to fall back into kind of the pattern that was established a bit just yesterday in their matchup. But of course, he did still manage in time trouble yesterday to at the very least navigate to a draw. Not too worried for him just yet. Across the other boards, I think Fabiano has managed to snag a small advantage, just the tiniest of advantages in his position, piloting the white pieces, whereas Hikaru Nakamura and Arjun Aragaisi still seem to be locked in a pretty stable but tense position.
Yeah, the symmetry between the Caruana Fascia de Graf games and the Nakamura Aragaisi games finally been broken. They diverged, what was it, at move 8-9 there, so copycat for a while. But we should mention the players in the lower bracket fighting for the 9th to 12th spots. Those games very interesting. Gukesh was doing some very creative stuff and looks like he's doing well. Maybe a bounce back there, but not as relevant. Those 4 players on the bottom and on the bottom right there, they are not fighting for first place anymore.
Well, actually, you speak of Gukesh, the world champion, up against Richard Rapport. Richard took that win yesterday to put himself up 1-0 in the matchup. And as I look at the board, I see a white knight has made the long trek to the other side and has arrived at the back rank. How did we get there?
Yeah, shall we show it just very quickly?
Why not?
Do it.
Let's jump in. It's definitely the most irrational of the positions, definitely the craziest of the 6 boards so far. And he is the world champion, Gukesh. Danny mentioned maybe not the best player across all formats, but still improving in freestyle chess. And yeah, there's a white knight. It has just captured a bishop, we should mention. So it's likely to lose.
Didn't
its
go
life.
there just for fun. Yeah.
It didn't, but maybe we can retract the journey, Tanya here. Do a bit of an action replay. I want to go from move 1 because Richard Rapport was already doing Rapport things, being very creative as early as move 1. We haven't had too many moves here. After this central pawn push, as also chosen by Nepomniachtchi. Here, Richard Rapport even.
Well, that would be quite an
very
interesting
strong
player.
chess
That would be a
player.
very interesting chess player right there, Vincent Rapport.
Because Rapport is super creative and aggressive, and with his unconventional ideas, and Vincent with his strategy, so perfect mix.
Exactly. I've created the next Terminator.
All right, Dr. Frankenstein.
But okay, the Black Knight came out. Richard Rapport made this move, and now Knight came out, and again, Richard Rapport being very creative. He pushed one of his corner pawns forward. We've seen this many times before, but normally when there's a rook standing in the corner, this time in front of a knight looks odd. And this only encouraged Gukesh to jump forward a double attack against 2 pawns. And now Richard played a very ambitious move, finally unleashing his queen against this pawn. We saw a capture. The knight was kicked, and not only did it refuse to retreat, it could have grabbed a pawn, by the way. He instead jumped in to the heart of Black's position. It looks like it's about to get trapped. He's trapped himself, but he's also got his eyes on this trapped bishop. And okay, Rapport caught a pawn here, captured a pawn, and to catch up with the current position, we saw some exchanges. 2 question mark moves as early as move 9 for Rapport, and that has given White the advantage. A recapture now on this last turn. I'm expecting the white bishop to come out to a really nice diagonal. I'm expecting the queen to step out of the way and for white to castle. But it's mainly about this black knight in the corner, which you've got to feel sorry for. It's been blocked in by its own pawns.
Seems odd to me to recapture with the retreating knight and undevelop it as opposed to just slide the rook over. Do we care that much which of those 2 files the rook is on?
Yeah, I'm surprised as well, I've got to
Okay.
say, on developing. Maybe he was afraid that after rook takes knight, the white bishop would come out and fix this black knight in the corner on a purely defensive role for the rest of the game. But yeah, still an odd one. The black knight here, both black knights now undeveloped. And I think Ukesh, this is the best position he's had in a while.
And it comes to your point earlier, right, James? How much value do you attach to the pieces? How many points do you actually attach to the pieces? It's a material balance. But look at the bishop pair that Gukesh has here. It's an open position with a ton of potential for those bishops to come on dangerous diagonal. Even the light squared bishop, which right now is defending a pawn, can reroute itself to greener pastures in just about a move. Meanwhile, for Richard, are those knights, can you even say that they're worth 3 points, exactly the same number as those bishops? And I think that's why for Gukesh, even our evaluation bar does give an advantage. It's a long-term advantage. It's not winning in the next 5 to 10 moves, but there's everything to play for and a very pleasant edge. Also, that pawn that is just pushed so far ahead on the left side can always be a target that now needs to be defended. You can't just grab it at the moment. There are tactics on the board that I want to highlight. You know, if you were to get greedy, the queen, it swoops in with a check, a double attack. Thank you very much. You win a pawn, you lose a knight, and that would be a bad way to go. But it's always something to keep an eye on, something that black will have to keep defending for the rest of the game.
Well, so the world champion is in good position to equalize here and maybe force a tiebreaker in this bottom bracket bout. As we make our trip back to the upper bracket, let's first make a pit stop in to check in on the accuracies of all 12 of our players. Many of the boards have gone different ways, but I think interesting or of note is the fact that our world number one is the one who actually sports the lowest of accuracies in all of these positions, Magnus Carlsen there. And so that bodes well for Abdi Satorov in his bid to equalize in the same way that the world champion needs to do in his bout against Rapport.
Look at Arjun and Yan, just over that 98% mark, showing incredible accuracy there. And right below that is the world champion, 96. A bit too little, a bit too late for Gukesh, but I think for Yan and Arjun to show up with that kind of accuracy in this position, it's such a critical moment in the matchup, you know, as it's a second classical game to decide who goes through to the semifinals.
How are those heart rates doing?
Ooh.
Okay. I mean, so Nepal been up in those triple digits basically the entire day. But everybody else still seems like they're relatively calm, cool, and collected. Nobody's hit too much of time trouble just yet. No one's feeling like they're, you know, put on their back foot and up against the ropes.
I don't know what you're saying, because for Arjun, 97 is like 150.
You're right. Get the
Call
medical team down there right now. Check on that man.
The Iceman. Maybe he's been drinking too many coffees. Vasily Graf down at 54 as well. That feels low. He's a super chilled guy. Super chilled out in life, but Vasily Graf, yeah, maybe just enjoying his position.
That just tells me he's just waking up into the game at this moment. But of course, his game with Fabiano is, again, fairly stable by the computer's read. Since it was Magnus who had the worst of the accuracies, I think that's the board I'd want to continue to check in on, see if Noterbeck has found a way to continue to push his advantage and maybe equalize against the top player and the one who looks most in form up to today in this tournament.
Okay, and just to peek in here, very brief update. There's only been one move since we were last here, so we won't linger too long. But the Black Queen did slide across, and this was something that Magnus highlighted about 45 minutes ago in his confessional. He did say that this was the plan, to bring the Black Queen out across. Looks clumsy, he said. He didn't like the move too much, but essentially there is the idea now of trading off the queens, and especially with the fact that a draw will help Magnus progress to the semi-finals. I think a queen trade would be extremely desirable for him right now. He really wants to get those queens off the board. So I'm expecting Noterbeck to cut across that plan.
He has to find a way, and really time is of the essence before Magnus is able to get his development and get his king to safety with a castle. Notice how the rook and the king is lined up, and that's always sort of a red alert for a chess player. Whenever one of your majors is X-raying across the board, you know, it's a sign that you need to start thinking about some central breaks here. The last move that Noterbeck plays, he brings the knight into the game with a tempo, so still not giving Magnus the time to go castle on that right side of the board just yet. But David, James, I think the move, that central pawn moving one step ahead, is something that is on Noterbeck's radar. He needs to do something drastic in this position. If he gives Magnus enough time to consolidate, I don't know if he'll have enough to play for. despite having the space advantage. It might be a critical moment in a move or two in this game.
Yeah, let's just show that idea that Tanya highlighted there. For example, if black does push this pawn forward, I think maybe the most logical move here, just to guard this pawn, then it's definitely on the radar to kick the queen away. This pawn is untouchable. You cannot capture due to the discovered check, and the black queen will drop off next move. So this would force the black queen back where it came from.
Yes, and another very key point, that knight move that Nordebek has just made takes away a key moving square for the queen. Had he gone with this idea just to move earlier, that would have allowed Magnus to trade the queens off from that d4 square where it pins, and this would exactly be Magnus Carlsen's dream, needing half a point.
Yeah, so first flicking in this knight move, gaining a bit of time, and next going on the attack potentially. I don't think Magnus should plant his knight in the center of the board, because now, same idea, but the queen has to flee off onto the wrong side of the board, and not just that, but your knight will get hit in the process. Suddenly everything's coming forward for white, lines are opening up, and the black king could well find itself in huge trouble.
It's an interesting point that Abdusattorov is the only one of the top 8 players who has to have that consideration in his mind at any given moment, not to offer draw-ish positions to his opponent, right? He's going to have to constantly consider, ooh, am I opening an angle for Magnus to equalize or maybe force some kind of a drawn position where for the rest of the boards, everyone on equal footing, that's less of a concern.
In some ways, it's a double-edged sword, yeah? Because at times, yes, you can't take the objective decision that maybe the best move leads to a complete equality, and you can't go into it because the math situation just doesn't allow it. But when you've got your task so straight up ahead, right, you know you need to keep the game going. At times, that could actually also help you take certain practical moments and take that extra risk when it's required.
Yeah, just removing certain parts of that decision tree, right? By saying, nope, that's not an option to me because, yeah, the state of the tournament demands that I get a victory here and now if I want to keep my hopes of first place alive. How about Hikaru Nakamura versus Arjun Erigaisi? We can hop over there. I've seen a few moves played out, as again, there still is that tension in the middle of the board between all of the pawns. But this is the matchup in which we're kind of waiting for it to explode. Yesterday, both players at different times had advantages, but neither was able to capitalize, and that's how we ended up with half a point apiece.
It's such a different position, David, from what we had in their round 1 clash, you know, which pretty much blew up on move number 1, the Nepo Gambit. And here it is, not a single pawn traded, not a single open line on the board. All the pieces still remain very balanced.
Very, very balanced. And okay, I was going to say the symmetry had been broken, but now it's almost a totally symmetrical position again. There's only one difference here, and that is the fact that the white bishop doesn't occupy this line. I wish he'd put his rook back on this square and put his bishop on this square, then we would see 2 totally occupied lines. But it is Arjun trying to simplify the equation, trying to blow open these 4 pawns. If they disappear, if the symmetry continues, it means tie breaks extremely likely. I think that's a very solid move from Arjun, and probably
now,
just a very good one.
In the case where the dark square bishop slides up and the rook slides over, what do we call that? We call that the well?
The well. What do we call it? Just the traffic jam. Paris traffic.
The shoot? Yeah, or the traffic jam. yeah, there you go. I mean, these are, again, to me, the scariest looking positions as a player. When I see multiple pawns eyeing each other, any opportunity to take them, I see those minor pieces beginning to develop towards the center of the board. I fear the amount of calculation that has to come with any decision that you make from this point forward, as opposed to relieving that tension as soon as it arrives on the board and never allowing it to stack in the way that it is. We end up with a congested traffic jam in the middle of the board.
Well, speaking of calculation and speaking of difficult decisions to be made, there's a lot of that going on another board. Fabi versus Maxime, house on fire, board on fire, a million pawns hanging, and some big decisions ahead for the Frenchman here.
Wow, this position has really exploded, and we shouldn't forget that this position started pretty much in the same way that Hikaru and Arjun's game started. Just 5 moves ago, those 2 boards were completely identical. One went one way, Hikaru, Arjun, total symmetry. This one, someone blinked. Someone here got impatient.
Shall we roll it back and see who it was?
Let's do it. Let's go back, because we did see just a few moves ago. Rather than going for something like pawn to d5 like Arjun did, or actually here in this exact position, Arjun brought his bishop out and the game continued. This is how we saw things continue in the Nakamura against Arjun Erigaisi game. Here it was first Maxime who chose chaos by pushing this pawn forward. We saw the bishop develop just to kind of protect along this diagonal. The black queen slid across, eyeing up the white king indirectly, also putting pressure on the center. Now white's knight leapt forward, spotting a undefended pawn. The knight was duly captured, removed. A trade, the black knight drops back, and now this capture. I've got to say, I really like what Fabiano's doing, just because he has the safer king, and now there's a beautiful square for the bishops. We talked about the bishops being slightly problematic in the middle of the board. But Tanya, how much is there to worry about for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave here?
That's a tough question to answer. But, you point out that diagonal, and if anyone's trying to get that initiative, one gets the feeling it's got to be Fabi. He's the one who's getting those first threats in. He has the possibility at the right moment to ease off the tension on the board. We've got moves coming in. I'm expecting Fabi to block that threat on the pawn with placing the bishop to the square that you were earlier highlighting, and maybe then defend that side pawn as well, which is currently under attack by the bishop. Its best friend on the A file could step 2 steps forward and just make sure that that pawn remains alive. You've taken a very important square from the knight and the bishop to actually arrive to the counterpart of that c3 square, the c6 one that we're just highlighting. Black can't make use of it. I think a slight pull for Fabi. I also want to take this moment to just sort of spotlight Maxime a little bit, I do really think that, David, this is such a big moment in Maxime's career. Having this tournament, playing freestyle in Paris, his home ground, that comes with its own set of pressure, its own set of motivation. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has been the French #1 for such a long time until Alireza Firouzja changed federation, and then Maxime's been the French #2. They're very good friends, teammates. But I think it would mean so much for Maxime to go as far as he can in this tournament, to get this win against these players. He's been one of the players, the elite, who's been dreaming of the World Championship. But it hasn't happened. The candidates haven't gone his way so far. He hasn't made it there. So winning this amongst the world champions and getting that done right now playing against Fabi, I think he's very motivated. But I wonder if that adds that ounce of pressure as well, the fact that the expectations of the fans.
I'd have to imagine it does, and let's consider the road he'll have to take if he wants to ultimately be crowned the winner of his hometown event. It would be going through our runner-up from Wiesenhaus, the runner-up from the year before in Wiesenhaus, and Fabiano Caruana. He then earns a bid against the winner of Magnus Carlsen versus Nodibek Abdusattorov. Of course, our expectation is Magnus, but right now, based on that board state, who really knows? Either way, already you're looking at going through 2 absolute titans of chess and of the freestyle format. And then, of course, you would face off against whoever promotes from the semifinal on the other side. Could be the possibility of a Vincent Keimer, a Jan Nepomniachtchi, a Hikaru Nakamura, or an Arjun Erigaisi. But either way, it will not be an easy road if he wants to take advantage of what you're saying as a critical moment in his career to possibly elevate to a new level.
Yeah, and I fully agree with Tanya. The highlight of Maxime's career so far was definitely winning the World Blitz Championship in 2021. But he's the same generation. I mean, he's a 90s kid. He's seen Magnus dominate. He's seen Jan Nepomniachtchi qualify for 2 World Championship matches. Sergei Karyakin, another 90 kid, qualify for a World Championship match. And he feels left out almost. World Blitz title is nice, but a freestyle win in his hometown would be even better. He moves his queen out of the way of that threat. And I don't hate Black's position, but I do think Fabi has a small advantage here.
You mentioned him maybe feeling a little left down. I'll tell you this much. It didn't mean that he'd leave us left out of his insights and his evaluations of how this starting position would maybe be played out. Let's dive into the confessional booth to hear from MVL.
I decided to go for this g5 after I castled because I believe it's important to be able to push back the bishop if it goes to f3 with g4, and this way I will try to get my own bishop to f6, and hopefully that helps me solve the problems. Like there's a lot of breaks for Fabiano in the center. He can take and play e4, take on c5 and play e4. He can play d5. He could have played e4 right away as well, like many options, but I feel like because my pieces are all solid and decently coordinated, so I think that's okay. I saw that Arjun played bishop f6 instead of g5. In the same position, I didn't like then if white goes bishop f3 that sometimes d5 can come, and I didn't really see a plan. I didn't like cd, I didn't like releasing the tension, so that's why I tried to put a bit more tension instead.
This is interesting to me because, again, from my level of understanding of chess, in so many ways, he's still talking about a number of the pieces arriving to the same squares in identifying that Arjun's approach was a little different. But how one tiny move, like that pawn jumping to g5, can completely change at least his assessment of the situation, even if those bishops will ultimately try to find their way to the same squares that either board has.
And I just want to point out as well a bit of a difference between him, for example, and the likes of Vincent Keimer, Arjun Erigaisi, who's also, who we've heard some words from. Maxime, he's known for his calculation, but he would just go one move deep, maybe two moves deep, and then he would stop and evaluate. He would say, okay, this looks good, this feels uncomfortable, that kind of just looks wrong. And he would just go two moves deep, stop, evaluate, then kind of change direction. They're a bit of a yawn from him, but just interesting because I've noticed even that that's what the top players do these days, especially this generation. They don't go as deep as the youngsters. They stop earlier, they evaluate earlier, they know their own preferences. And Maxime, he's had this defined style for years, suited him really well. And Tanya, the line you predicted now on the board.
And I mentioned,
always makes me happy.
I mentioned earlier that MVL is going to have to go through Caruana, and then, of course, the winner of Noterbeck versus Magnus on his trip to the finals. Let's go back over to that Noterbeck versus Magnus game to see how Noterbeck has continued to pilot his advantage position. Can he take down the world number one? Can he do the unthinkable here when a lot of us wrote him off just coming into the day?
And I think the reason for writing off Noterbeck has nothing to do with him.
Right.
But the fact who he's playing against and the form that Magnus is showing. But what we've got, this is a huge chance, a huge moment in this game. David, this is what we were looking at, right? Mm-hmm. Magnus has allowed Noterbeck to get that central pawn moving forward with interest here. The queen's going to be forced to a defensive square, losing contact with another pawn. This is about to blow up. If Noterbeck wants to create his chances in the game, I think this is it. He needs to do it right here, right now, pushing that pawn.
Yeah, earlier I was advising building up, but Magnus is basically waving a red rag in front of him. He's saying, come on, charge, come at me. And if you don't take this opportunity, just to show as well, if you move your knight forward and lose a bit of momentum, then Black's idea is to finally castle. And this option of pushing forward in the center, no longer possible because the white rook doesn't stare down the black king. Like you said, Tanya, this might be the chance. Magnus would also just plop a knight in the center on the board, and he's got some grip, some control, some consolidation. It feels like a one-off opportunity, one-time sale. Push that pawn, go for it. This might be his only chance here, Abdusattorov.
You get one-off chances against Magnus, and if you don't capitalize on it, you know, you're probably, very rarely going to be able to make anything out of the rest of the game. This is it. He needs to make sure Magnus's king doesn't have time to get to safety. Knowing Noterbeck's style, the player he is, it's on his radar 100%. He's calculating the lines. Also, is it just me, or has Magnus's hair grown about 3 inches since the tournament started?
Yeah, it's something I noticed as well, but I don't want to say it, Tanya. I'm glad you got there before me. It does look disheveled slightly. And there we go. Noterbeck does play the
on
first
the board.
move. Magnus's queen forced back. Remember, Black could not take that central pawn because it would have opened up a line of discovered check against the black king. And the black queen retreats. That's now 6 of the 8 pieces for Black back on the back rank. He didn't retreat to this square because he wants to keep it vacant for his dark squared bishop, but wow, this looks so promising for Noterbeck, who can continue to march forward.
That feels awful, does it not? To have to relegate our queen all the way back to the B8 square of all places?
You're just sort of setting up for the next freestyle game is what it feels like.
Exactly.
You're almost there. And perhaps we can show the dangers that lie in getting greedy. This is the moment, James, you don't want to be materialistic in chess no matter what. There are 2 attackers to that pawn. But right now, capturing it would be a big, big mistake for white. I think Nordebek has to not think about the pawns, but Magnus Carlsen's king right here. We will bring up that line if Nordebek was to capture that pawn with the knight. Magnus would take the knight back, and suddenly that diagonal, which we've been talking about in the Keimer game, comes to play, and you end up losing your queen. That is not his idea. Nordebek's focus is anyways the right side of the board. And I think the choice is, do you trade? Do you push the other pawn? How do you continue this war that you've started on the right flank?
I think one of the most useful ideas that was ever explained to me in chess, right, which seems very simple and elementary, but is devising a strategy to attack the king, right? At some point, it's not just about piece improvement, and controlling squares. You, at some point, have to go after the most important piece on the board, your opponent's king. And so, to your point, starting to push that focus towards the right side of the board. How do I ultimately clamp down on my opponent's position? We do have a pawn capture. Things are starting to open up here.
And Magnus, with his speed, has made it clear that this was also on his mind. He's been calculating his responses while Nordebek has been on the think. We saw him jump forward with the knight. A pawn trade opening up a line. Again, the essence of the position is Magnus Carlsen's unsafe king. If you were to take with the pawn that's on the right side of the board, you give inroads to white's queen to come in with some devastating checks. And I think this would just be game over. Next, do you even rook left? Once the king comes on that line, bring that rook up. The idea of transferring and giving checkmate looks incredibly dangerous. Magnus slows down, but I'm expecting him to recapture with that central pawn. And Nordebek, we see his hand. He's made his move.
He's made his move. Magnus has recaptured this way, and Nordebek brings his bishop out. Attacking the black queen, this will be blocked. Not sure how, probably black's bishop. You would love some exchanges to at least guide you closer towards safety if you're Magnus Carlsen. We talked about this, how bad this bishop is. What's up next? What's coming next, Tanya?
It looks awful for black, but the bar says it's not lost. He still has something to fight for. But again, right, the human evaluation and the engine evaluation. From a more human perspective here, how bad is this? How difficult is this for Magnus to defend, David?
It looks difficult to me, I've got to say. And in the near future, the problem is this pawn might now finally drop, so Magnus might be down a pawn. That being said, the foundations to Magnus's position are still relatively stable. He still has some dark squares, the black knight in the center. Maybe there's another square in the middle here. If he gets castled, he's relatively safe. So, yeah, I'm not writing Magnus off yet. He's a fantastic defender. But this is Nordebek's chance. He needs to grab it. He needs to win a pawn and or go for the attack in order to keep the momentum.
How much did you give Magnus on defense?
94 or 5-ish. Mid-90s.
So less than Hikaru.
Less than Hikaru.
So you think Hikaru is a better defender than Magnus?
He just has to defend more because he gets more dodgy positions, Hikaru Nakamura.
Magnus gets better positions more often. It's hard to get him on the defense, and when you do, when you have this opportunity, you need to make the most of it. David, your move on the board, played by Magnus. But the downfall of this move, or the drawback of this move, is that any idea of taking advantage of that diagonal where the white queen and the king are lined up is now thrown out of the window because the bishops are about to be traded.
Yeah, just a clear pawn advantage for Nordebek Abdusattorov. Again, not the best pawn in the world to win necessarily because black has a beautiful knight in the center, but okay, this is Magnus just trying to wriggle away. He's trying to survive this onslaught. Survival is the name of the game for the world #1 right now. 10 minutes down, 1 pawn down. What do you think, Tanya? What are your predictions? Is he gonna survive this Magnus Carlsen, or is Nordebek striking back?
A pawn is a pawn is a pawn. And again, I think for Nordebek to just get this chance, this opportunity is massive. I don't know if you have the stats of what our chat poll was at the start, whether Nordebek makes a comeback or not, James. But whatever that number was, I'm sure if we ran that poll now, it would be completely different.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I would be curious to maybe get that up in the chat and see, based on this position here, this current game state, if people think Nordebek Abdusattorov is going to be able to push himself into a tiebreak scenario. Rapid, possibly blitz, possibly an Armageddon up against Magnus Carlsen, looking to extend what has already been kind of a Cinderella run in some ways here through the tournament.
I don't think anyone predicted this match to go into tiebreaks, into the playoffs, into the rapid to decide the winner. And it's still far from it. Yes, Magnus is a pawn down, but we often talk about in chess that when you're playing against a strong player, you need to beat them thrice. And I think we've had this conversation before. You do it in the opening, you do it in the middle game, you do it in the end game. When you're playing against Magnus, you need to do it in each of these phases and every single move. So having a better position, having that extra pawn is not even half the job done against Magnus, especially as long as that knight, that stallion at the center of the board, lives on.
Now, we're going to take a break in just a moment. Before we do, let's zoom out, take a picture of all those evaluation bars, just so you have that bird's eye view over the course of all 6 boards. Who's got slight advantages? The majority of our boards sit in balanced positions, and there's still plenty of time on the clock for all of our players to make many moves. I will just note for people at home that Jan Nepomniachtchi Keimer game looks very different than it did yesterday. There's far fewer pieces on the board in that matchup in particular as compared to yesterday, when it was like with 7 minutes on the clock, only one piece had exited the board at that state. But as we plan to step away here for just a few minutes, gives ourselves a moment to hydrate, rest up, and then come back and take you through the remainder of the games, I think we would be remiss not to leave you back on that Noterbeck versus Magnus board so that you can watch the world #1 try to defend against Noterbeck as he looks to extend his tournament life. We'll be back in just a bit. See you soon.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
For pretty much the first hour and a half, I literally wanted to get up from my board and go strangle Nepo. So yeah, like it was. I guess I did a good job because I was very unhappy with the position I had. I mean, later on it was fine, but that's just my guess. Of course, I don't know. But having said that, of course, I was probably also lost out of the opening. You know, I guess the moral of the story is never trust a Russian. You know, I think all of us, you know, Nepo said this f5 g6, knight g6 is all great and fine. And then, I mean, I think quite a few of us played it. And Arjun was very principled, and he just took the pawn and kind of was asking me what I'm supposed to do. And I think it's just a ridiculous idea, and I think black's just worse. I think it's just ridiculous. Yeah, I can be unhappy. I can be happy. I think, though, it wasn't a clean win. I mean, maybe it probably was winning, but I don't think it was super clean, so I'm not too unhappy. And yeah, considering the opening, I'm somewhat relieved.
Jan Nepomniachtchi, chess player.
A first-time participant and currently world #9, known for speed, precision, and experience. It all began with an early start in chess.
My grandpa was a chess lover, and when I was a kid, like whatever, 4 or 5 years old, I just used to look after adults, what are they doing, and they would be playing chess all the time.
That's where his journey began and his playing style took shape.
And I think I'm trying to adapt, depending on the opponent's style, to make the game as unpleasant for my opponent as it could be.
One of his most remarkable successes came with his shared victory alongside Magnus Carlsen at the World Blitz Chess Championship 2024. In his free time, he remains committed to passing on his knowledge to the next generation.
Normally what I do is, at least several times a year, I have some lectures, so which is like the way to share your experience and play with some kids which would be happy and probably would remember, you know, the game.
With a peak ELO of 2,757, he stands among the world's elite, now setting his sights on victory in freestyle chess.
Do you still maintain that childish joy when you come into situations like that?
Yeah, I think especially when you play freestyle where every game is so unique, then yeah, I mean there is just a joy of trying something you haven't tried before, right? And I think that spirit gets us to sometimes take risks we wouldn't normally take, and to produce games that we normally wouldn't be close to producing.
Pawn. Pion. Dialog. Bauer. Bonne. Bierschka. Checkmate. Checkmate. Schachmatt. 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 Mat.
Blunder.
Ja.
Elnézés.
Einsteller. Bok. Zivok.
King.
Roi.
Király.
König.
Kornet. Karol.
Okay, and how did you feel when Andrea and Alexandra Botez, as well as Nemo, shoved a giant croissant at you?
Vive la France! As a French, I felt disrespected for sure.
Okay, we'll kick them out of the venue next time.
Nah, they're fine.
Frank, congratulations. You just won game 1 against Vidit. Let's talk about last night. You had finished in 9th place in the round robin and you had a tough task at dinner. You had to choose an opponent between Gukesh and Vidit. Why did you choose Vidit?
Yeah, I didn't, after how I played yesterday, I didn't think that, I mean, I thought maybe I will not even get top 12, yeah? But luckily there's only 12 players, so yeah, yesterday it just didn't go my way. And then somehow, because I won the last game, I had to choose. But okay, I think all 4 of us are unhappy with how things went in this tournament. So I was just ready to play anyone. So.
The game was a crazy game today. It looked like you were in quite a lot of trouble. Tell us what happened and your feelings during the game.
I must have been just lost, yeah. I just didn't play well at all. I think opening went okay, like f4, gf4, ef4, and then after knight h4, I think from here I started to go wrong. I think for knight h4, I should have probably gone queen h1, bishop f7, c4, and maybe it's an interesting way to play, but I was too creative with rook a3, rook b3, which it just doesn't work, and then I think I kept on playing on the same side where I was clearly not the one attacking, and I also missed queen d5 because I was planning c4 all the time, and then I thought maybe it's better to start with knight d4, just completely missing queen d5. I don't know. There must have been a direct win. But still, like with less time, I'm still posing some problems. It's not obvious.
And this was your first ever classical, your first ever freestyle game in a classical time format. How was the experience?
And also, this is my first win with white in this tournament. Before this game, I was thinking today, like after I chose white yesterday. While we were coming in the car, I was telling Arjun that while we were discussing, I realized that I didn't score a single win in this tournament. I made only one draw. That was against Arjun, and that game also I was completely lost. So yeah, white, I haven't been playing well with white. Even today I was like lost after like 12 moves. So yeah, maybe I should be less optimistic with white.
In general, you were not the only one struggling with white, because black actually won one more game in the whole round robin than white. Why do you think that on this sample of games, at least, black is doing better, let's say, than in freestyle and in classical chess?
Even this we were discussing in the car. I think it was largely because of me, because I contributed 8 wins for black. 5 losses with white and 3 wins with black. So if you remove that, then okay, it's like white is winning. Yeah. So no, I don't think it's anything particular with color. It's just yeah, maybe I'm too optimistic with white, trying to create something. Trying to be too creative. It's maybe a problem.
Well, Prague, today, in the end, it worked out. I know it's not a game you're super happy with, but congratulations and good luck for tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
What was the favorite move that you played today?
Yeah, so I think my favorite move that I played today was in this last game against Gukesh when I played this move pawn to a5. I think the Gukesh thought I simply had blundered a pawn, but it turned out that it was a very deep sacrifice that I had sort of worked out at the board. It ended up resulting in a victory for me, so pretty happy.
Could you take us through the line?
Yeah, so it goes a5, queen takes a5. I think Gukesh assumed that I hung the knight here. So then I played knight takes pawn. Looks like I'm down a piece, but after knight takes f2, if white goes rook takes f2, I have the move e4 here. And it looks like white is up a piece here, but if white moves the knight, let's just say to e1, for example, there's a move bishop takes h2, checking the king on g1. And after king takes bishop, I simply take this queen in the corner. And then what happened in the game was that Gukesh played the move after knight takes bishop. He took with the knight, and then I played e4 anyway. Same idea, to take the pawn on h2. So he takes the pawn, and now here I go pawn to e3. I'm attacking the knight on f2. I am down a piece, but if white moves the knight, I have this move pawn to e2. And now the pawn forks the two rooks. White can't save both of these rooks at the same time. They play the move rook e1, takes. And after the move queen to a4, even though white is up 2 pawns on the queen side here, with these very active bishops and the queen running across to f4 and h4, there's simply too many threats, and I went on to win the game.
Beautiful.
So we give you a little tour for 10 minutes if you want to come.
Oh my God! Wow!
We are appreciating the young chess fans and giving them a chance to look at what we're doing before the tournament starts.
Bonjour, hello.
Bonjour.
Pardon?
Perfect. I love it. Always make the fans happy. It's like we are very happy that they are here. So we give you a little tour for 10 minutes if you want to come.
Yeah.
We're gonna before the tournament starts.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, let's go.
One, two, three.
And we're back to the quarterfinals, where 4 players will book their tickets on to the semifinal round and continue their bid for the top of the table and that all-important first place $200,000 purse prize, 25 circuit points at stake. Each of our top 12 players who came today still with plenty of action left on their boards. We're going to catch ourselves up to this Noterbeck versus Magnus Carlsen game as we took a moment to step away, grab some refreshments, and get ready for the second half of our day.
I don't know how he does it, Magnus Carlsen, the world #1. When we went on the break, he was a pawn down, looked like he was in big trouble. Suddenly, that's no longer the case. He's no longer a pawn down. Maybe still some trouble. Magnus needs to be accurate. But just a quick action replay of the last few moves, because some big things happening. And we last left it with a standoff between bishops, and we saw Noterbeck grab a pawn, win a pawn here with white. The bishops did disappear from the board, and the move Magnus played during the break, the key move, is this offer of a queen exchange. Queen into the center here, offering to take the queens off the board if the white queen captures. Then the black knight joins the party in the center, and the 2 black knights are beasts on dark squares. White only has a light squared bishop, so cannot challenge them. More importantly, there's an attack against the white knight, and if the white knight moves, then this central pawn would drop. Noterbeck, in a must-win situation, he decided to keep the queens on, blocking this exchange with his knight, but maybe he had missed this move from afar, the black knight jumping back, and there's a double threat here. First of all, this pawn hanging, but if white, for example, guards it, then this move, pawn into d5, takes advantage of a whole load of geometric motifs here. Firstly, there's a pin on this white knight in the center. It cannot move as the white queen is undefended. And if you capture it in the center, which you need to do, then the black knight jumps in, attacking the white queen. The rook as well hanging. White would be forced to retreat, and not a happy position here for Noterbeck due to black's beautiful centralization. Magnus now instead winning back a pawn, capturing this pawn. And here we see the current position, the world #1 thinking. Still some answers to give here for Magnus along this line. Still needs to get his king to safety. But Tanya, it feels like he's ridden the storm. He's out of the other side and past the worst.
As he usually does, Magnus has this superhuman ability to not only convert flawlessly the advantages that he's able to create in games, but also the ones in which he lands in difficulty, which are far and few. When he's in trouble, to find a way to find those defensive resources and those knight retreats like we saw in this one, to perhaps even play for more. You know, not only to equalize what he's given to his opponent, but be the one on the push right now. But I think that's still a faraway story, simply because there is still one weakness that Magnus, actually two weaknesses that Magnus has to deal with. There's that one central pawn on the center line, that can be targeted by Nordebek's bishop. But also the second weakness, and perhaps a more important one, is Magnus's clock right now. He's reaching a 20-minute mark. It's still a very dynamic position. It's not an, like a closed block position or a balanced equality in the center. There's no symmetry to be found here. The trump is, of course, the knight at the center of the board for Magnus Carlsen. With no dark-squared bishop in Nordebek's arsenal here, it's going to be difficult to dislodge that one. There are other aspects in the position to play for. The F line, the weakness of that D5 square where the white knight can jump to, the weakness of the pawn that we earlier highlighted, and Magnus's clock. Nordebek will have to find a way to combine these elements and just keep pushing, just keep trying his best. But yes, Magnus is out of the worst that he had in the opening, Material balance, but still a lot left to play.
So mostly out of the woods here up against Nordebek Abdusattorov, and I think that means it's a good time for us to hop over to Fabiano versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, because as well, while we were away, Fabiano has found himself in a slightly advantaged position happening in just the last couple of moves.
Yeah, and again, a quick action replay of the last few moves. We left it just 4 moves ago with Fabiano pushing this pawn forward on the flank, just guarding this pawn, which was attacked by Black's light squared bishop. We saw a centralized knight. This looks very logical for Vachier-Lagrave here. White's bishop saves itself. You want the bishops in such an open position, especially this bishop, which sits on a nice protected square. Very odd move, I'm going to say here, Tanya. Pushing a pawn forward on the edge, and a trade allows the white knight now to find a nice outpost in front of one of those shattered pawns. 2 isolated pawns on this left side of the board for Vachier-Lagrave. Those are big, big potential weaknesses the rest of the game. And a knight retreat. Maybe there was something better for Fabiano here, but this is the position we find ourselves in. He just brings his bishop forward on the last turn. Big threat to infiltrate. This black rook actually very short of squares. Not only that, but going after the weaknesses. The white bishop's now the main theme dominating the board.
I really like Fabi's position in this one. I mean, I think for Maxime, it's a huge uphill task to defend this. There are some direct problems to deal with. Apart from the strategic elements that we're talking about, Fabi's knight, it can't be dislodged from there. That's a beautiful post. And it might even go further onto the board to the central square and replace the bishop that we see there at some point, and the other jump that's being highlighted right now. But the concrete threats, I think, overpower these strategic elements as well. The bishop jumping in, it's not just one bishop that's going to pursue Maxime's rook. The rook's running out of squares. There's another bishop that's going to join the attack once you sidestep the threat once. And Maxime might just be about to lose material over the next few moves.
Oh, this is horrible. This is suffering. Just to point out as well, there is a pawn hanging in the position, but this pawn cannot really be captured, as it would allow a simple knight fork. Hitting the bishop, hitting the rook. If you save your bishop, the rook falls, and not only that, but this bishop attacked, so there's no time to continue the taking of pieces here. This would just be a terminal disadvantage for black. It just looks like he's been outplayed here, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. I think it actually started with that move he was talking about in the confessional, G5. He's just weakened his king. Why is black's king weak here? That didn't need to be the case. Why is the black queen on this side of the board when the action is actually taking place elsewhere?
Well, and in a way, this kind of goes to Danny's point earlier. Class forever, form temporary. While Maxime definitely had the better form in the round-robin stages of the tournament, perhaps Fabiano, having a rough start, has found his form moving into the knockout stages again. I'll remind everybody that this guy is the one who always finds his way to the final table, while his opponent will be the one that kind of changes in between, now always playing second fiddle to the eventual winner. This time around, he's trying to get that #1 spot for himself.
Yeah, this game especially, I think you start feeling that somewhere Fabi is back. Maxime also an incredibly classy player. We were talking about this, right? It's actually his first game with the black pieces in freestyle chess ever in a classical time format. And kind of handling those dynamics, even for the world's best, can be a challenge. Coming out of the opening, he's clearly worse right now. Fabi has a very tangible edge, a very tangible advantage in it. Yes, it's not winning, but everything to play for. Direct threats coming in with that last move. We've been highlighting them, not giving Maxime enough chances, enough time, to actually grab that side pawn. I think the troubles are just beginning, and this was one of the games that we had, in fact, predicted. This matchup to go into tie breaks, and I think we're going to be proven wrong on that one.
I'm going to ask you both a question that I know you don't necessarily have the data to answer definitively, but who would be the players that you say are the most practiced freestyle players in our field? Would it be Fabiana and Magnus?
He's definitely, I think one of them is definitely on the left side of our screen. Fabi, not only does he love this format absolutely and enjoys it thoroughly, you know, he's been playing it in St. Louis tournaments. He's been the winner in those tournaments several times, the Chess 9 Alex, amongst the very best in the world. He's the one who was here in Weissenhaus in 2024, made it to the runners-up, lost to Magnus Carlsen in the finals. In Singapore as well, with Magnus right there. And then, of course, Weissenhaus, the first slam of the season here, you know, took it all the way in convincing manner in the round robin as well as the knockouts up until losing out to Vincent Keimer in the finals and finishing runners-up. I think he's got immense practice, immense understanding. We've seen him analyze these positions at the start of the game. He just seems to know, you know, he's got this feeling that this is the correct move. And more often than not, it does end up being. I think he's definitely right up there with Magnus.
I'll say Hikaru as well, just because Hikaru won tournaments back in the mid-2000s, early 2010s in Germany, big Fischer Random tournaments. So those three, Hikaru, Magnus, and Fabi.
It's a great point. And speaking of Hikaru, Arjun Erigaisi, I think once again we should go over to that board. Yesterday it was one of the more swingy boards with both players having opportunities. The story of their game today has been a whole heck of a lot of symmetry. And now while we do arrive at the board, you might notice it's not complete symmetry. There's still a lot of like pieces staring at their counterpart across the board.
Yeah.
Wow, this is crazy, Tanya.
No open lines, no trades yet. A bit of a copycat last move, given a question mark there by our computer. The knight jumps to the same spot. I mean, to me, that looked like a move that forces Arjun's hand because you're doubling down on those central pawns, creating an attack. For some reason, not approved. I don't understand the bar here. It does look like it should be in the balance, but for some reason, it's favoring Arjun.
Yeah, I guess symmetrical positions, normally it favors the side who has the move because you get to strike first, you get to do something first. Maybe it's also just the fact that the main disparity here is in the rook placement. Black's two rooks nicely centralized. The action is actually about to happen on these two lines. White's rook next to the king here, nice and safe, but doesn't really contribute, I think, concretely as well. Maybe just taking one of these pawns, opening things up. There might be some pressure against the white pawns before there are against the black pawns in the center. But ultimately, I agree, Tanya. I don't think it's anything to write home about. It's nothing to boast to your parents about, oh, I've got the tiny, tiny, tiny advantage here with black. But I think the one thing we can say safely is that Arjun, the last half dozen moves, they've been far more successful than Vasily Grav's half dozen moves because they actually started from the same position just 5 moves ago. Maxim's position in ruins, we saw that a moment ago. Arjun's position with black looking symmetrical, very healthy. So, yeah, he's handled this very, very well, but still roughly in the balance.
Arjun had the clock lead yesterday, at least until the final portions of the game. Does kind of seem to be following that same trend here today with a slight time advantage over Hikaru Nakamura. But just a moment ago, we were talking about how Magnus had finally found his way out of the woods. And I fear if we hop back over to that board, he might be wandering back into the woods with his most recent move. Also not loved by the computer that we have in play here at our stations. And so the question is, can Noterbeck find the move to take advantage of yet another opportunity to take this game and push it to a tiebreaker?
Yeah, I must say, from Magnus Carlsen, objectively maybe a questionable decision, but also I'm struggling to explain the logic behind this one. Black's bishop move, yes, it improves the piece slightly. Yes, it stops the white knight from jumping into the center because you can take it. But the order of the day has been castling for so long. The black king, it's being stared down by 2 heavy pieces, 2 of white's major pieces, the queen and rook. Does not feel comfortable at all. Magnus could have castled. More importantly, though, Magnus, he's such a good freestyle player because he was always in tune with which of his opponent's pieces are passive. And if we just rewind it back 1 move, it's this white bishop which wants to get into the game. Tanya mentioned the idea of coming to this diagonal with some targets. The black knight, first of all, the black isolated pawn in the center, and then the black rook. And he's just moved his bishop away from that isolated pawn. Now the white bishop can come this angle, for example, kick away the knight, start trying to snack on pawns. This looks really uncomfortable. It just feels like Magnus, yeah, it feels like he's playing a bit too complacently in this position, maybe thinking he's out of the woods, has been his downfall just in this last move. Often when things start to turn, you relax a bit too soon. Just to check with the computer, and the best move apparently by a distance was this one, pushing the h-pawn forward to control the square, not allowing the white bishop to get active. Tanya, bit of a surprise.
Really, really interesting. And I think this is only going to get more fun for everyone watching, because it's also TikTok on Magnus's clock. He's now under 20 minutes, and the position is far from simplified. You highlighted the square that Magnus needed to be controlled. And I think I need to say that means that perhaps the best move for white is the one that we're talking about. You can't give Magnus, again, we've been talking about, don't give him time to get that king to safety. Bring that bishop out, get it there with the tempo, and then also the rook. Bring all your toys to the nursery, right? First you hit the knight, find the rook to get to that central file, start hitting Magnus's queen, and just make sure that he doesn't have that one move to go castling. As long as that happens, Nordebek has something to play for. And did I miss something? Have I walked into a blunder?
No, just David spilling tea on himself is all.
That's where we need the camera. How could we miss that?
You're not going to see it on camera, so we don't need to go to it. But it was just a small shared private moment between him and I. You are bang on with your analysis. Don't let us...
Feeling left out of all the fun here.
Don't let us
while
deviate.
I look at chess.
No.
But yes, I think this is going to get tricky one more time for Magnus, and 17.5 minutes on the clock. Nordebek locked in there, and the best part for white is that you've got all the time on the clock to figure this out. Where do you want to put the bishop? Is he even maybe thinking about kicking that knight out with the pawn? I would be very hesitant to make that move. I mean, it might be tempting to push that pawn one step forward, but that just feels like playing with fire.
Yeah, it looks tempting as well. The white bishop can also come out this direction to target the pawn. Either way, I'm just shocked that Magnus's king hasn't castled this whole game so far. 16 moves in. We talked about time management earlier. Magnus, so slow.
What did you give him on time management?
Clearly too high.
94, was it?
I think it was in the 90s, in the low 90s. But Magnus, maybe it's just the fact that the start position he found so kind of mind-boggling. There we see the accuracy levels, Magnus below 90. That's quite a rare sight in classical chess in general. But already a couple of mistakes from him.
In standard 518, I'm trying to think, and I can't come up with a game where I've actually seen Magnus behind on the clock, at least by not a big margin. He's got incredible time management when it comes to that. And I think that's also the reason why he loves this format, enjoys it so much. It forces him to think. There's just no other way. And very often we see him come into a bit of time pressure. So I wonder what the stats would correlate with his time management when it comes to classical play, where he's so incredibly familiar with patterns in the middle game and the end games, and when it comes to a position that's absolutely fresh and raw from move number one.
Yeah, I'm still trying to find the logic behind this move as well, David. I guess I have to assume while it's very slow, because it's going to require two movements, or one of those movements already being made, that if that light squared bishop from the white player slides out to that g4 square that we're talking about, then the black bishop slides one down and to the left, just to protect that knight and possibly replace it if the trade ends up happening. And in essence, you're also guarding that unprotected pawn behind you.
Fully agree. I think this is the ideal square that Magnus wants to use for his bishop, but I don't know, it does take two valuable moves. He does play it.
It's on the board.
And Magnus will retake his seat in that moment, denote the move on his pad of paper over there to the side, and now give a good think. 17 minutes on the clock. He's got half the time to play with that Nordebek does.
And yet he finds time to go get some snacks for himself.
Yeah, as you should. Got to stay fueled. Got to stay fueled up, my friends.
Exactly. It's all about those vitamins, all about that those calories. You might need them for later. And, okay, the hit on the black knight, I think, pretty much forces the black bishop to come and defend. And then my main worry is this move you mentioned, Tanya, the other rook joining the party, indirect hits against the black queen. Starts to look terrifying. All of white's pieces are coordinated, all of them centralized, all of them playing a part right now. That cannot be said for the black king and the black rook, which really need to get to safety. And this black rook needs to hop on over, centralize.
I'm giving up on a career at predicting anything in chess from now on. I mean, this was the one game, at the start, never going to go into tie breaks.
Right.
And then suddenly we have this position. Magnus, can he come back? I think Nordebek has this. And then Magnus strikes back. And then the moment we're thinking, hey, you can never get a second chance against Magnus, here's Nordebek trying it out all over again.
And getting that second chance. So we'll see if he can really take it all the way through. Again, it's still a tall order.
Did you see that?
Yeah, the stare down as well begins. Nordebek loves to eye up his opponents during games. If there were stats for the player cards, if there were stats for eye contact, Abdusattorov would be on 100.
That's where you get that eye tracking software in play, right? Start seeing what squares they're even looking at on the boards, and all of that kind of stuff could be real interesting.
Out of all the players we have here in an alternate reality universe, if any one of them is an assassin, it would be Nordebek up to Satrov.
I like that
Just
those are
got
the
that
thought
look.
experiments you're running in your brain.
Assassin.
Likelihood of assassin.
It's all the Avalon we've been playing.
That's true. You're right. We're not doing ourselves any favors in cosplaying assassins every evening back there in the hotel lobby. We'll wait for Magnus to make a move, and we'll come back and check in on this game shortly once he does. For now, back over to Fabiano versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, because it looks like it might be going a little bit from bad to worse here for MVL, as Fabi continues to improve his position in what was already a winning position. Still has both of those really strong white bishops there, kind of controlling so much space on this board. And of course, those two isolated pawns on the left side. I just don't know how you ever find a way to protect them, or at least trade them off in an even way.
Yeah, it's just a simple piece comparison. White's bishops clearly better than the black bishops. Clearly better and more active than their counterparts. The white knight can never be moved better than the black knight. The white rooks, okay, could be improved. The white queen, though, much more flexible than the black queen, which is kind of cut off. If you cut the board into half, how is this black queen ever going to come over to the other side of the board to defend her pawns? She just cannot. It's that simple. And yeah, white will activate the rooks in the near future before most likely going pawn hunting. Even an endgame, even if the queens come off, rooks come off, even that will be hard for black to defend. So short-term and long-term, big problems for the Frenchman.
MVL, feeling the gravity of the situation here, is going to spend some time to try and come up with some answers.
The leg gravity of the position.
There it is.
Sorry.
That one was pretty good, actually.
This is a very tough one to save, right? Because it's just, again, you're lacking counterplay, you're lacking targets. I mean, Fabi not only has beautiful pieces, but such a healthy pawn formation with no weakness to get to. He's controlling all the most active diagonals. The two longest diagonals on the board are in Fabi's hand right now. The knight beautifully placed. He's going to get his queen more active, get the rook on the central line. The only active piece that Maxime has is that rook. Get that off the board. And then where are you even looking at counterplay? We're talking about alternate realities. My good friend, Dr. Strange, he did check out the future on this one, and he doesn't see Maxime surviving it.
Uh-oh.
Also,
but now that I know you've got him on speed dial, I'm going to be shooting some extra questions over to you. You can ask him in your spare time on my behalf. Okay, so we checked in on this one. I do want to fire right back on over to Magnus Carlsen versus Nordebek Abdusattorov, because he did complete that response that we kind of expected from him, that double bishop move to ultimately guard the knight. So now it's a question of, with that tempo gained here by Nordebek, how does he continue to keep his foot on the gas? Because we know if you give those couple tempos back there to Magnus, we go right back to an even game state.
Yeah, if Magnus gets two moves, gets castled, gets the black rook into the center, no more weaknesses and no more advantage for white here. So I'm expecting this move, Tanya, indirect threats against the black queen.
He has to play. The only thing is that Nordebek has to move faster. He can't let that time advantage slip. He really needs to use that as a weapon in this game, because it's still far from being clear how much of an advantage this is for Nordebek. And if you only focus on the board and let your clock dwindle away, it might not be enough. You need to get Magnus really low on the clock so that when the big questions arise, hopefully he won't have enough time to navigate those defenses correctly.
I love that call out, because actually he should take a lesson from yesterday where Magnus was using the clock as a weapon against him. There was a point in the game, Nordebek making a move with just a mere singular second on the clock, and the move that he made, a tremendous blunder.
That's true. No coincidence there. And I'm pretty sure his heart rate spiked at that one moment. Okay, Should we try and break it down, Tanya? What if Nodebek plays this move? Rook into the center. They do say rooks opposite kings, queens. That's where they're strongest.
Makes a lot of sense. And you've got some threats, right? Knight jumps, one I can see is towards the right side of the board. There are tactics across that you need to be careful about. Is this the moment? Do you have time to step away with your queen? Is that what you're looking at?
Yeah, if the black queen runs away, again, for everyone at home, this is analysis, so not the live board. We're waiting for Nodebek to make a move. But this feels like there will be sacrifices. A capture maybe. Oh, it feels like you can already break through here, but...
Push the pawn and then give up your knight and then checkmate, queen, rook, everything coming in. Goodbye.
Boom. And boom. And this is going to end in disaster.
You make chess sound so simple.
It sometimes is. Sometimes is. And just to show one checkmate, for example, the black king caught.
It is incredible how from one game to another you can feel, like chess is a simplistic game, and then the very next you're like, I don't understand a single thing about this.
Sometimes in the same game, right, in the space of a move.
But then, David, the big question would be for Magnus, if you don't have time to step away with your queen, you can't lose contact to that vulnerable pawn that's in front of the black king. You know, you need to keep it defended to that. The only other move that would make sense is to get your king to safety. Does he have time for castle? Or let me reverse that question. Does Nodebek have a devastating knight jump here?
The answer is probably no. That's why Nodebek is hesitating. Magnus now getting his jacket off the back of that chair, maybe re-adorning himself with that jacket. This knight jump looks like the most tempting of them all, but most importantly, the black queen not only saving herself from the eye line of this white rook, but she can take a pawn. She can get the queens off the board, and Magnus, with just a draw needed, queens being exchanged will be, so desirable to him. So, maybe there's nothing immediate. Maybe that's why Nodebek is hesitating. There's no knockout blow. And from my experience, Tanya, this is where you invest the most amount of time. You sense there's something, you feel there's something, but you can't see it. You kind of insist. You keep pushing yourself, and you're like, okay, I've just burnt 15 minutes on the clock. Suddenly things turn around.
Can I just go one move deep in that line? Because there is one idea that I want to check out that maybe is what is running through Nodebek's head right now, because the rook is screaming to come to that center line. It's not a move that he's not thinking about. It's got to be the first move everyone checks out here. And then Magnus gets his king to safety. And what if Nodebek decides to get greedy here? Takes that knight, and notice how the queen is lined up beautifully to pick up a pawn on the other side of the board. And you're just saying that I think you're almost forced to recapture with the knight. I don't see any other way for black to do it. Yeah, now there's got to be a big jump with the knight.
Yeah, I'm not sure where, but...
Chess is hard.
Yeah, maybe this one, and potential knight forks in the air, now threatening to take this pawn with a check and unleash a attack against the black queen. It feels too loose, these three black pieces coming under fire. So I agree, Tanya, knight takes bishop.
And now can Nodebek go pawn hunting is the big question. Can that give him enough to play for a win against the world #1?
A pawn is a pawn.
Is a pawn.
Yeah.
You got to say thrice.
3 times. Repetition. That's what the politicians do, right? They repeat the same policy 3 times to hammer home their point. And what if black's knight takes this pawn to try and restore the balance?
There's another one hanging, so you take the knight back?
I just realized I've walked into a blunder, but...
Ooh. Wait, oh, you don't take the knight back. You win something more.
He wins something more. Knight takes pawn, check. Now that the white rook actually guards this knight, it can retake if the black queen captures, and either way, the black queen is falling prey to one of the white rooks. So yeah, it just feels like this is the move to start with. I love that idea, Tanya. I feel a bit ashamed that I didn't think about pawn grabbing, because it's normally my middle name.
Oh, you're a changed man today, David. How did that even happen?
Just woke up on the wrong side of bed, clearly.
Yeah.
Grabbing this pawn is maybe the one thing that Nodebek's not spotting right now, but I think, as you mentioned, so natural to bring the last remaining rook into the attack, into the action, especially because the black queen is the glue that holds things together right now.
And it's amazing how that concept of checks, captures, and threats, it might sound simple, but it can help you at every single level. It's sort of the path here as well, right? No checks in the position. You've got one capture to keep in mind, the trade between the bishop and the knight, and then you look at the most forcing threats that are possible on the board. So perhaps that should be something that Nodebek should be thinking about. Checks, captures, and threats.
Yeah, sounds simple. Capture, win a pawn. Still, from that position, winning against Magnus Carlsen is going to be hard. But Magnus Carlsen very rarely loses when it's level material, so might as well get greedy.
Just the fact that you can start dreaming about winning against Magnus to make a comeback with your back against the wall with Magnus needing only a draw is already an achievement.
Oh, to say the least, And we'll come back and check on this one in just a moment. But I think it would be wise to hop on over to Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Vincent Keimer just to take stock of where the board is. I don't think that this one is necessarily going to end anytime soon, as it feels at least somewhat even in terms of its position. But once again, take a look at that. 6 minutes on the clock here for Keimer. Jan with over 41 minutes to his name. Yes, it's his move to make, so that clock will continue ticking down, but just wanted to give people kind of an appraisal of the board state before we hop over to the ones that feel a little bit more decisive.
Draw?
At first glance, I thought yes, and especially if Black gets one more move and puts his king on a dart square. But yeah, I mean, Black does have a nice square for the knight, but I do quite like the idea of planting a bishop in the center of the board, just to try and lock things down. The white rook has some targets. I think the main differential here is the white king being much more active than its counterpart. Should be a draw, of course, but I would rather be white, not just thinking about the clock time.
You're just covering all grounds with that answer, you know, just in case any of the results happen.
Well, I don't think Black's going to win. I'll go on record saying if Vincent Keimer wins this game, I don't know what I'll do. I'll join the Paris Marathon on the weekend.
You were anyway planning
Okay,
to do that.
yeah, I'm holding you to that. Please, Vincent, dear God, win this game.
We need something more dramatic from David than that, James.
What do you mean, running a marathon with no training? This man, he's going to be carted off the course.
He didn't say that he'd finish it.
That's true. But that alone would be entertaining. Get a camera on this man. I want to see how far he makes it. We'll start taking bets. 13th mile, 12th mile. Where does he fall out?
I'll stay to the end. I'm a grinder.
Okay.
It might take me 24 hours, but I will finish that
Sounds good. I've run one marathon without training, so I know what this experience is like, and I know what you're in for, my friend. And now I am Vincent Keimer's biggest fan.
Oh, come on, Jan. No, I think it should be a draw, of course, but I just feel that Jan has the better side of that draw. And sometimes it's enough, sometimes it's not. And we'll see.
So by all means, with this one being an expected draw, perhaps we can jump over to some of the other boards. Once again, returning to the hometown favorite who's continuing to try to mount a defense here up against our number 2 finisher from the Wiesenhaus Grand Slam in Fabiano Caruana.
Ooh, and this one, it's become more of a concrete battle suddenly. We talked about the kind of general lay of the land, how White had the advantage, White had the better bishops. Fabiano has actually allowed Maxime to come forward. He's provoked him forward because he's got some tactics in mind. Quick action replay of the last 2 moves. We last left it in this position, and the Black Knight leapt forward. I actually thought this knight would be just whipped off in a heartbeat. I thought he would just capture this knight and then try to lift his rook up the board. I thought this was actually just decisive on the spot. Rook lift, skewer in mind. I had, however, missed that the black rook can come down and challenge its counterpart. Here, Black holds things together just about, and Black does have the 2 bishops, so long-term some chances. Fabiano did not go for that. He moved his queen out of the way of that knight. Instead, we saw the Black bishop come out to a very active square. Suddenly, the Black knight very nicely entrenched in the white position. But Fabiano's idea was to launch this bishop forward, and this is the current game position. The black rook now under fire, and it has to be really careful where it steps. You cannot, for example, lift it up 1 square, attacking the white bishop, because you land a fork now if you are Fabiano, and this is a devastating fork. Triple attack. Okay, what to do? Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he stretches. He doesn't look too perturbed. He looks pretty chilled out, but the position becoming a bit hairy for him. A bit scary.
It's been scary for a while, but the last few moves, it feels as if Maxime's the one who's made some progress, right? Getting that knight implanted there, the bishop on that diagonal. And yes, you've got this knight jump. Maxime's not going to walk into that fork. He'll find the right square for the rook. I'm guessing it's along the D line, but further along. And yes, you can jump with your knight to that square, hitting the queen and bishop, and optically it still looks like a fork. But Black's got a nice retreat that actually uses the queen to connect itself with the bishop. I believe we've got some moves.
Yeah, he has moved. Wow, he just moved his bishop.
Oh, that's A nice trick, almost.
Yeah.
Almost.
I think you know what I was
almost only
talking
counts
about.
in horseshoes and hand grenades, my friend.
Well, almost is a word Fabi is very used to in freestyle chess, almost winning the championship so many times. This one he really wants to do it. David, can you show the idea that I had in mind? But it doesn't work because of resource.
Not quite yet. So he's actually sacrificing the exchange here, so rook for bishop. The rook can be captured. Now black could just land a check, forcing the white king into the corner. Yes, you can block with the knight, but that's a clumsy pin. You don't want to self-pin necessarily. And relying on pattern recognition from traditional chess, often this knight check is a killer blow. And the pawn recapturing, it looks like this is checkmate as the king cannot run. The bishop cuts off the escape square. And this is a very well-known checkmating pattern. But here, white's bishop at the top of the board can swoop back. This bishop can also go and block, so both white bishops can guard the king and save the day. It does beg the question, though, what if, for example, the knight does jump in with a check, and then instead of giving this check, you just take the bishop? I don't feel it's enough, but the white king is very open. At least this type of thing might scare Fabiano.
Absolutely. Well, we asked our chat just a bit ago who they thought would come out on top in this battle here on the second day of the quarterfinals. And with 65% of the vote, chat does believe that Fabiano is going to come out on top and keep his run towards that top table alive. Of course, 15% of our fans still think MVL has a way to get out of it, while 20% are saying draw, and we go to a tiebreak.
I think this position's getting complicated and super spicy right now. Yes, Fabi is going to be up material. I think he's going to pick up that rook. Well, at least if he does. But even just planting that bishop to the center of the board, you know, Maxime gets that king, the white king locked up at the corner with all these ideas, the tactical motives that we're talking about. You could maybe simply grab the bishop. You don't even have to give the knight up immediately and just keep those threats on the board. Feels like it would be a lot of compensation for Maxime to play for, and also very true to his style. He's a player in standard chess. There's this opening called the Naidov, you know, and he's quite a specialist of that opening, and so many times that involves an exchange sacrifice. In chess, an exchange sacrifice is when you give up a rook for a minor piece, for compensation, for trying to open up your opponent's king. And I think in this kind of a position, we could see a similar pattern motif arise, where you get this incredible piece play against Fabi's king by giving up material, that rook for the bishop. And I'm just wondering if actually Fabi's going to even take that rook, because it starts looking incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, I love this last move from Maxime. They sometimes joke about the French school of suffering, and something that Magnus and Hikaru have talked about, where Maxime and other top French players, they give up a pawn, they just knuckle down, they just try to defend the rest of the game. But this is very active defense, and I really do like it. A bishop in the center on an outpost might well just be worth a rook. So yeah, this is suddenly less one-sided than I thought. The eval bar says totally winning for white, or big advantage for white. Fabi removes the black knight, so no checking business there. He's most likely now going to grab the rook on the next go. But black is going to have two very, very strong bishops in return, and practical chances, big practical chances for Maxime.
Maxime thought about it real quick there.
Do you think he's going to take it? Do you think Fabi will take that rook and allow those two bishops to be planted at the center of the board?
I think he has to. You've got to suffer for something. There's no reason to let the black bishops live.
Does it? Now, does he throw in a check first? I think that could be critical, because if you do recapture the bishop instantly, the white knight has the possibility at some point to perhaps come and block that bishop. Even that would be a complicated line, but I would be just tempted to throw in a check, you know, throw in that in-betweener and then grab the bishop.
Yeah, look at these look at these black bishops, I should say. They're just so strong.
From starting at the center of the board on the back rank to moving to the center of the board in the center of the board.
Exactly. The life of a bishop. But yeah, the question is here, though, is it enough compensation for the rook? One of those bishops, is it worth a rook? Actually, if I didn't see the eval bar, I would say probably it's fine for black. You might even shuffle your king into the corner, bring the rook across, and go down this G line. But yeah, this is fascinating, this position. Definitely deceptive, the eval bar.
Can you actually highlight the two squares from where the bishop started and where they've landed up? Because I think, James, you make an excellent point. Just look at what monster snipers those bishops have become, right? from the first rank to actually the most powerful squares on the board. And there we see, I think we've got moves coming in as he did take the bishop first. I think for tactical reasons, white can't stop this idea that Maxime has of getting that other bishop to the center of the board.
Yeah, you can jump into the center with your knight to try and block the bishop's path into the middle, but you do risk, for example, after a trade, the black rook next move coming down to challenge. This one gets complicated. Also, yeah, initially, yeah, maybe this one's another good move, but this is a pin and the black rook undefended. Gets sharp, it gets complicated.
Get super sharp. But that's also the style of these two players, right? For attack, I think both of them scored pretty high on your player card as well. Fabi, he's thinking about his response. I actually think that this, this ends decisively, and I don't think it's a given that it'll be a Fabi win. I think with those two bishops planted, Maxime's got chances of his own of delivering a checkmate.
Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly on this one, and this might not be the only one that ends decisively as we jump out to a bird's eye view real quick before we zoom in to one of our other battles between Arjun Erigaisi and Hikaru Nakamura, where it looks like Arjun once again has an opportunity to take a lead over Hikaru. Again, they entered the day half a point apiece after both had opportunities to possibly win yesterday's game, and you can see they're slightly better for Arjun over on the right-hand side of your screen, the second one down. We just came from Caruana versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, where you have slightly better for Fabiano as well. So these are the two upper bracket bouts that feel most like they might end in decisive fashion. And of course, there's still that Noterbeck-Magnus Carlsen game where maybe we're giving a ton of credit to Magnus for finding a way to get back into it. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see.
Wow, this one is getting very concrete. If Hikaru gets another move, if Hikaru gets to, for example, bring his rook up the board and just swing it across, I think this is just dead level. It's very blocked. Both sides have good squares. But Tanya, can Arjun win Hikaru's queen?
Whoa.
Can he bring his knight forward? He's about to make a move, so maybe I shouldn't make a move yet on our board.
He is reaching out. Oh, he moves.
Not quite.
And the bar doesn't like it. It doesn't approve. So maybe it was your idea. Maybe that was indeed a missed opportunity. David, also, can we just back up? And you can explain the whole moment, because we left it lost when there was immense tension in the center, the box, as we call it.
Yeah, let's bring it back the whole way to the box. And it was actually this moment with almost total symmetry that things started to explode. Half a dozen moves ago, we saw a capture in the center. Hikaru took that pawn back. Another capture. And now a brilliant sacrifice from Arjun Erigaisi. We've seen a few of these today, a double exclamation point move. This is only a temporary sacrifice, because if the knight is taken, this will be a fork, regaining the material with interest. So that was ignored by Hikaru Nakamura. He took this pawn instead. The rook counterattacked against the white bishop. The knight defended that bishop, and the black knight saved itself. And just to catch up with the current position, moves coming in now thick and fast. The white queen was forced the whole way back home. This queen now attacked this pawn, and it was defended. And okay, we have had a move. So it was just this one from Arjun. Hikaru is thinking. The moment I wanted to point out, though, missed opportunity. The red cross denotes the fact that there was something better for black. It's not a blunder in itself, but missed opportunity. The first move that comes to mind, the most obvious move, is actually this knight jump, attacking the white rook, attacking this pawn. The thing is, if the white rook now saves itself, no matter where it goes, the black rook can come down, and this white queen is trapped. This was a way to win the white queen. And yes, you get some material for it. For example, I'm not sure which one is better to take. You can take the knight, you can take the rook. And it might be a position like this that Arjun didn't actually like, where white now has a rook and a knight for the queen. White also has a very strong knight. The black knight may be forced to retreat. There are knight forks in the air at the very end. So maybe he just didn't want to evaluate these types of positions. Very complicated, a lot of calculation. But either way, that was promising for black, that whole line. Instead, he misses it and brings his rook across that chance.
Oh, and a small point, but this sometimes does go on in a chess player's mind. Very recently, Arjun lost the game to another Indian player, to a very strong grandmaster, Hari Krishna, in a very similar dynamics, where he had the queen and Hari Krishna had the rook and knight and actually outplayed him from there. So sometimes you can evaluate it based on your sort of ghosts in your head from your past.
Absolutely. Huge psychological game at play here, and I love the call out on that one. But of course, we know that chess is, about moments, and you can only miss so many moments, right, before no more are afforded to you. So, yes, the computer calls it a missed moment, and it wants to believe that this situation is back to equality. But we'll see what the players have to say about that.
Yeah, that's a fantastic call, Tanya. I'm so scarred by so many things in my career. I've been checkmated more times than I can remember. So these days I just try and play very defensively to prevent that happening. And like you said, that's a very recent memory for Arjun, just back in kind of end of January, beginning of February. So yeah, that's perhaps why he didn't go for that. Also, we've seen it already this tournament. The top players aren't so attached to the queen. If you have a very strong minor piece, if you have a very strong rook in return for the queen, we've seen Magnus Carlsen give his queen up for 3 pieces. Yeah, the top players, they're much more versatile in their thought process, and the way they value pieces, something we talked about earlier.
I will say, though, I'm slightly surprised because Arjun yesterday did have that slight edge. Well, I don't know how slight it was. It felt like actually quite a tangible advantage out of the opening, but then he let go of it with inaccuracies. Now, one of Arjun's strengths is really once he gets those dynamics, he's able to play them pretty well to get to convert that into a point. He failed to do it yesterday. The position turned around. And I wonder if this is the story we're seeing today as well. You know, he gets this moment. And against guys like Hikaru, guys like Magnus, you don't get them often enough. You barely ever get them. And if you don't capitalize on it and they're gone, then it becomes incredibly difficult. So Arjun missing this, maybe in hindsight, could be the turning point of this match.
Well, let's take the words straight out of Hikaru's mouth from our, pre-game interview from earlier today, where he said in yesterday's position, he felt like in a number of ways, Arjun tried to play too precise with his advantage, right? And again, that can go to the idea of maybe you eliminate taking risks when you're trying to play too precise, and every once in a while, the best move might appear risky to the human eye, but in the end is the only one or sole one that would give you the win in the end.
Yeah, and maybe Arjun wanting to keep his time advantage, maybe having learnt from yesterday that accuracy isn't necessarily the main thing. You just want to get the moves in. You need to get them on the board. You need to keep some time in the bank for a bit later. But just to mention this last move from Hikaru, I really like it. He's actually aiming to come into the center of the board. Another nice outpost for a white knight, gaining some time in the process by hitting this piece of his opponents.
Yeah, let's check back in with Noterbeck and Magnus here, because I think this is a very interesting, most recent move by Magnus, considering the position of that light squared bishop here for Noterbeck. Yeah, sure, the computer doesn't love it, but right now threatening to march all of the king's pawns forward, create a little bit of a pawn storm, trap that light squared bishop in, or force it to trade off with that knight before it gets so trapped.
I'm going to let David take over the position, but I'm just going to tell you the clocks are leveled out, and that's a huge advantage that Noterbeck has let go. He's taken too much time.
Fully agree. And again, it's something that we talk about when you have the advantage, when you have 4 or 5 tempting moves. I mean, we talked about here taking this knight. He could have done it on the last move as well, and then winning this pawn in the corner. Maybe he spent 5 minutes thinking about that. He could also jump with this knight, kind of back, forward, eliminate a strong knight in the center. He could just kind of take a chill, do nothing, push a pawn, just solidify the structure. He could push this pawn forward, threaten to bring his knight in. He can jump away with his knight, a discovered attack against the black queen. Having too many options, that's not a good thing in any form of quick chess. Yes, it's classical we're playing today, but this stage it's pretty much rapid chess now. And you want one easy move. Magnus's last move, not the best apparently, but clear purpose to stop the white pawn marching forward. You want easy, logical moves. You just want to choose from one of 2. You don't want to choose from one of 6 or 7 that all look very good.
That's the hardest part about chess, that you never get those easy moments, especially against the opposition that's over here. And David, he had almost a 25-minute edge on the clock. The thing is, when you're playing against Magnus, you need to accumulate these small wins on the board, on the clock, and keep that as is. I do see he's made a decision, though. He's gone ahead with the pawn. Do you like that? What is his idea? Because I thought so much of the focus was on the right side of the board.
Yeah, I do actually quite like it. And I should clarify, this was the top computer move from Noterbeck by a distance, this last one. He had lots of ways to keep the advantage, but this is the only one to keep it at its maximum. And a big threat now on the board for Magnus Carlsen to face. The white knight didn't have anywhere profitable to jump to, but now this square has been kind of carved out by this pawn push. If black does nothing, for example, just to make a random move, the white knight will jump forward. It's a double attack now against the black queen. and against the black rook. And Magnus actually moves instantly. What does he do? He retreats his queen the whole way back home. That smells wrong, I've got to say. A queen needs to be near her king to defend it. A queen is such a good defender, and now this black queen is so far away from the action.
Yeah, he's just disconnected the queen from the rest of the game, right? And that's been the story of this from the very start. Magnus's queen getting chased around to these absolutely ugly-looking squares, not really playing a part. It's sort of your spidey senses come on, right? It feels like there should be tactics brewing right about now.
Yeah, if we trace the journey of that black queen, it actually started where the black king is now. It stepped forward, it stepped across, it stepped back, it stepped forward, and it's gone back. And it has ended up here. So half a dozen moves, but not necessarily ending up on a great square.
So we're on move 20, and from one side of the board, it's gone to its counterpart on the other side of the board, equally defensive, equally passive.
Yeah. And taking 6 moves to do it, though, of those 20.
Yeah, nearly a third of his moves just with his queen, and she lands up on a horrible square. Magnus Carlsen, maybe he needed to do that to avoid losing material. Maybe it was out of pure necessity, but he's not going to be happy about that one, the world number 1.
What do you think, Nordberg? What's going on in his mind? How much does he sense his advantage right now?
I think it's like a monkey clapping, just like... That's what happens when I play chess, at least. No, but on a serious note, it's more likely that Nordberg is very confident of his advantage. He trades off very, very quickly there. We see the bar approve of that one. And it's more likely that he's getting excited. Look at this.
Ooh, I like it.
You step back, I step forward. That tends to be a good motive in chess. Big threat again on the board, Tanya.
It is, and you need to stop that pawn from getting there. And the moment you do that, the only way to do that actually would be for Magnus. He's just retreated his queen. He might be forced to retreat his knight to a defensive square. But that comes with its own set of consequences, which would allow Nordberg's knight to get further. It almost feels like step by step, Nordberg is gaining more territory in this game.
I actually wanted to say it about an hour ago, but I wasn't brave enough. I was going to say we're going to get a playoff here. We're going to get a tiebreak. I just thought Nordberg looking so sharp. Magnus just looks out of sorts today, but it looks more and more like that might be the case, Tanya. Nordberg on the brink almost of striking back. Huge threat.
And Magnus with a shake of his head. He knows that this is a difficult position, and all he needed was a draw to seal this match victory.
Nordberg is such a good attacker. You give him the initiative, you retreat, and he'll come at you. He will not hesitate. And he's threatening to win a piece with this pawn push.
And he's done it beautifully, right? Again, just slowly and steadily. When required, get the pieces out, don't rush. When given the moment, advance in the center. Break open Magnus's position. Now the pawns are moving forward. The knights are coming in. The rooks are beautifully placed. Magnus piece by piece going back.
Oof, this is so hard for the world number 1. Magnus just grimacing. Again, just to put a move on the board. If the knight retreats in order to release this bishop from defensive duties so it can run away. So many good moves here for white, but at the very minimum, you can step forward into a beautiful outpost, cutting the blackboard in half. The rook has to move, and look at this black queen. It's just never coming out of that cage. You can even continue stepping forward to attack the bishop. This looks over. The white rook coming in next to the 7th rank.
Well, while Carlsen considers his options here, we do have the first result of the day in the books, and it comes in the lower bracket. It will be a draw between Praggnanandhaa and Vidit Gudrathi. Just need to check in on this real quick, as it does mean that Praggnanandhaa has secured himself a bid for 9th place. For Vidit, it will be a finish and a tie for 11th place with the loser of the other bottom bracket match. Maybe real quickly, we just walk through the final couple steps to see how it played out before we rejoin the upper bracket as the action breaks down.
Yeah, let's just go through the last few moves. Vidit with white in a must-win situation, but he found himself just a few turns ago in this position. And it's level material. The black queen beautifully centralized. The white queen slightly offside. She retreated, but after a rook slide, the queen now moving. The threat of checkmate here on the 2nd rank forced Vidit to take a draw by perpetual check. No other way to kind of doll this one up. He's a pawn down. He's dead if he doesn't force a draw, so we saw a repetition here. The queen checking the king, and Vidit exits the tournament.
So Prague awaits the winner of the battle between Gukesh and Richard Rapport, but now we need to go back over to Magnus versus Nordberg to see if he's made a decision or how he's navigating what does seem to be a very tough spot. I still see the clock ticking away, so that tells me he hasn't found a solution just yet.
And I think for Vidit, he's just happy the tournament's over. It's been such a nightmare for him, and for Prague, the journey continues. Magnus does retreat, so he stops the tactical idea that Nordebek has, but gives away more strategic points for Nordebek's knight to jump into. And two very attractive options. You could push your pawn further ahead one step, come in with the tempo, or start with the knight. This is a decision that Nordebek has to make, but he mustn't take too much time to make it. Because both equally attractive, I would be perhaps more tempted to go in with the knight first, hit that rook, but I just don't want him to use too much time right now. That is absolutely essential.
Yeah.
Essential.
Essential. And yeah, he's got so many attractive options right now, Abdusattorov. We should mention Vidit now, who's left the competition. Pretty decent consolation prize. He can actually enjoy his honeymoon. So
Yeah, he can get back to life
on the bright
now.
side. But no bright side for Abdusattorov if he doesn't win this game. He's got such a big opportunity now to strike back, force some tie breaks. He does jump in with his knight. Beautiful outpost, threatening the black rook. Not just that, but the black queen now in the corner. She's looking pretty bad. Magnus is desperate now. He would love to sacrifice his rook for this white knight, just to break his queen out, remove this powerful, powerful piece. So, for example, if the pawn steps forward, it looks like a fork, but he'll now give up his rook for knight, then save his bishop. I'm not sure exactly where. And if the queen can come out, take this pawn, at least it's a small material investment, but Magnus back in the game with a very strong knight of his own, it should be mentioned. The black knight coming in will be a nice square to sit on.
I'd be so tempted to just go for this line. You know, you're in a must-win situation, you're about to win an exchange, but the fact that Nordebek slows down, it shows class. He's not rushing with the decision to capture material. He knows there's a lot of strategic pluses to play for. I wonder what else is going on in his mind. How can he actually keep that knight alive? Does he double it up? And he does eventually take the decision. It's going to be up in exchange for Nordebek Abdusattorov. It looked extremely strong.
Yeah, Magnus looks so unhappy.
He hates it.
Yeah, and reasonably so.
Yeah, it's a horrible position for black, but at least he's not immediately knocked out. At least the black king position will be hard to break through too. Often in losing positions, that's just what you have to do. You have to give up some material. You have to kind of understand that you have to change the dynamics of the position. You can't just sit back, try and curl up into a ball and let your opponent attack you. He's given up rook for knight in order to prolong this battle.
I was having breakfast today with our pro stream squad, and we were discussing what are the chances of us getting tie breaks and playoffs, and nobody thought that there would be an opportunity in this matchup. And here we are.
And here we are.
Nobody thought there'd be an opportunity in this matchup, and there was no opportunity in our other top-of-the-ticket matchup between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Vincent Keimer. That one was just piloted to a draw. That was predicted by David and Tanya quite a bit ago. But here you can see the players themselves discussing the position. So with the players now tied at 1-1, this means we do have one of our upper bracket battles going to a tiebreak scenario. The time controls will start to reduce. And this will be the first time that Vincent in the knockout stage in either of the Grand Slams will be tested in a tiebreak scenario.
Yeah, and it's got to be said, Nepo is a small favorite, but Tanya, very balanced game here.
Very balanced. And I think yesterday as well, you know, it felt like both had it under control. And this one, Vincent, a little low on the clock, but the position simple enough for him to handle. And now it comes back to speed chess, right? It's going to be a best of two. David, the tie breaks with a 10-minute and a 10-second bonus time. So again, a quick shift with how you go from classical to rapid play. And right now, it's all eyes on Nordebek. I mean, we've got to stick to this one because this is the big, big game.
We'll come back to that in just a moment. I just want to get everyone apprised of the state of the game between Fabiano and Maxime because, once again, it's the hometown favorite here in Paris who is up against the ropes after such an incredible performance all tournament long. He entered the day even here up against Caruana, and now he's just searching for any resource available to him. I see a rook for a bishop here in favor of Fabiano, as well as an extra pawn.
Wow, Fabiano, look how chilled he appears on the camera right now. He's just found a genius move on the last turn. Just a retreat now by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. This is looking desperate. The white rooks are now going to come over and try to trade off. The more pieces that disappear, the closer Caruana gets to a win. Rook and pawn now just for the bishop. That's the material balance. But I just want to highlight one last move because after the bishop for knight exchange where we last left it, we did see the king slide into the corner. Probably not the most accurate by Vachier-Lagrave. Caruana now snatched up a pawn. It looks scary, though, because the black rook is coming in, but this retreat is the clincher, potentially. If the black rook now comes in, it looks disastrous for white. The queen and the pawn behind it now in the firing line, but only one move not to lose for Caruana. It would have been a counterattack, sliding with his rook against the black queen, ignoring the threat, and this would have saved the day, gone for trades, and clinched a winning endgame instead. Tanya, it looks desperate for Ashley Graf. You can see on the camera almost that he realizes this one in its final throws.
And very possibly he missed this resource that Fabi had. Otherwise, he would have perhaps planted his bishop earlier on, not allowing Fabi's knight to sort of take away that possibility. This is going to be a bit of a Fabi show. I think he's converting this beautifully, James.
Yeah, the expectation that Fabiano will wrap this one up in a victory and push himself onto the semifinals. So we got to check back in with Magnus Carlsen as he tries his best to mount a response to the young Uzbek, who has shown up in a big way today, needing nothing but a victory here to force a tiebreaker of his own.
And did you see, I think Fabi, when he was, when it wasn't his move and he was looking over, I believe he was checking out this game. I think for all the players, this is also an exciting battle because Notebek sort of looking like he's about to make a comeback. Look at that knight that's gone all the way into Magnus's camp. It does come with tactics though, right? Because there is a pawn hanging. So Notebek getting his calculation cap on. I'm trying to do the same, but I'm not being able to find it. What's the idea here? Does he just want to come in with the queen?
Yeah, I think he's just trying to cage the black queen. He's trying to keep her at bay. He knows that if Magnus gets out with the queen, if the queen ends up on the other side of the board, this is a 3-result game suddenly. But the queen, just look at her. She can barely move. And to your point, Tanya, knight takes pawn now looks like the most obvious move. I think we would all play that as black. The intention is to bring the queen forward, attack the black knight. Doesn't have too many squares if it moves back where it came from. Now, the previous pawn which sat here will be replaced by a second pawn. And now the pawn, the knight combo keeps the black queen in its cage.
In these comeback moments, right, let's say if Notebek is able to pull this off, do the unthinkable today and get this win against Magnus to take it to tie breaks, we often talk about how the momentum shifts. A player who's on the advantage, has the lead the day before, needing only a draw, but now suddenly has to take it to playoffs on the very same day that you lose a game. How much of a role do you think that would play if this was to reach the playoffs?
Potentially huge. I have seen Magnus bounce back. He very rarely loses 2 games in a row. That's the one thing. Often makes him angry, losing one.
I was going to say, it's kind of, it's just which one ultimately, means more. Is it the wounded Magnus striking back the furious Magnus, having taken a loss going into the tiebreaker? Or would it be Abdusatorov, maybe in this moment, with the momentum, really believing I can do this? This is a possibility for me going forward.
You've got to be feeling good, right? The blood's got to be rushing inside and the adrenaline all there, feeling that I've done this. A task that almost seems unsurmountable, and you made it happen. And it makes me think about talking of wounded Magnus on the other side of this. Because he's a player like no one else, I want to say. When Danny was here, by the way, that was amazing having him. If anyone missed it, definitely go back and check out that stream when he joins us. Some great conversations there. We were talking about the best players in the world, and is there an absolute best? I think for many, it's like world number 1, the best player in the world, Magnus Carlsen, the second best player in the world, an angry Magnus Carlsen. How do you face that?
Yeah, you don't.
Yeah, not easily. Tell you that much. Fabiano did just pick up the victory officially in his matchup against MVL. So we do have our first semi-finalist with 1.5 points to 0.5 point to the man in his hometown, Fabiano. He continues to impress us here in the format of freestyle chess.
Yeah, a final position of this one. The white queen sliding across. It might look like there's still some fight ahead, but essentially black has no threats. Black is down just a bishop for a rook and a pawn, and the white queen is coming in. The black king in the corner, a sitting duck. And this one, black would have to trade queens or give up material in order to prolong the game. He didn't want to suffer any longer, Maxim Vasiligraf.
Our chat is quite hilarious right now with the whole best players in the world. Keep it up. Got my eyes on you. But right now, yes, I think for Fabi, you almost feel like Fabi's back. This is the Fabi that we've become used to seeing. And a game that, he really showed, I would say he outplayed Maxime today in the opening. the middle game and the finishing touches to it. For Maxime, a good run in the round robin. Would love to see him back in the tour. But at the end of the road, just want to say, according to our chat, the third best player after Magnus, after an angry Magnus, the third best player in the world is a drunk Magnus.
Okay, all right, so we're all fighting for fourth. Nobody else even makes the podium, wouldn't you believe it? He did find his response, at least what he thinks is his best answer to that night jump. We were talking about recapturing that pawn with the backwards knight move, and he disagrees.
Yeah, at least he keeps the white queen out. The white queen coming forward was a kind of key component to what Nordebek is trying to achieve, trying to lock his opponent's queen up here. And this pawn isn't running away yet. Maybe the white queen can step forward and attack and kind of protect it, but the queen here isn't so stable, can get hit by a black pawn. Magnus just trying to wriggle out. Again, it's just about getting this queen into the game. It's a bit of a dream right now, but the longer the game goes on, the more Nordebek might start to worry about control. That's a really nice move, though, backing up the knight. Queen for knight. I mean, we were talking about valuations of pieces. A queen normally worth 9, a knight normally worth 3, but if your 3-point piece cages your opponent's best piece, that tends to be a decent sign, especially being up material himself on the rest of the board.
And Magnus reaches out and makes a move. And did he just push that pawn one step forward again?
That feels so peculiar.
That does feel very strange. I thought he was just going to grab that pawn that's hanging, that can be taken by the knight. I think his idea has to revolve around getting that queen 2 steps ahead, trying to get it into the game. Strange move, huh, David?
Very strange move, but he needs to give his queen some breathing space. It's very interesting that he actually willingly gave up a move there, Magnus, and that's because the white rook not as well placed as it was on the open file, so he's actually arguing that his opponent's rook is worse placed, and the white rook is actually vulnerable to some tactics. If the white queen ever moves now, this pawn will fall, and the black knight has some nasty forks in mind. So very interesting.
How much of a factor is the clock situation here?
I think it's pretty big. I think that's Magnus's main hope.
Yeah.
He's going into hustle mode.
Yeah, the jackets just came off.
Yeah, he's going to try and channel the inner Manhattan Square Park hustler, street hustler here, Magnus Carlsen. He's going to knock the pieces over. He's going to...
You know, Paris has got their own hustlers. Apparently incredibly strong players in Jardin du Luxembourg here. Some say even stronger than the one we find in New York.
Neither of you have ever taken a trip over to challenge one of them?
I did. I was here last summer in Paris.
Oh.
I went down to Jardin.
You've resisted revealing that information to us. What does that tell me about your results, huh?
Yeah, I did get recognized, so I felt a bit shy. But the first gentleman I played, he didn't treat me so politely with much respect. He was like trolling me with his opening moves. So I just kind of let him troll me initially, and then I tried to turn it on. And I managed to win quite convincingly.
Okay.
But no, nice to play, nice to step out of the tournament arena and actually play for fun for once.
Also, no shame in losing to David Howell. I mean, we can't judge the strength of Jardin du Luxembourg based on that game, but I've heard there are some strong players out there.
No shame in losing to David Howell, though I will say I am currently undefeated against David Howell. So, you know, take that for what it's worth.
Tanya beat me the last time we played.
Wow.
Twice. Oh, sorry.
Oh, my goodness.
Probably.
All right, give us the mouse.
I blocked out one of those.
I got lucky.
Yeah, no, it'd be no shame to lose to David Howell. In fact, I enjoy losing every time I go to Paris. I always manage to sit down in either, Union Square, Washington Square, at least for a game or two. It's so much fun.
Square. I said Washington Square, of course.
Yes. Well, you can find chess in every square. You can find chess in Times Square in New York City, if we're being honest.
Yeah, Central Park as well, right? They've got the hustlers there.
Yeah, they've got it everywhere. I used to live right off of Union Square, so that's where most of my games play. But yeah, Washington Square, one of the primary destinations for a lot of chess fans when it comes to playing outdoors in the beautiful city of New York.
And we're in the beautiful city of Paris. And what do we make of Magnus's decision now to eventually pick up a pawn? How does Nordebek push and convert this advantage?
Yeah, I think there's a big decision now, here and now for Nordebek. He is facing perhaps the greatest endgame player of all time. So he can force an endgame. He can trade off the queens. He does bring his queen forward. I think Magnus now is pretty much obliged to offer a queen trade. Otherwise, the black queen might never get into the game. And we saw how he kind of, with a flourish, made that move. He kind of jammed the piece into the square. The white queen, he feels that's a very powerful move. Magnus can keep the queens on and jump away with the knight, but it does feel like giving up another pawn here on the side of the board might be too much of a material gap to bridge.
Yeah, a very standard defensive tool in the game of chess is just to remove weapons from your opponent's arsenal by offering up trades, and in particular taking their most powerful pieces, attacking pieces, off the board.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Magnus, do you think he's going to trade queens, Tanya?
It's a really tough call. I mean, I like the idea of keeping it more complicated. As a commentator, would love to see that happen. But if Magnus feels that he can hold that endgame and it's his best shot, keeping that knight as a strong blocker in front of the pawn, also defending his own pawn, I think it's what Magnus is going to go for. Because that last move, that one pawn push, it kind of directly implied that, right? That's his strategy. He wants the queens off the board. You've said A, you better say B now.
Yeah. He could jump forward with the black knight, but remember, it will be a pawn sacrifice. Remember, everyone, as well, he's down material already. It's currently a rook for a bishop and pawn.
He's about to decide. It's on the board. He wants to trade the queens off.
All right, so Magnus has offered the trade. The question is, does Noterbeck accept the trade of queens? And as we await his response, the answer to that question, let's just pull right out. Take a look at those evaluation bars. Yes, a few of our games have hit results. As I mentioned earlier, it's Fabiano, the first who's booked a ticket into the semifinals. 1.5 to the half point of Maxime Lachier-Lagrave. Of course, over there in the Vincent Keimer and Jan Nepomniachtchi battles, it was draw into draw, so they will go into a tie-break scenario in our bottom bracket with a drawish result today between Pragnananda versus Vidit. It does mean that Pragnananda has bought himself a matchup for 9th place. Over the next coming days, we have 3 more boards in play. You can see them denoted by the live sign all over there on the right side of your screen. It's Abdusatorov up against Carlsen. It's Nakamura against Arjun Erigaisi. And then, of course, Gukesh up against Rapport. I think we have to continue keeping our eyes set on this Magnus Carlsen board, though, because it's really just a question of whether or not Abdusatorov can get it over the line.
Yeah, the clocks are ticking down as well. 6 minutes each. Slightly more time for Magnus, but not much. And he needs to find some compensation. Abdusatorov doesn't insist on the queen exchange on Magnus's terms. He's trying to allow the queens to come off on white's terms. Magnus is not going to take now, Tanya. He's not going to remove the queens. Not yet, at least.
It would really help Noterbeck's cause, right? Allowing that pawn to take its place, hitting that knight, destabilizing the position, also winning a pawn eventually in return for that. Easier to create passes when you've got 2 connected pawns. There's just no way Magnus takes it. I think he just keeps it there, keeps the tension, is not going to be the first to blink. But then when that's the case, you try to look for improving moves. We've already established Magnus's knight can't move from there, right? You end up losing the pawn on the left side of the board in front of the black queen if you lost connection with your knight. The bishop's beautifully placed already. I don't see a better square for it. That just leaves Magnus's rook to find a square. Where does it get to? Does it have a move? Perhaps you just start pinning the knight. Could that be something that Magnus is thinking about?
Definitely. I think that's the first move I would look at. No immediate threat, but improving a piece, that is for sure. It's very hard to know exactly how Noterbeck breaks through.
I love that. It took me like a 40-second rant to think about and come up with that move. And David's like, yeah, that's the first move that came to my mind.
I've probably spent like 10 minutes thinking about it before I'd play it. That's my problem. Never trust my instincts. But I agree. I think you get there by process of elimination, by looking at the pieces, or you get there by just thinking, okay, talk to your pieces, which one is happiest. Magnus now famous for apologizing to pieces when he sets them up wrong. There's been so many reels lately. But he does like to talk to his pieces, and this is the one piece that can be improved. The rook.
So that's the move that we're expecting. Magnus now going under the 5-minute mark.
Oof, the clock. I have a feeling something's going to happen. Someone's going to make a blunder in time pressure. It just doesn't feel like the type of position where you can guarantee 100% accuracy for the rest of the game.
I want more chess between these 2 players. Big fans of both of them, but it would be awesome to see this go down to the wire.
It would. Come on, Noterbeck. His heart rate getting higher. He feels close to the victory. I think in his mind, Noterbeck, he knows he's got a decisive advantage. He thinks that this one should be over with accurate play, and maybe it should, although the eval bar has been dropping slightly over the last few moves. Still a small advantage to white, but not decisive as we thought it might be. He does play that move, the black rook improving. Still no threats.
So if we do
white get in?
A quick material count here, it's a pawn and a
bishop.
And a bishop for a rook.
Yeah.
So that's 4 points for 5. It's not an absolute disaster. And also the white rooks, wait, there it is, the only one that could have been moved, because the other one needs to stay connected to the knight to defend it. He places it on an open file, looking at that 7th rank infiltration, trying to get more pressure in. Is that a threat that Magnus needs to stop?
I think he would love to stop that if he could, but not easy to stop the infiltration of the white rook. Maybe with the black king.
I was just thinking, but I was too scared to suggest.
Me too. I'd be terrified in Magnus's shoes, I must admit. 4 minutes now as well.
Oof.
Nordebek super speedy. He proved his speed strengths in the World Rapid Championship in 21 and also in the round robin stage here.
Winning the World Rapid Championship at 17.
Yeah, intuition 100.
Beating Magnus.
Beating Magnus on the way, beating Caruana along the way, beating some of the world's best players, Aronian and others. Okay, what to do?
Super tough.
Super
tough position.
Calmer heart rate there.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. Spikes up.
Spikes up. Oof.
And actually, as I was going to say, as our voices dissipate, just think about right now the intensity. For those of you at home in that room, it is just as quiet in there, if not quieter.
Yeah. You can hear a pin drop. You can hear the players pour their water, the moves being made.
ASMR.
Well, again, for these players, right? You know a number of the other boards have finished. There's maybe a small congregation of people huddled around your board. People wait on bated breath to see if Abdi Satorov can do it, if Magnus Carlsen can wiggle his way out of this one.
And yet all the players will be seeing is those 64 squares. They will not be aware of who's around them, what's been going on. It's all about what's going on the board. Magnus now down to 3 minutes. He's going to be playing blitz chess now for the rest of this game.
This is blitz territory. And the clock keeps ticking. Magnus's defense is not easy. Is he going to use the king to be an active piece? That's playing with fire.
Well, and we talked about him using the clock as a weapon. Now it's a weapon being used against him.
A big one.
Double-edged sword.
1.5 minutes. It is a double-edged sword because if you were to play against the clock, you have to make fast moves, and that could be a mistake. Magnus blinks. He does take the queen.
It is the best move in the position.
He's doing it at a time where white should not, or maybe can, but probably should not take back the queen with a pawn, as the white knight will be falling in the process as well. So that was the ulterior motive behind planting the black rook next to the knight. If the white rook takes back the black queen, the damage is limited. The black knight will sit on its post for a lot longer. It's all about the black knight. If it survives, then Magnus has chances to build a fortress to lock things down, hope to stem the tide. But if the black knight is ever captured or removed from the board, things could turn.
So taking the queen with the pawn would be a bad idea here for Nordebek. It would give away a chunk of his advantage simply because of after the chop, 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 trade, you pick up the knight. Nordebek picks up the knight. He would end up with a double pawn. Not that much to play for in that endgame, but he's slowed down, so the decision isn't that clear to him.
It's not so clear, and look at his eyes darting around the board. Very quickly, Nordebek. That's pure calculation right there. Well, that's some very quick eye movements.
That's very intense.
Oh, the
But
panic.
he's got to take it with the rook. Is there a huge difference in evaluation of taking it with the pawn and the rook?
Keeping the advantage to the maximum would be taking with the white rook right now. That would be an over +1 advantage, according to the computer. Taking with the pawn would halve that advantage.
Oof. Big moment.
Big moment. And I did say getting rid of that black knight is the key, but you cannot do it at the cost of your own knight.
But Nordebek fans, they've got to be sweating right now. I mean, they're screaming, take it with the rook, but he's not making a move, so he is considering pawn takes queen.
I think he's going to take with the pawn. I have a feeling. Ooh. It's the more forcing of the two, and Nordebek has quite a forceful style. He wants to clarify things. He wants a clearer path.
Yeah, dislodges the black knight at the very least. It kind of connects those two pawns as well towards the center of the board, which maybe you're thinking about as a resource later on in the game. It's supported by that rook for future pushes towards that final rank. There's a lot of reasons maybe to do it.
Nordebek's definitely stressed out right now. He's feeling the tension. You know, your goal is inside what you want. You've done everything wrong, and that's when it spikes up. That's when you really feel the nerves. And he's...
When the clock ticks down, you want simplifications. There's a human urge, human instinct to just want a clearer board. Makes it feel like you have easier choices in the future, but you also make life easier for your opponent. That is the problem here.
But right now, it's between these two moves for him, right? And there's a huge difference. One lets him play for the win. The other one gives a big chunk of the advantage away.
And time's becoming a factor. You saw him check the clock there just a moment ago as he's continuing to work through the calculations as quickly as his brain will possibly allow.
He has to take it with the rook. He's about to play.
The longer he thinks, I think the more likely it is he does take with the rook, but this is so tense. Taking with the pawn, I don't think Magnus is going to lose after that.
What does he not like about taking it with the rook? What is stopping him from making that decision?
I think just the fact that the white knight doesn't have too many ways home. So he can basically force an exchange of knights if he takes with the pawn, and he does.
Oh, he does! Oh, my goodness.
Look at what's about to happen. The black knight is going to fall, but Magnus will not trade the remaining rook. Magnus will keep this black rook on the board. A trade of rooks, and he will not be able to compete on the open lines. He does keep his rook remaining. Normally, when you have this material imbalance, bishop for rook, you want to keep your only rook left. And now these doubled pawns are actually easy targets.
What a mess. What a big miss by Nordebek. It was clear that if you trade the rooks, as black, you're busted, right? Yeah. You can't defend any of the pawns. He's coming in with his rook, the one on the center line. The move looked like it was going to be a long one, David. That will be my guess. Either a check or the 7th rank.
Ooh, Magnus needs to be careful now. Again, according to the computer, one move. Only one move to hold equality. Which way to go? Right or left?
Say no more. You know, if I had 5 seconds on the clock, I would go center of the board.
So would I, because I'd want to challenge that rook and maybe get my king more involved later in the game. Thinking about as pieces come off, usually the kings want to be more active.
I would go to the center every time without a hesitation. And Magnus, of course, finds the better move.
Oh, what a guy.
What a player.
Well, if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be him.
Wow. Going to the center was actually wrong because it would have allowed white to give more checks, and there was actually a mating attack in the air, using the 2 white rooks together against the black king. More important this time was hiding. Not normal in an endgame, not normal to go passive, but hiding the black king away prevents any attack against it. And now Magnus has the opportunity to seek counterplay. The black pawn could push forward, for example. If the whole left side of the board disappears, by the way here, if all of the pawns disappear from the left half of the board, this one is going to be a draw. White can create no passed pawns on the right flank alone.
I mean, how impressive was that? This is a sort of what we call a counterintuitive move, right? You're always taught to play in the center. That's the hand move that you want to make. And Magnus, he's superhuman. He finds the best move in the position, and now he's pushing that other pawn up the board. We see the bar. It's almost level now.
Yeah, and this is where I fear. We go back to what we talked about earlier. It's so rare that Magnus gives you 1 chance in the game, let alone the 2 that he gave Nordebek in this one. But I fear that he won't ever give you a 3rd chance.
Do you think Nordebek realizes that the advantage is gone?
Just never trade queens against Magnus. It's that simple. I don't think Abdul Satrov's going to win this. Whether he realizes or not is another question. I think he knows it's much more difficult than it should have been. He might still think he has some kind of advantage, but actually he should start being careful here with white, because the black rook is just coming to feast on some pawns. All of white's pawns are doubled or isolated, or both. And right now, no real targets. Black's king safe. Black's bishop is the star here. It actually is defended and defends a key pawn of its own.
The dream plan that one would want as white if you want to play for a win is to try to win the 2 flank pawns, right? To create a passer on the left side of the board if you're Nordebek. You pick up that A pawn, you pick up that B pawn, and start marching up the board with that 1 lone pawn left. And it does help that both pawns are on dark squares, cannot be defended by Magnus's bishop. That would be something that would give me hope if I'm white here.
Yeah, fully agree. That's definitely his plan, Nordebek. He wants to keep his A pawn alive. He knows the others will fall. The white pawns, the double pawns in the center, those are dropping. But that's why Magnus's last move was such a star. He's going to push his B pawn forward next, trade off that one. That is the key pawn to trade off. The white pawn in the corner is the only potential queen in this position. The black bishop actually holds the gate on its own of the central pawn.
You know, I'm just wondering if at some moment you're able to trade and then Magnus is able to plant the rook, X-raying white's king and start actually putting pressure on those pawns, the lone pawns, with the rooks on the offside. You know, you've got the rook coming down, the bishop joining with some pins on the board, and you're looking at ideas perhaps playing for more as black.
Yeah, why not? Ambition, always a nice thing in endgames, especially when the clocks are ticking down. I think Magnus would take a draw, though.
Yeah, rook sliding down to b5 is the expectation here, right?
Yeah. I think one of these two squares, I'm not sure it matters so much, because the next move is not to get greedy and take the white pawns in the center. It's just to trade off this white pawn in the corner by pushing this black pawn next. That is the key idea for Magnus Carlsen, but your move on the board. And white will now take a pawn. Not sure which direction.
Yeah, I think the only reason I preferred that is because if I'm going to take one of those two pawns, it's the one that still lets me move to my opponent's side of the board afterwards. Again, like you said, he's going to avoid taking that pawn for now, but that is the continued threat. If I were to take the one that was just above it, I'm still locked behind my opponent's pawn after I've taken it.
I think good logic. I would have also chosen this one. Just feels like the nicer pawn to get. Also, the black bishop then would have a nice safe square to sit back on.
Yeah.
Okay, moment of truth.
If he does push the pawn, crazy line, right? Not sure if it'll happen or if it's even good or not, but it could force a rook trade. And I wonder if that's something that you want, because white could slide one of the two rooks. Well, I would do the one on the right side. And just not giving Magnus the time to actually escape with the rook trade. I see the bar doesn't move, so it's probably still fine for black.
Let's play through this variation. This is what's going through Magnus Carlsen's head right now. He hasn't moved yet. We'll put the board back as soon as he moves. There would be a pawn capture. The rook would slide. And now the black king can start coming. I think this is the key. Only move, apparently. Magnus would need to see he needs to bring his king into the action. And now start hunting down pawns with his king. They cannot be defended, and the white rook cannot use this square to cut off the king. That is the key. The black king is going to come and eat these two pawns.
If that rook could land on that center line on any of the squares, I think this position's winning for white. You know, you cut off that king, and then you go on pawn hunting. But the bishop just beautifully, perfectly placed for Magnus that defends that square at the end of this variation.
So Magnus needs to see all of that. He has less than a minute left on his clock. He can only push his pawn forward. Very important spot by Tanya there. He can only push this pawn forward, allow a rook trade if he sees that whole line, and he does.
Oh, my God.
This guy sees everything.
Yeah, I want to ask how he does it. How does he do it every single time?
It's the end game, that's how. It's where he thrives.
It's truly spectacular.
Yeah. His chess is really from another planet.
And
it just amazes me every time. He's the hardest player to commentate on. You just kind of tend to run out of things to say. You run out of adjectives for him.
Superlatives.
Yes.
Yeah, instead we sit in awe.
And the problem for Nodebek is if he does trade off this pawn, allow the rooks to stay on the board, the black rook will be impossible to trade off. The black rook will always evade those exchanges, and the rook will come back for these white pawns later in the game. White can give up one of the rooks for the black bishop and this pawn in order to get rid, but the black rook will happily come behind and stop everything a bit later. These white pawns are just too weak. You need passed pawns in endgames, and Nodebek doesn't have any. I think he might trade the rooks and hope that Magnus doesn't find that king move, but of course he's seen it by now.
But even if you haven't seen it, I think he definitely has, because Magnus Carlsen clearly sees every single thing. But when you get to that moment, because it's such a forced sequence of moves, I think that's where you spot it.
You find it. Oof, poor Nodebek, he's done everything right in this game. He still can't win. Defensive skills 99 for Magnus in this last stage.
How do you beat this guy in this form? And who does it?
Right now, nobody. Right now, nobody.
And it was,
I'll tell you that much.
Did lose to Arjun, though. Round robin.
In the round robin.
Game
right.
2.
That's true.
Before he warmed.
That's true. And you know what? Arjun is on the other side of the bracket. So that could be a preview of what could be our finals here in Paris.
Should we take a quick jump to that one?
We can jump over to that one. There's far more pieces on the board, so there's still plenty that can be determined or determinant to the outcome of this game. But just like yesterday, now as we get into those faster or rather time trouble for both players, it's Hikaru who does have a small advantage in this one. Question is, can he convert?
Hikaru, we jump in at a moment where both sides have just made mutual mistakes. Quick backtrack the last few moves. The position was a bit level a bit earlier, but Hikaru emerging with an extra pawn on the side of the board. Not the strongest pawn, can be a target. The black rook slid across. Here, Hikaru made a bit of a slip, allowing the black rook in. This wasn't spotted by Arjun, who brought his queen forward. And now this pawn is hanging. I actually think Hikaru takes this. The white bishops are super strong. I know it's a kind of closed center, but the bishops control everything, and Arjun drops back with his bishop.
Ooh, computer likes that even less.
Because there are tactics in the air.
I was just going to say there's a feeling that something should happen right now. With the queen on the other side, the rook on the other side, white having the connect four. And Hikaru, he turns away. Has he spotted something?
This is Hikaru. Partly he's being a streamer and he's doing it for the drama, but I think he genuinely sees chess better on a board, on a screen, essentially, rather than those physical pieces. He's so used to sitting at home on the computer, so he's just looking at that screen, making sure the tactics work in his favor.
I mean, I think that's also going to become more and more of a thing throughout the chess world, as the majority of people across planet Earth at this point probably interact with chess through a digital screen. I know for myself, I feel like I'm playing a different game if I'm sitting at an actual physical board.
Look at him. He sees it.
Yeah, he's
whatever
confident.
the tactic is, and David, maybe you will highlight it. Maybe we'll watch Hikaru play it out. But he's found something incredible for white in this position, and it's going to happen on the board.
It's going to happen. This pawn in the corner is actually a really useful distraction, pushing the black pieces to that flank, and he's reaching for a black pawn. He's going to take a black pawn.
There it is.
He's going to win this game, Hikaru. Big favorite now. Double exclamation point, because it's a sacrifice. The knight can be captured. Otherwise, you're just 2 pawns up. I don't think Arjun can allow this white knight to continue hopping, allow it to survive. But once the knight is captured, the white pawn in the center will step up, and the black bishop will be attacked, and the black knight in the center will be attacked.
Oh, and that's gotta hurt. Sitting across from the kind of classic Hikaru, I just won this head bounce.
He gets the brilliancy, and that is one. And look at him. It's like he's calculated all the way through to checkmate in this one. You take that knight, Hikaru's pawn moves forward, the position's falling apart.
He's woken up.
Oh, look at that. What? What was that?
Was that to himself? Was that to the audience? Was that to his opponent?
Was that yeah. Or was he telling himself, wait a minute, wait a second.
He's trying to calm down that heart rate.
Maybe it's not so simple, but back to the
head bob.
The head bounce. That's the head bob that usually tells me he's in solid position.
Hikaru Nakamura is pure cinema to watch in moments like these.
Eyeing up his opponent as well.
Oh, those white bishops are so good. They control so many squares on the diagonals, and they keep the white king safe. The black king much less comfortable in the corner, but more importantly, the black center has been destroyed.
And Arjun, he keeps thinking, he keeps taking those seconds, but it's too late for the Indian Grandmaster.
Yeah, another variation to point out, if the black rook comes down to attack the white queen, the queen can save herself and keep all of the advantages by stepping forward to trade off the black queen. The white knight defends her on that square. White will be 2 full pawns up with the winning advantage. The knight is captured.
He's going to push the pawn.
Disconnects the bishop from the knight.
Yeah. One of these 2 pieces will fall. It was just a temporary sacrifice, but huge, huge interest gained in that little process.
How can Arjun keep this alive? How can he keep his hope alive? It almost feels like he has to give up the bishop and not the knight here. You can't let that pawn survive for too long. Does that give him any chance at all?
I think it's forced. I don't know how much hope he has left there, but he has to take that pawn, then bring his knight back, because there will be 2 knights hanging after the next move. The white rook now attacks this black knight in the corner, and the knight in the center still vulnerable to the white queen. So you have to connect your knights, but knights don't feel too comfortable like that. We've seen it before this tournament. The white rook will slide back. The problem is as well, the board now opening up, and the white bishops are ready to pounce against the black king. Not many defenders around it.
The bishop pair in this one is definitely worth a lot more than the knight pair. I mean, that's what you really want. Open position, targets on the board, black king feeling unsafe. Notice how all of Arjun's pieces, all of his armies on the left side of the board, and a lone king on the other flank.
Arjun, it feels like he did everything right. It was that one moment again earlier we said, pulling the trigger, going for it against the best players, you don't get another chance. He let it slip. He actually played a really good opening Arjun Erigaisi, a really good early middle game. But after that, Hikaru, once he got that second lease of life, he's been turning the screw strategically, started to maneuver really nicely, and then tactically has struck.
Did the same thing yesterday, right? Started brilliantly against Hikaru, and I think that's what excites so many people about Arjun Erigaisi as a player, right? But yeah, still when it comes to that, top 1, 2, 3 in the world, overcoming them can really be the challenge, and that will be kind of the marker for his greatness when he can finally achieve such a feat.
Yeah, it's coming, Arjun, but yet to defeat the likes of Fabiano, Hikaru, Magnus on a consistent basis in classical chess.
Well, he's only 21.
It's coming.
He's the world number 4, and it has been the story where he hasn't had those many invitations or opportunities to play against the world's best. So this stage has meant so much to Arjun to be able to play against the absolute elite in the world. And it looks like the road's about to end for him at Freestyle Chess. But what a performance, right? Taking Freestyle Fridays back-to-back, 3 of them, coming in, having an incredible run in the round robin, taking down Fabi, then Magnus. And this position, he's still going to fight it out till the end. And look at that. Hikaru doesn't even rush to capture the pawn with his own rook. He wants all of his pieces to attack Arjun's king. He's not giving him any chance at all.
Wow, Hikaru looks so determined. He looks so focused right now. The head bob, the famous head bob. I've been victim of that head bob before. I've sat opposite Hikaru knowing it's time to resign when he starts behaving like that.
You've had some epic battles with Hikaru.
I have. I've only ever lost 1 game to him out of, I think, 7 or 8 classical games. Haven't won any, though. Lots of draws. But lots of fights. And, Arjun jumps forward with the knight, but I think this might be the final move of the game, the final mistake, because the white queen is about to slide up. This is something Hikaru calculated before. You see him peering forward. The white queen is about to line up on this diagonal, and the house is falling, the house is collapsing.
And there's nothing that comes to defend, right? Because you're not only attacking the pawn, you're pinning the pawn. So you're, in a sense, actually threatening to win that knight. And if the knight was to capture the rook, the queen jumps in. Notice how all of Arjun's pieces, including that rook, is undefended. Everything will fall apart once the queen lands with a check on that f5 square.
Arjun must have seen this. I'm surprised he played that move. Better to just drop the king back and keep the game going, but maybe he's just banking on the fact Hikaru doesn't spot it. Hikaru, though.
Hikaru spots everything.
No doubt he's seen this one. It is a sacrifice of the white rook. We should mention the white rook in the corner, in the center will be captured, but the white queen is going to step up, take this pawn, give a check, take the rook, and it's like dominoes. Everything falls with check.
He's reaching out. I think he was reaching for the queen.
This might be the final move of this game. I don't think Arjun can really battle on. He's going to be at least 2 pawns down, maybe more.
It could be the last few moments of seeing Arjun in the quarterfinals bracket.
Yeah, that's a very important note. Still will be alive to play for up to 5th place in this tournament. And for his first time out here on the circuit, even a top 5 finish would still be massive for Arjun Erigaisi.
Yeah, he's still been very impressive, Arjun. And it feels like he could have done even better yesterday chances, today chances. But ultimately, Hikaru is Hikaru.
Yeah.
And it'll be great experience for the 21-year-old.
Hikaru looks so determined to finish this off. A winning position in chess is very difficult. But a player like Hikaru, he just gets laser sharp. And he wants to wrap it up as quickly as possible. And it looked like he was reaching for the queen. And there it is. The deadly move, a small one, but with big consequences. That pawn cannot be defended.
Oof, that is tough. There's a pin. The pawn is threatened. The knight is now threatened due to the pin. If you take the white rook, I think you need to take the white rook. The only way to at least grab something for your troubles, then white's queen will be swooping in. And it will be the black rook at the top of the board that drops. Hikaru, it was really professional as well. Good tip for everyone at home. Double check your calculation. He paused. He spotted this move 5 minutes ago. but he paused to just ensure he hadn't missed anything.
You know, we spoke about Arjun's run. I mean, for Hikaru as well, just the whole slam, the story of this slam that as it shaped up, starting from Weissenhaus, struggling there, not being happy with his performance, talking about retirement after that tournament, you know, with the games that he had. And then he makes a comeback in the American Cup, wins a fantastic tournament, defeating Fabiano Caruana in the finals in that one, and then showing up here, always being in the mix for qualification, and here he is looking for that semi spot.
Yeah, and Hikaru looks like he'll book it in just a moment, as you can see us flipping our board over to Carlsen versus Abdusattorov, because with that final move, a draw was agreed upon between Carlsen and Abdusattorov. That means the world number one, Magnus, will go straight in to the semifinals.
Yeah, Magnus defending what looked like a almost hopeless position. This final position a draw because black has 4 pawns to white's 2. The black bishop nicely anchored. White's king cannot join the fun due to having to defend this pawn. The black king would come and no way through. A draw and enough for Magnus.
And just as we jump to this one, seeing Magnus do what maybe felt a little bit impossible with a couple of chances that he gave to Noterbek Abdusattorov, we do see a couple more trades coming off the board here. It was the knight for the rook, but the queen swoops in with that check that we talked about, and now will grab a rook for herself.
It's 2 pawns to the good for Hikaru Nakamura. More importantly, he has the attack ongoing. The black queen could give a check, but the white bishops will protect their king. And Arjun, he battles on, but these are the final stages. It will be Hikaru Nakamura, it will be Magnus Carlsen, it will be Fabiano Caruana in the semi-finals. We've heard that before. 3 of the greats. Maybe only one tiebreak, Tanya, after all of the drama.
And I predicted 2 with 1 going into Armageddon. Well, we've got 1 going in. That might go down further into the wire. I was expecting more of these matches, but such decisive games. It's like the players woke up today and chose violence.
They definitely did. They definitely did. Well, they chose violence in the upper bracket. Funnily enough, in the bottom bracket, there was less violence, resulting in now 2 draws. I can call everyone's attention real quickly while we're not going to jump to the board to show it to you. Gukesh and Richard Rapport did agree to a draw in their matchup, and so that does mean Richard Rapport will move on to face Pragnananda for that all-important 9th and 10th places.
Wow. And the battle continues. Jan there having a look at this matchup as it's being played out. Now, Hikaru's got 2 extra pawns. He's got the beautiful bishop pair. He's got Arjun's king as a target as well. But what's the plan in such positions? How do you actually convert this to the full point here?
Yeah, first you need to regroup. You've done the hard work. You've won 2 pawns. Hikaru with a nice flurry. I was going to say, guarantee he brings his bishop back now. The bishop is actually headed onto a new diagonal where the black king sits. And the black king is pretty open. Knights are normally great defenders, but they struggle against bishops when there's so many open lines. There's 2 ways Hikaru wins this. Maybe he's going to combine them both. 1, he could try to start pushing his extra pawn forward on the left side of the board. He can bully the black queen out of the way with the offer of a trade. Any exchange of the queens and the white pawn just runs through towards promotion. And 2, the second point here is that he could go for a direct attack against the black king. Most likely he tries to combine both, and small improvements. You don't have to win on the spot, you just slowly start pushing a pawn, slowly start improving and going for the attack.
I was thinking about a third one where you trade queens and try to win that endgame. For me, like that would feel the safest option that I'd want to take. Try to offer a queen trade and somehow get those queens off the board and then go to your plan A of pushing the pawns. But knowing Hikaru, I think he wants more. Perhaps wants to go for the latter. Go for the king.
I don't know. I think he'll push the pawn with the idea of trading queens along the way. I think you're right, Tanya. I think it might just all be about that little A pawn. I've actually had that against Arjun in an online rapid game as well. Bishop on the long diagonal, and then you push your A pawn forward. It promotes on that bishop's square, luckily. All seems to work out when Hikaru Nakamura plays chess. Wow, it just looks so smooth in hindsight, but there were some hiccups, there were some bumps along the way in the early stages. You just got to strike these guys, these very top guys. You've got to beat them while they're down. If you let them back into the game, they turn things around. Magnus Hikaru, they just went up a gear after the 20th move.
Absolutely. So Magnus is in, Fabi's in. Hikaru
Looks to be in.
also about to be in. I mean, this is going to need more than a miracle, a check, and expecting the queen to slide up to offer that trade, the idea that we've been talking about. Hikaru looking also to make his way into the semifinals. That's a terrible threes. They're all true. What an awesome semis bracket we are setting ourselves up for.
Yeah, absolutely spectacular. And a showdown between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Vincent Keimer ahead of us still today.
Yeah, we know the other semi-final, I guess. Fabiano against Magnus.
Correct.
Yeah, that will be a fun one to watch tomorrow. A repeat of many, many encounters throughout the years.
The Weissenhaus final as well from 2024.
Here comes the pawn. The pawn is marching. A queen exchange would have only delayed the inevitable. The only way Arjun ever saves this is with a knight fork. But unfortunately, the white king and white bishops are so nicely kind of huddled together, covering so many squares. Hard to imagine any knight getting in and around that king to check. And the white queen doing some nice work on her own. The pawn is just unstoppable. Actually, all of the advanced squares are pretty much covered by the bishops.
You could keep doing that, right? Push it one step, offer a queen trade on the next step. For example, here, if you go ahead with your queen, defend another square, then push your pawn one. How are you stopping this? Arjun's looking for tricks on the right side with his knights. Knights are tricky pieces. I think that's his last hope, to try to set up some kind of a trap on the right side of the board. He's going to step up with the king.
Just playing with his food, Hikaru here. He brings the queen back. Again, he's trying to force that exchange on his terms. So hard to keep the queens on the board now. The black queen has to defend her knight.
How do you even do that? He does step away, connects it, but now the pawn, it's coming. And the bishops are just beautiful defenders to the white king as well.
Yeah, the bishops that started life in the middle of the board, they actually started on these two central squares. Somehow they just, Hikaru would say, rotated. They just shifted across, and they just cover everything. Even without that A-pawn, I would still fancy Hikaru's chances to win this game. But of course, with it intact, it should be quite straightforward.
I mean, he's doing this clinically. After that tactic that we saw, just step-by-step precision, surgical precision here, just not giving any chance, offering a trade, pushing the pawn, giving a check.
Where to go now? He could step forward with his bishop to pin this black knight. This would allow black to defend the knight or plant another knight of his own into the center.
Somewhat spoiled for choice here.
Yeah.
Decides to hit the queen instead.
Some dilemmas aren't great in chess, I was saying earlier. They burn time on the clock, but when every move is winning, that's a decent position to be in. Kicks the queen back. Okay, what do you think Jan Nepomniachtchi and Vincent Keimer have been doing? They finished a couple of hours ago.
Taking a nap.
Taking a nap.
Deep meditative state.
You think that? Or maybe just, actually, how do you even prepare? Yeah,
that's the thing.
That's how you prepare.
Right? It could be, I mean, again, we've heard from so many players. We heard from Christian earlier, right? Who's here, or who was here with Fabiano and has been helping him in his quote unquote preparation, but really saying that a lot of that just comes down to making sure that the mental state is where it needs to be.
Hey, maybe they're watching our community stream. You know, hey Vincent, hey Jan, just in case you guys are here.
Hey Jan.
Oh, they can't see us still.
Yeah. But even again, to that end, like the another point he made is that one of the big differences between freestyle chess and standardized chess is that you have to start working from the first move. So in terms of like energy conservation, making sure you come in with enough energy that you can, you know, persist throughout the entire length of the game. And on these days in particular, the second day of each of our knockout stages, that requires even more energy with the possibility of things like tiebreak. Those guys just played a 90-30 game. They're about to play 2 10-10 games.
And potentially more.
Exactly. So at the very least, it's like fuel up, rest up, just make sure you've got the energy so that your brain can fire through all of the different possibilities.
It's probably the best advice, right? Just get some sleep, get some rest, and just be as fresh as you can.
Well, we might be about to see the last move of this game. Arjun's last move allows a queen trade by force on the 7th rank. Arjun Erigaisi is about to resign. The queen's leaving the board. There we go.
What a beautiful capture of that handshake through the heads of the spectators who waited on bated breath for Hikaru to book his ticket to the semifinals. 3 of our 4 are decided as Arjun is knocked down into contention for 5th place. Hikaru already surpassing in a number of ways his performance at Weisenhaus 2025. It's great to see.
It was a fantastic run for Arjun throughout. And it stops now as we listen into the players.
Yeah, this one was yeah, this was fun, right? So that's why you can connect to it. There's something that I saw. So maybe do you have my rook is over. D1 and F1 and D1. And your queen is on.
So as they work through the different variations, Arjun asking for a little bit of help. Where did it all go wrong? Where could I have found a resource that I left unchecked? We still have one battle to be decided. That will be done in a totally different time control, 10-10. Vincent Keimer, the defending champion from Weisenhaus 2025, up against the top place finisher in the round robin, Jan Nepomniachtchi.
The final spot in the semis. So much on the line for these two players. And it's going down to the wire as they'll go into the rapid format to decide who will be the 4th player to take that semi-final spot. And for Arjun, it's heartbreak, right? Such a great run, everything in control, but Hikaru got that chance and just never let Arjun back in the game. Hikaru in beast mode.
Yeah, and just like we had back in Weisenhaus with the top seed picking Vincent Keimer, it's been on Jan to prove to us his pick, right? There's a little bit of pressure there. Of course, he wasn't able to get it done in the classical time controls, but many of us do believe his odds get better of dispatching Vincent as they jump down into the rapid portions.
It was really interesting to see how when Hikaru spotted that tactic, he actually turned around the moment, David, when you called out, you know, being a streamer, he perhaps sees the tactics and the shots and just needs to have that little glance at the screen, turns right back, and then boom, knight takes pawn, game over.
Yeah, just incredible from Hikaru. And in the meantime, this next tiebreak we're about to see, I still think Jan Nepomniachtchi starts as the favorite on paper, just because of his performance in the round robin stage, because he's so consistent. He's always, I mean, so much experience. He's always kind of there or thereabouts when it comes to tournament conversations. But Vincent Keimer did win his last 3 games in a row in the round robin. So some confidence there to take for him.
Well, Tanya, earlier you asked, what is it that Jan and Vincent are up to between the end of their game and at least this next tiebreak portion? I tell you, at the very least, he did stop for a moment to give us a couple quick words. So let's see what he had to say following his second draw and the forcing of the tiebreaker.
It must have been quite nice with black pieces to play such a safe game today, but still, you're going into rapid. Do you like that against Nepo?
Yeah, I think tiebreaks have their very special rules. Of course, everybody wants to win the match before tiebreaks, but yeah, I think again, I'm not happy with the way I handled the opening today, but yeah, I think after he allowed me this c4 trick, there was not that much left in the position, and again, it must have been a quite solid equal game.
Is Nepo a particularly difficult player to face when you go into these change in time format all the time? First from classical, then to rapid, then possibly to blitz?
Yeah, again, I think it really, since we're playing freestyle, it really depends on the position we get, how the opening goes. That really determines how the course of the game actually is. So, I don't think it's that clear whether any of us has an advantage by going to the tiebreaks. It's always kind of nerve-wracking and difficult, but that goes for both.
But you're happy with your game right now and how you're playing?
Yeah, I don't think there was anything else for me to do today. I mean, I don't think I ever had real chances to win, so of course the draw is absolutely fine.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's never easy to be the one that has to dive into a tiebreak, particularly up against the likes of Jan Nepomniachtchi, but Vincent Keimer has a little bit more chess to play today. For everybody else, their matches are decided. Let's remind ourselves of the results here from the day, our second day of the quarterfinals, everything from the top to the bottom. And it was a majority of decisive victories in that upper bracket. It was Hikaru Nakamura taking down Arjun Erigaisi. It was, of course, Caruana taking down MVL. We had Jan Nepomniachtchi ending up in a draw alongside Vincent Keimer. They're going to the tie break. Carlsen getting it done, eking out a draw against his opponent Nabdu Satorov, which means he goes to the semifinals. And then our lower bracket was decided. Prangdananda and Richard Rapport will meet each other over the next couple of days to fight for 9th place because each of them took a victory yesterday and then found a draw today.
And Nodebek, I want to just talk a little bit about him because he really made a Herculean effort there. It was a big one and he almost had it in the bag, the comeback that he so wanted, created his chances. And that's always such a difficult thing to do against a player like Magnus. But it brings back to the point, is it ever good enough? You need to finish the job that you started and you give Magnus one opportunity and it just slips away. And a draw, Magnus goes through. But I have to say, end of the road for Nodebek. But he really fought it out till the last breath in this one.
Yeah, Nodebek, Arjun, and others now. It just feels like that last ingredient is missing, that last killer instinct to defeat these fantastic defenders with all their experience. Opening stage is great. They showed Nodebek today, Arjun actually in both days. Middle game as well, strategically, they were decent. It's just that finishing touch, that last hurdle before they really replace these legendary players.
There's something about getting these opportunities, these small chances against these absolute best in the world, the likes of Magnus and Hikaru, and just not converting those moments, right? When you get that, you really need to make the most of it. We saw it with Arjun yesterday against Hikaru. He had that shot, he misplayed it. And today for Nodebek, the same story.
At some point, there will be the changing of the guard, the new generation taking over the old. Today does not appear to be that day. It's a conversation we started in Weisenhaus. Vincent Keimer there being the only one who could kind of shirk that kind of pattern that has emerged. He's the only one that still has the opportunity to do so here today. But the task ahead of him is not an easy one, to say the least.
Absolutely. I mean, he's got to play Jan Nepomniachtchi. And what form Jan is in? I mean, let's not forget he topped the round robin. Same points as Magnus right there. Had 4.5 out of 5 on day 2. I mean, it just steamrolled through his competition there. And there we've got David's player cards ahead of us. 88 and an 83 average for Vincent. David, based on that 2024 performance, as you've mentioned, I'm trying to think what stands out to us in this one. And the one number for me, the big one, which has played such a big role in this match, is the time management right there.
Yeah, and this is based on Jan Nepomniachtchi just being speedy in general, but also becoming World Blitz champion at the end of 2024, co-Blitz champion there. And Vincent, time management, not his forte, as we've seen throughout the classical games, a bit too slow. But he normally will speed up and has to speed up as well in the rapid. He showed decent instincts in the round robin stages, at least in the final rounds there.
But it was a struggle for Vincent in the round robin, right? And this is a story we spoke about even in Weisenhaus in the first slam, that with little time, this is a format that's incredibly difficult for a player who relies on his positional prowess and his strategic trumps right there, for which he's been given a 93. When you're playing against Speedy Gonzalez here, how do you manage that? You can't let yourself have such a strong clock deficit.
Yeah, I just feel he needs to take control of the games as early as possible to not allow Jan to get in the flow. I think Vincent needs to get great openings. We've seen him do that before. That was the foundation of his win in Weisenhaus. But if Vincent can navigate the opening, get a good position, that will make it harder for Jan to utilize the speed against him.
But is it fair to say that simply because of the clock, not as much about the chess here, both have their own big strengths. One really shines when it comes to those imbalances. The other, perhaps a more strategic approach, but both incredible players. But it's really going to be about the clock, how much of a speed change Vincent can have.
It's going to be such a gear shift, such a gear shift. And not so much for Jan, because let's not forget that Jan started each of these classical games as if he was still playing rapid. He was gaining time yesterday. Yeah. The whole way. For the first half of the game, he was gaining time against Vincent Keimer. So, I just think that alone is going to be a very distinct difference between these two players, that Vincent has to flip a mental switch. For Jan, he can just do more of the same, it feels like.
Yeah, it's like running a 10K and then suddenly having to sprint 100 meters. It's totally different.
Yeah, don't ask me to do that.
I will say, though, that the games that we saw in the classical between these two, extremely balanced. I mean, it just never looked that one was outplaying the other. It wasn't a roller coaster. It wasn't up and down. It just felt like two strong players. And the only sort of defining factor, again, came to the clock. But strength-wise, quality of chess, very high by both.
Yeah, I don't know whether I'm being controversial here or not, but I actually think Nepo was playing for the tiebreaks. I don't think he wanted to take advantage of Vincent's clock situation yesterday. I don't think he tried to push too hard today. Even in a slightly better endgame towards the end, he quickly bailed out towards a draw. I think Jan feels his best chances in these tiebreaks, and maybe Keimer deserves good karma because of that.
You know, whenever there is this situation where two players are in a one-on-one match and one feels that they want to go into tie breaks and sort of make that happen with their moves on the board, even when they can play for more, it just takes me back to the 2018 World Championship match between Magnus and Fabi. And I think in recent times, that's been the biggest example of a player really believing in them being a favorite and them being the stronger one, just purely based on the clock. And perhaps you're right that that was always part of Jan's match strategy.
Well, maybe we can remind some people, because as you said, perhaps Jan not pushing the pace or pushing, for risky plays every so often in the classical portion, knowing that he should be considered advantaged in the shorter time controls. Let's just go back through a couple of those games while we have some time to show some people. We didn't spend too much time on the game today between the two of them, and it was quite a different look from today to yesterday, where yesterday it was such a claustrophobic board, so many pieces left on until the final moments. Here it felt like both players were much more willing to take trades, vacate the board, open it up, and even still we found the same result.
Yeah, and again, we have to spotlight one fantastic move by Vincent Keimer, and we see him there sitting patiently awaiting the next game. I think the move of the day so far, early candidate for winning that prize at least, was this pawn push, not reacting to the threat on the black queen. If the queen had moved, the white knight jumped forward, this would have been a very dynamic battle and not one that favours black. So Vincent Keimer spotted he could trade queens in a very impressive way, pushing his pawn forward, unleashing his bishop, double exclamation point, I think rightly so. This is based on bishop takes queen, not being met by bishop takes this queen because of a sneaky check, but instead just recapturing the bishop, and en passant on the next move ensures you take that queen. And just to show the final stages of this game, we saw everything start to disappear from the board, and all of these trades did result in a level endgame. Look how pawns disappeared. Soon a set of knights also disappeared in the center of the board, and they just hoovered up the pieces, essentially vacuum cleaned them up. And this was the final stages of this game. Not much to play for, very, very level.
Can I just say how upsetting it is to me that such a brilliant sequence of moves to only result in the draw's position, and to rob me of the opportunity of watching David take place in the Paris Marathon later this week. It makes me almost as mad as I am for Vincent Keimer that he could find something like that and still not manage to get the victory. There you see his opponent, Jan Nepomuceno, taking a seat next to him, both of them awaiting the draw. We'll have that very shortly.
That was a very unique sequence of moves that we just saw, and we've got the players there ready to go, waiting for that position lottery to happen.
And no player discussions, we should mention.
That's a huge difference between previous rounds and this one, right? They're going to have to do everything on their own, and no opportunity to snag ideas from others in those group discussions.
Who looks more stressed?
Jan.
Actually, Jan does, absolutely.
He does, right? Vincent's a picture of calmness right now.
Yeah, and that's one thing Vincent has improved on, I've noticed, in the last 2 years. He showed it in Weissenhaus, very calm, didn't let things get to him. We'll see who this favors.
Yeah, I'm sure nerves coursing through both bodies. We dive back into the player hall to get our first position of the tiebreak.
Against all odds, we only have one playoff today, and it is for the final spot in the semifinals between Jan Nepomuceno and Vincent Keimer. The two players will play 2 games of rapid, 10 minutes plus 10 seconds. If they are still tied, we will move to Blitz, 2 games, and if they're still tied, to Armageddon. In order to draw the next position, I would now like to welcome to the stage the president of the French Chess Federation, Grandmaster Éloi Relange.
5-4.
Thank you very much, Eloi. The players will have 10 minutes. So to the players, good luck, and to the fans, enjoy.
Queen to D1.
Position number 454 will be the first battlefield of our tiebreak between Jan Nepomniachtchi and our defending champion in Vincent Keimer. And like we said just before the position draw, there's no opportunity to discuss with your cohorts. There's no opportunity to steal ideas, get baited into a Nepo gambit. Instead, for each of them, they're left to their own devices here over the course of the next 10 minutes to come up with answers.
And it's a good thing. I mean, they've got some time, because look at what we've got in front of us. The position that's been pulled out, it's so close to the 5-1-8, to the standard chess position. There's a shuffling up of the queen and the knight. The queen's at the corner of the board. There's one undefended pawn, which is in front of the bishop on the left side of the board. And I think we're going to develop into a middle game that's going to have very similar patterns, in fact, from standard chess. We've often seen whenever the queen's in the corner, the players look for ways to activating it early on with one of the pawn push. But David, to me, this looks more like standard chess than freestyle chess.
Yeah, much more similar to standard chess. You still have to figure out how to develop your pieces. You still have to figure out how you want to start attacking the opponent. I think very much onus on Jan Nepomniachtchi here, starting with white to try to get an advantage due to the fact it is so similar to normal chess. I think Vincent will be relieved he gets this position with black rather than white.
So, James, what's the format for the tie breaks? Let's just get everyone up to date with that.
Yeah, so when it comes to the tie breaks, as we mentioned, obviously it would be rather unfair if they were to just play one position with one player receiving white, the other playing black. So here we are in rapid time controls as we were during the round robin stage. So it'll look quite familiar to the type of chess that we were seeing just a couple of days ago. First, I will mention as well, for those of you who have eagle eyes, there is a black tabletop underneath that chessboard. That does not mean that Jan Nepomniachtchi is playing black. He is actually starting with the white pieces, and it will be Vincent playing black for this first position. After the results of the first game, we'll have a new draw for another position, and they will flip sides of the board. If we're still in a tie from there, we go to even faster time controls, 5-2 for 2 games. And then if we're still tied after that, it all comes down to an Armageddon. Armageddon, for those of you at home who don't know what it is, each of the players will have the opportunity to bid time for playing black. Importantly, the person who bids the lower amount of time, with a maximum of 5 minutes, of course, being able to be bid, gets to play the black pieces and only needs to play for a draw in order to get the victory. The player with the white pieces in an Armageddon, it's win or nothing. And so, of course, that's a long way away. We got to get through these rapid games first, but the players are going to give themselves a good think here to try and come up with all the answers straight out the gate. Vincent Keimer already set up at the players' table, while Jan is taking the couched approach. We're going to step away for just a short bit to give ourselves a breather. We're going to catch you up on some of the action across all of the days, hit you with some very fun videos, and we'll catch you on the other side to continue the second day of the quarterfinals.
Jan Nepomniachtchi, chess player.
A first-time participant and currently world number 9, known for speed, precision, and experience. It all began with an early start in chess.
My grandpa was a chess lover, and when I was a kid, like whatever, 4 or 5 years old, I just used to look after adults, what are they doing, and they would be playing chess all the time.
That's where his journey began and his playing style took shape.
I think I'm trying to adapt, depending on the opponent's style, to make the game as unpleasant for my opponent as it could be.
One of his most remarkable successes came with his shared victory alongside Magnus Carlsen at the World Blitz Chess Championship 2024. In his free time, he remains committed to passing on his knowledge to the next generation.
Normally what I do is at least several times a year I have some lectures, so which is like the way to share your experience and play with some kids which would be happy and probably would remember, the game.
With a peak ELO of 2,757, he stands among the world's elite, now setting his sights on victory in freestyle chess.
My name is Vincent Keimer. I'm a German chess player and from nearby Mainz.
The young pioneer of a new generation was the first winner of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour 2025 located at Weissenhaus. He found his way to chess pretty early on.
Yeah, it was at age 5 and it was quite a coincidence actually. I just found a chessboard somewhere in my parents' home and that's how it all started.
He burst onto the scene in 2018 with a stunning win at the Grenke Open, and soon after became the youngest German grandmaster in history.
That was kind of the start of my professional chess career and also the tournament which opened up a lot of international opportunities.
With an ELO rate of 2,718, Keimer stands among the best in the world. A calm, focused presence at the board with a style that blends discipline, deep preparation, and quiet confidence.
One of my most important strengths was the will to win, like to never kind of stop, always continue. It's basically attacking the opponent and never letting go until you got what you wanted.
That relentless mindset is exactly what the reigning champion brings to the board.
I'm going to give absolute everything to perform as good as possible, play good games, and hopefully I even win.
Let's find out what the future will bring.
Chess is being reimagined in 2025 with the groundbreaking Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. Together with Magnus Carlsen, we call it Freestyle Chess, played according to the rules of Chess 960. This format ensures thrilling games from the very first move. Why? Because the arrangement of the back pieces is drawn at random before the start of each game. In total, there are 960 different starting positions. The arrangement of the pieces in the first and 8th rows is randomly arranged, but symmetrical. The only condition is that the king must always be placed between the rooks, and the bishops must also be on different colors. In freestyle chess, players can't rely on memorized openings. In other words, they see positions they have never seen before and must invent new strategies right from the get-go. The first 2 days will start with an epic round-robin stage in a 10-minute plus 10-second increment time control. Then, the top 8 players will advance to the knockout stage. Time controls will be lengthened to a classical format where players will have 90 minutes and a 30-second increment for every move. Throughout the tournament, we will witness the best talents in chess play at the highest level of Chess 960. Get ready to experience chess in a new dimension at our Paris leg of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour.
And we're back. Position 4-5-4. There you can see Jan Nepomniachtchi toiling away over the board himself in silence, trying to come up with his best recipe for success. Again, he'll be piloting the white pieces here to kick off our tie break in rapid time controls. Up against Vincent Keimer playing the black side of the board. I've got David with me. David, I think the interesting thing about this position naturally is, of course, that the kings do start on their normal starting positions. We got both rooks sitting in the corners as they normally would be. One of the knights and one of the bishops, or both bishops actually properly placed. So a lot of similarities to a standard starting position. Most notably, queen, another knight. Okay, they're not where they're supposed to be.
That's right. The queen is the problem piece here. I think the knight in the center of the board next to the kings, those can be solved. Those have nice squares to jump to, but it's all about the queens, how to activate those pieces. At least for newcomers to Chess 960, to freestyle chess, castling shouldn't be too confusing. That's always a nice thing. As we see Jan utilizing every moment he had in prep time and taking his seat now. This is going to be very fast, very furious once it begins.
First move predictions by Jan?
Ooh, E4.
Oh, move it. That's actually the king spawn in this case as well.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I feel like it just is almost so natural. But by the same token, right, we do have that pesky G1 queen, and we've talked about how much. Oh, no, I was right.
James, well
I should
done.
have given the second
Great
move
call.
prediction, though. What was I thinking? I stopped myself in what? That, come on, the engine's lying to us there, right? There wasn't really something missed as early as move 2, right, David?
Oh, yeah, we might
Wait, hold
check
on.
that. Let's check if there was something even stronger on that last move. Not the best move, still a totally healthy one, of course. Italian game was the intention there by Jan Nepomniachtchi, where you bring the bishop out to this light square diagonal, eye up the opponent's queen indirectly. I think very logical.
Ah, interesting. The computer doesn't like the symmetry because it was almost inviting or inducing the move that I was just about to offer as my second prediction, which would have been the F4 push, unlocking the queen, right, on her diagonal. And then again, maybe entertaining a trade of those pawns in this moment, or gambiting that pawn away. A different Nepo gambit.
King's gambit.
Yeah,
The
really,
King's
actually, really the King's Gambit.
And it's actually one of the openings that we've seen Jan Nepomniachtchi employ so many times in standard chess. So again, surprising that he just didn't take a pause, because he had this huge opportunity to get it on the board with perhaps interest in this case. But what he's played also a very healthy development there. You know, he's targeting the most active bishop that Vincent has. Meanwhile, notice how Jan's light squared bishop cannot come under any threat or any attack right now. I wonder if Jan's got, in his mind, the opportunity or the plan to go castle on the left side of the board. And in this case, I almost want to call it queenside castling, as we do in traditional chess, because it's just becoming a normal chess position, this one.
Right.
Interesting decision. And yeah, I think for Vincent Keimer, totally understandable his desire to go for symmetry, but yeah, that doesn't guarantee safety, unfortunately. And already we see the clock situation. It's going to persist, this dynamic. Already Jan Nepomniachtchi 1.5 minutes up. He jumps into the center with the Black Knight. Big threat, big decision by Vincent Keimer. He's attacking this undefended pawn, the only undefended pawn. Tanya mentioned a bit earlier, that would come with a nasty fork as well.
And not the easiest pawn to defend in the position. You don't want to give up your bishop for that knight so early on, you know, relinquishing the bishop pair early in the opening. Not a happy choice. You can't really bring out your knight to defend that pawn, because then that can be grabbed. If you fall back with your bishop, then you lose that bishop pair as well. You know, the light squared bishop. I'm just wondering, how is Jan actually going to defend this big threat?
Yeah, not easy. Might have to part with the bishop pair. The only other way is to use the king, but nobody is going to play that in chess in general.
Never happened.
Not nobody. There's a couple 800s out there that would do that, but...
It's also the top computer move.
Yes! Oh
my goodness! 800s and 2800s essentially will do that.
This is unreal.
And guess what? It was by far the top computer move.
Let's go!
Whoa!
Not giving up the bishop pair, apparently, in the pecking order, comes over castling rights. White's king will not castle. White's king will be in the center for most of this game.
This is
better not to part with the bishop.
nothing like standard chess anymore. Everything on the board, or you just bring your king out.
Oh my goodness. You love to see it, though. This is the kind of, this is the kind of action you want to see in a tiebreak.
James, you and Jan are totally synced for this one. You know, he started with your first move, the king coming out.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's a good thing. I don't know. If you were to tell Jan Nepomniachtchi that, he might be like, can we reset? Can we start over? I'm not so sure about that one, but we did talk about how these time controls likely favor Jan Nepomniachtchi. We did put it to you at home to weigh in on the conversation. Who will reach the semifinals through this tiebreaker? Would it be Jan Nepomniachtchi or Vincent Keimer? 62% of the vote going to Jan. 38% think our defending champion will make it through to the semifinals.
I think a lot of that is influenced by that 17th piece, the clock management that we've been seeing by both these players. Jan's form also coming into this tournament is absolutely incredible, and that's a big move. You know, we called it the King's Gambit in standard chess when it's played a couple of moves earlier, but similar ideas. You want to open up the center. How safe is Jan's king feeling? How safe is Jan's queen feeling?
Well, Jan's queen, I think, is actually feeling safer than Vincent's queen. Vincent's queen is the real problem piece in this position. It gets in the way of castling. It's being stared down by the white bishop. The black bishop retreats because that was slightly vulnerable. The threat was actually to trade off pawns in the center before kicking away this black knight, and the bishop would have been very much loose on this square. So a retreat from Vincent Keimer. But if the white knight starts to get into the play, the white king can later slide back into the action. You could imagine the knight's moving, the white rook coming across somewhere, and then the king will slide back. I think he's pretty safe here, Jan Nepomniachtchi. And I just want to point out, using speed as a weapon again, he made that king move after just 30 seconds of thought. For most of us, it would take 30 minutes of thought.
What is that? Is that intuition at play? Because you can't sit and calculate at this moment and play this move.
Yeah, intuition. He's got great kind of risk-reward assessment, I feel, in Nepomniachtchi. He takes a decent amount of risk in general, but he only does it in measured, controlled terms. And I don't think the king is necessarily the biggest factor in the position. White's ahead in the development. White is ahead in any attacking chances here.
It's so unsettling when your opponent plays a move like that, barely taking any time, making that king move in seconds, getting over that as a first shock, and then Jan's knight, it's not going to stop there. It's coming to the center of the board, further up, you know, starting to target that bishop as well, and asking questions to the knight to the center of the board. I think that knight jump is another problem that Vincent has to watch out for. He does control the square. Looking at a trade if the knight was to arrive there.
Do you think if the knight arrives in the center, some ideas of hitting the pawn, the black king is just going to move out? Just mirror image, copy Jan?
I mean, at this point, I actually wouldn't hate it so much just because now the queen, the rook can slide over and just kind of take that file behind the bishop, you know.
There are some lines to calculate, I think, down there. There will be some trades which need to be assessed and evaluated. It would be hilarious, though. He'd play it for the memes, but we know Vincent Keimer is not a streamer.
Yeah, but to your earlier point, Tanya, when a player makes a move like that, you kind of go, what do they know about this position that I don't, right?
Exactly. And there's a lot they know that we don't. But, okay, a trade of pawns, and Vincent captures with a pawn, a trade of bishops even. Vincent captures with the pawn here to control the central square. He doesn't care so much about pawn structure. We've already established that bishop pair, super important, maybe over king safety. Pawn structure here, maybe the least important of them all. More important to control squares, cover squares, than these double pawns that are likely to arise in the next move or two. Okay, I'm pretty much, well, I'm loving what Jan's doing, but I'm also very impressed by Vincent, how he's defended from that surprise.
Okay, that move I'm confused by.
What, that move you're confused by? Not the one that just happened when he slid that king up the board?
Like I said, somehow that one, you know, that one made more sense to me. I mean, here, all I see is, we're threatening the bishop. The bishop, at this point, only has one safe square to go to if it decides it doesn't want to get captured.
Give a check.
That makes sense. If white wants to block that check with a pawn, the white knight on the edge of the board is actually trapped.
Oh, maybe there's some trick there. You first block it with the other pawn, and then you fork the bishop and the knight.
Let's show that on the board very quickly while the players think. This is not happening, everyone. This is just us analyzing. White could throw the pawn forward, a capture, and now this pawn forward is a fork. The white pawn here attacking both, but the black bishop can step back, and there's still a pin along this diagonal. This is getting very sharp very quickly. This is the live position, Vincent Keimer calculating, but still down on the clock. He is the one answering the questions, although the position has stabilized somewhat over the last few moves.
Yeah, you know, we were talking about how many similar concepts exist in the starting position compared to the 5-1-8, that this will develop and become a normal chess game. It's anything but.
Well, yeah, and I know some people are looking at it and they're going, yeah, sure, Vincent's down on time, but it's only about a minute. That's not so bad compared to the games we were seeing before. Remember, they started with 10. 1 minute is a tenth of your original allotted time. Yes, you get a 10-second increment with every single move, but still, at some point, the clock is going to dwindle down, and there we have another red X appearing on the board, David. This indicates the computer says there was far better moves to make.
Yeah, maybe it was giving that bishop check with black, getting the bishop out of the way of that knight, leaving the white knight looking a bit silly at the edge of the board. But I think a very natural move. He really wants to get castled. This is Vincent relying on patterns from normal chess. If you get your king castled, not that much can go wrong.
I have to say, I mean, Vincent's clock management so far, yes, he's lost some time, but it's pretty much level with Jan's time. And I think that's the important differentiator here. It's okay to take your time early on and figure these early dynamics as long as you don't build a huge gap with your opponent's clock.
Yeah, but now I'm looking at already one set of doubled pawns, the possibility to produce another set of doubled pawns if and when that knight on the side of the board does want to jump forward and snag that bishop. Of course, it could effectively open up the line of that rook that's currently sitting on a8 as you capture towards the center of the board with the pawn.
Yeah, he can win a pawn here, Jan Nepomniachtchi. He can take this bishop, then take this knight, follow it up with the white queen. Costs a bit of time, though. Opens up the black rook in the corner, as you said there. And the black knight coming out with gain of tempo at the end. Big, big moment, Jan Nepomniachtchi. I think he might go for it. I think he might just get greedy and grab a pawn here in his winning attempt.
Because if you don't give Vincent one move, the other knight joins in and really consolidates the center of the board, right? And then you're never winning that pawn, and the black knight looks like a strong piece. Entrenched there. Can be pushed back by one of Jan's pawns later on as well, as I see that C pawn could move one step forward. Jan's sort of looking at this. Does he get greedy in this position? And where is the compensation? Do you see him going for this line? Takes, takes, takes.
I think he's going to take here. He's going to take the bishop. He's going to take the knight. Then he's going to take the pawn that lands with the white queen. He's not a pawn grabber by nature, though. I should mention Jan Nepomniachtchi. He prefers to give the pawn and have the initiative, have the momentum. He's happily giving away a pawn for 3 moves, for example, in most openings in traditional chess. But here, with the white king in the center, opening things up in the middle, it comes with risk. It's not 100% risk-free.
Wow, and Jan, for the first time in the match, has less time on the clock than Vincent Keimer.
That, wow, really is a surprise. That is one we didn't expect.
Yeah, exactly. Well, order of operations, right? You mentioned already an order in which he can take. Is that order demanded? Again, one of the things I find most difficult in chess is the calculation of which piece is the correct one to take first when I have multiple options.
Yeah, that's a very good point, because the white bishop taking this knight would allow the black bishop to take in the center. The black bishop could have saved itself. Instead, we see the threat of a queen exchange, the offer denied by Vincent Keimer. Now, one thing not to do is push this white pawn forward, because the black knight will actually be able to jump with a check and win this white rook in the corner. It's going to be very hard to evict this knight, it's got to be said. I do not like what Jan Nepomniachtchi has just done. The black knight's coming out, and it's going to be hard to evict this knight from the middle.
He had to do that before trading the knight for the bishop and opening up the A-line, opening up these tactics that you're pointing out. But instead, Jan's approach is, I'm going to stop Vincent from castling on the right side of the board. He's cut off that F-file. So will Vincent's king now find safety on the left corner? The moment you do that, you're getting your rook out of the way, and that's when Jan will strike in the center, pushing that knight away once the rook leaves the A-file.
I think Jan is really uncomfortable here. I've got to say, I think he just missed the fact that white can't push this pawn forward due to a nasty fork here, the sneak attack, and then the pin along the A-file. This white rook in the corner is really clumsily placed. If you bring your own knight forward as well, just to put this on the board very quickly, the black knight might be able to jump forward in the near future, attacking this pawn, forcing an exchange on black's terms. This looks extremely pleasant for Vincent Keimer, up 2 minutes on the clock as well. Who expected this? Even if Vincent had a great position, I expected him to be the one hitting the 4-minute mark first.
And it's actually a very healthy position now for Vincent. Yes, there are 2 double pawns, while the ones on the left are actually a good structure for Vincent. The one in the center cannot be attacked. The rooks are disconnected for Jan. Yes, you've got the F-line, but no infiltration squares on that. Right now, you can't push the central knight away. Your own knight stuck on the first rank and up on the clock. This is a dream start in the playoffs and the tiebreakers for Vincent Keimer with the black pieces.
Yeah, dream start. And look at this, Jan continuing to think. There's no easy moves for him. If the white knight were anywhere else, if you could pick up the white knight and kind of put it on a nice active square, white would have the advantage. But here, clear disadvantage for Jan Nepomniachtchi on board and clock suddenly.
Yeah. And you might be thinking we're making a pretty big deal out of a dead even eval bar right now, but that's where we come back to the idea of time. This is the first time in a matchup, essentially, against Jan Nepomniachtchi that Keimer has ever had the time advantage. And again, he's piloting the black pieces. typically still a little disadvantaged in the majority of our starting positions. So if he manages even just to draw here, he goes into the white side of the board here in the tiebreak with the opportunity to take that small advantage, a victory, and move himself to the semifinals.
I think this could be the first time that Jan Nepomniachtchi has less time than his opponent, full stop. Not just against Vincent. He's been up on the clock against every single player. You know, it's amazing to see this being played out against Vincent, especially given his clock management. By the way, we do get a long castle on the board and a trade, a question mark appears. Panic mistakes are happening by white now.
Ooh, suddenly the white king really does look misplaced. We joked about it earlier. It was a good move at the time, but suddenly the white king could find itself victim of some nasty checks. The white king, if it slides back, will disconnect the white rooks. White's knight, again on a bad circuit. Look at this double attack, hitting this pawn, threatening to come over with a check. Fantastic pawn structure for Vincent Keimer. More than double his opponent's clock time. This last move also allows black to challenge for the only open file. The black queen now defends this square.
I love
Everything
that.
in black's favor.
Love it. A multi-purpose move. If you ever see one, you must play it. So many ideas. And how are you going to stop all of them? And if the king's forced back to the first rank, you're never going to complete development. Now Vincent can jump in with the check that you were pointing out. The king's forced to fall back. And look at the rook on the left side of the board. The position's just sort of crumbling, and complete disconnect between Jan's majors.
Yeah, inviting the trade, allowing him to replace the rook if it is accepted there on that file, continuing to control it.
I mean, that would be disastrous, right? You trade on that file, that rook's going to jump to the first rank, checkmating white.
The computer might say it's only a small advantage for black, but if you consider the clock time, the momentum, it feels huge for Vincent Keimer. He's been so speedy, so quick. There are also tricks in the position I should mention. I don't think it's a good move here, but knight into the center. If that knight is ever captured, if the white queen disappears in general, then the black queen is coming in with a back rank checkmate. Got to be really, really careful now. And Nepomniachtchi on the back foot, defending for his life.
Wow, that queen placement is so suppressive to the entire white position, right? It's effectively locking the white queen where she is from the other side of the board.
I love that idea that you mentioned, you know, trying to deflect that key defender, the white queen, because if the knight comes in, if Keimer's knight is able to find an inroad into Jan's position, this would be over. Jan Nepomniachtchi is essentially playing down a rook right now in this position. It's completely out of the game. Vincent has to find a way to get that knight to the square that you pointed out. I think the reason it doesn't work right now is because Jan can push the queen away with a tempo on the left side of the board.
Yeah, the black queen could be forced to retreat in the next couple of moves, so Vincent has a small window of opportunity. Maybe he'll bring the black queen back just in order to land a knight on this square, line up with the white king. So many tempting moves. What is he going to do? He's played perfectly, actually, since the opening. I've got to say, Vincent Keimer. He just seems to master. He just seems a master of coordinating pieces at this level in freestyle chess. That strategic kind of eye he has, just so impressive.
Just look at how beautifully he's found that coordination, right, between the pieces. The rooks are both connected. The king is absolutely safe. The knight developed. He's got one pawn on Jan's side of the board, getting more space. His queen's super active. Everything's playing beautifully. There's a flow in Vincent's pieces. And there's none to be found in Jan's. The knight, no good squares. The queen and the rook, no real targets on the defense. One rook out of the game.
Oof. Vincent, though, burning some of his time advantage. He spent 2 minutes on this move. He trades rooks. Big threat on the board. Rook takes pawn is a winning threat. If the white queen gets deflected here, the black queen swoops in with mate. That would be the end of the game. I think the white king needs to dodge that by sidestepping either direction.
And then perhaps stepping up the board as well if he finds the opportunity, because the biggest problem in Jan's position is that rook that needs to come into the game as quickly as possible.
Oh, that's, 2 whole moves, though, just to make that happen. So much time lost in terms of tempo to get that rook involved.
Yeah, sliding with the king as well looks really fraught with danger because the black queen can still swoop into a square. This is really dangerous. The black queen can also swing across and go for some pawns if Jan Nepomniachtchi's not careful right now. He's on the defensive under 3 minutes. He's not used to that situation. That's the thing with Jan Nepomniachtchi. The only time I ever see him crack is when he's being directly attacked.
Vincent's got double the amount of time on the clock now, and a dominating, commanding position. He does move the king aside. Jan desperate to get his rook into the game, even if it comes at the cost of a pawn. Did you see him on camera wincing there? He hates what he's gotten out of the opening here.
Understandably. He should have gone for the pure King's Gambit instead of a delayed version. The only downside now is that there's no immediate way forward. The queen coming in would be met by a knight retreat. Maybe the white queen can even go grab some pawns. Maybe it's time to take a timeout for Vincent, push this pawn to safety, and only later decide on how to pursue the attack.
It's so tempting to come in with the queen though, right? That move, you just really want to make it, hit that knight, but then you've got some calculation to do.
Okay, Vincent is a good calculator, and look at how he's fiddling with pieces right now. He's been watching too much Boris Gelfand. And, okay, fiddling with a piece is a way that players think under pressure. Okay, he does save his pawn, just one square forward.
Like it. And this has been his other forte, right? Vincent's other strength. He knows when to take a pause. He knows when he doesn't need to rush in with his threats and his ideas. That's what we saw of him in Weissenhaus. So he continues to put the pressure until the opponent cracks.
Yeah. Will Jan crack? That's the big question. 2 minutes, what do you think?
Very difficult for Jan. And Jan's the kind of player who, to defend a position, is always looking for these tricky ideas, these maneuvers, you know, how can he trap his opponent into these sequence of moves? But with such few pieces and a rook out of play, how does Jan find it? Well, that's the step. He's hitting 2 pawns at the same time, one of them with a check.
Given a question mark, though, this does allow the black queen in again, maybe with more effect this time. She can choose from 2 different squares. She can give a check. Either way, the white knight is going to step back towards its king, keeping the white king safe, but leaving the white rook even more trapped behind its own army.
And again, I'll say it. Jan essentially is playing down a whole rook right now. And that is his biggest problem. Not the clock, it's that piece.
That white rook in the corner, it's going to take an age to get into this game.
I mean, David, you pick up that rook and put it anywhere on the right side of the board.
It's just level.
It's just level.
Okay, wow. Time running out on someone's tournament. What a picture that is. Someone's chances for first place will be gone after these tiebreak
now,
games.
That's a new variant of chess right there. Hourglass chess.
Yeah.
Each time you make a move, you flip it. And then whoever's sand runs out first.
That is actually I think it's a very old variant of chess. Yeah. I've played Hourglass chess before. It's a fun one. And, okay, he comes in with his queen.
Here it is, all the way down to the D2 square. And in fact, that is the preferred square for the queen to land on, as decided by our engine back here in the studio.
Great move.
Now given over 2 points advantage here for Vincent Keimer. He's on the verge of starting this tiebreaker out with a win.
He needs to bring the knight back down upon Nashi, otherwise it's almost game over. He needs to use his knight to defend his king. Still thinking, though. He can grab a pawn with check. The white queen can jump up the board, capture a pawn, but once the black king sidesteps, it's not just the fact that the knight is hanging. The black rook would also be able to enter the game decisively. The knight does retreat. Best move. Vincent preemptively dodges the check.
So cool and calm, making an attacking move and then making a defensive move, then going on the offense, then going a bit on the defense, and just forcing Jan to keep thinking, because every move that Jan makes is far more difficult than any choice that Vincent has to take in this position.
Also, Vincent making another quick move, sidestepping that possible check that you talked about there that could be delivered by the queen. And once again, the onus is on Jan Nepomniachtchi to eat up a little bit of his time to figure out what's next.
And you can't ever lose connection with that pawn right now on that F line. If you allow the black rook to jump in, that's just game over. So Jan can't go for that H pawn with his queen. He's desperately trying to create a lifting, a space for his king to get into so the knight can come forward, so that finally the rook can move away. But this comes at a big cost. You weaken some key squares in the position.
Big square has been weakened. This one we're highlighting in red there. The C3 square for the black knight. That is the dream ultimate destination. If you can go on holiday here, bring itself forward, that could be decisive, the knight and queen combo. But for now, it takes a while. White's queen is also attacking some pawns. I think that's a good decision by Jan Nepomniachtchi. He couldn't just sit there passively, suffocate himself, and let that rook struggle for air in the corner. He needed room to breathe, and now Okay, Vincent needs something concrete. It's always the knockout blow. That's what we saw with Nodebek. That's what we saw with Arjun. Finishing these top guys off, that is the hardest step.
Well, we've identified this f3 pawn, right, that the queen is kind of attached to. If that's the case, what's stopping us from maybe centralizing our black knight onto the e5 square, double attack with the rook and the knight? Feels like the rook's coming in soon after that.
Nice spot. I must admit that's the move I would play as well in a heartbeat. I guess it's just a toss-up about whether you want to give up one of these pawns as black. I think it's a good trade though. Okay, first he pins the white knight. If the white king steps forward, he'll probably drop back with a check. Okay. I think the knight's coming in next. As soon as the black knight enters the action, the black rook and queen are maximized already. That could be the beginning of the end. He moves his king another direction.
But you've got a double attack coming in here, right? You could slide the queen one step with James' idea of not only hitting, I was thinking about the d1, but you're highlighting another very strong square there, David. You're hitting that pawn that you were earlier talking about, and a very key pawn on the left side of the board.
Yeah, both moves look good.
2 attacks. I don't see a way to defend both these threats.
2 attacks are better than 1.
Yeah, he wanted to avoid that check. Keimer will still go for that same square that we highlighted earlier, this time without the benefit of a check. More king moves here from Jan. It's going from bad to worse and fast.
Oof, that might have been the decisive mistake. Difficult position, but now this move, the black knight jumping in. It looks like the clincher, the black knight is not just going to win a pawn, it's going to jump in with a check.
This has to be busted. I mean, I don't see how Jan is surviving this. That knight, James, your move on the board. It's coming in on the next move, closer towards that white king. A knight and queen dance against the king is the most dangerous one. And it's happening. And Jan's under a minute.
I'm rather aghast. I mean, I don't mean to undersell or to have a lack of belief in our Weisenhaus Grand Slam champion, but we were so certain that in these time controls, it would be Jan who had advantage on the clock and maybe advantage in the game overall. And after the first few moves of the game, it's Keimer in the driver's seat, and he looks to be taking it across the finish line. There still will be one more game to play for Jan to grab it back. But it's a tough position.
A tough position is an understatement. All Vincent needs is get that rook to the first rank, clear that line, find a square for the knight to move to, and start threatening checkmates. You were talking about putting the finishing touches. Yes, some of the players have, some of the youngsters have struggled with it, but not this one. We saw what he did in Weisenhaus, taking down Alireza, taking down Fabiano Caruana and Magnus Carlsen. If anyone knows how to put the finishing touches, it is the German Grandmaster.
He's getting close now, but down to 1 minute, Vincent Keimer. He's so close. I wonder what Jan is thinking about. Is he thinking about how to defend, or is he just regretting that dinner where he chose Vincent Keimer as an opponent? The rook is going to come in. The black knight can move a variety of squares. He can even take a pawn. He does take a pawn. He controls the square he's coming into, and that check is going to be decisive. The white king is going to be kicked away from the protection of this pawn. This is just over. No way to defend this without parting with a whole bunch of material in the process.
And if you think about, if you dream about getting your queen into the defense, trying to trade off, saying, I don't want to get checkmated, well, thank you, I might not win in a middle game, but I'll definitely win in the end game once everything's traded off, thanks to the pawn that's just been picked up. James, David, this is deja vu of Weisenhaus. Alireza picking Vincent Keimer, and then living to regret that decision.
Look, if this game, or rather this tiebreak goes the way of Vincent Keimer, there will never be a 1 seed that picks him ever again. It just won't happen. I'd stake my word on it.
What are the options
I'll
between
run the next Paris Marathon.
Deal.
Okay, he's reaching out. He's about to make a move. He's playing on seconds.
Under 10 seconds, he moves his pawn. But this allows a check.
You can give a check. White can't move the king. You'll be forced to bring the knight back to the defense.
This check is decisive. Once the black rook comes in, the white knight retreating, you can even just take that knight off the board, deflecting the white king away. You capture this white rook in the corner. You'll have a full extra knight as black.
I will tell you, though, there's one trick that white has that black needs to watch out for that's giving Jan hope, is a perpetual idea of the white queen eventually checking Vincent's king, if it's allowed to do so.
Gotta be careful.
Just that one trick, David.
E8, A4, just back and forth over and over again.
Got to keep checking before the white queen can come and deliver that drawing mechanism. White does have a very strong pass pawn as well. The white pawn only 3 squares away from touchdown. The black knight slightly offside. Some work still to do.
Do you think there's a bit of panic there in Kayma as he goes under a minute as well? He steps away from the check.
Panic? What panic? It's Vincent Kayma.
Renewing the threat.
Yeah, sidestepping the initial check, but like you say, replacing the threat just by repositioning the queen onto that diagonal.
And also the pawn.
Yeah, so Vincent has 2 options. He either has to protect against the checks or he has to check himself.
Not only is he renewing the threat of the perpetual that we're talking about, he's cleared the path for his own pawn to start walking up the board. So Jan is fighting.
I think we slide back up to that c3 square, right? Just drop a check on the king. We're also, in effect, protecting our c7 pawn. That's another way to do it. It also blocks that diagonal that the perpetual could have come on. But here we go. The white pawn's on the run, and now Kaymer has to think, and he's only got 18 seconds to do so. Had the lead in the time the entire game long, but now under pressure. Will he find the answers? It's still a very winning position here for Vincent Kaymer.
It is, but one inaccuracy by Vincent, and he might just lose all of his advantage. He needs to be extremely careful. He's trying to get a mating net with his own queen and knight against the white king.
I think that was the clincher. The mating net has been closed around the white king. The white queen cannot defend. It's just too fast for black. Black is going to give checkmate.
Very clever by Kaymer not to get greedy with the pawns on the left side, but combining checkmating ideas on the board. And Jan's king is on the run, but not for too long.
There's the first of the checks. Got to follow it up with another one. Doesn't do that. Repositions the queen over to the a1 square. Obviously not in danger at the perpetuals at the moment because of his earlier pawn move.
Checkmating ideas again on the board, and that's it.
Game 1 going to Vincent Kaymer, our defending champion from Weisenhaus, in the rapid portion tiebreaker up against Jan Nepomniachtchi. He takes the lead, but it's not over yet. One more opportunity for Jan to respond as they will swap sides of the board with a new position to see if he can extend us to blitz.
1 foot in by Vincent Kaymer, and what a performance, right? In rapid, where he struggled on the clock. On the clock and the board completely in control. This is the Kaymer from Weisenhaus.
Yeah, and not just great play all along, but great time control, right? Because we saw how much trouble he was getting into with the seconds on the clock there near the end. And if he hadn't moved as quickly as he did in the earlier portions of the game, maybe it wouldn't have been so easy to find the win.
Yeah, he only started thinking when he already had a decisive advantage. Vincent Kaymer, very, very impressive. He gets the white pieces next. Of course, a draw, no guarantee in freestyle chess, but that was so impressive. The speed, the power, precision, everything. That was the perfect game. Nothing Jan Nepomniachtchi could have done there. Nothing at all.
Well, he knows what he has to do next. Jan Nepomniachtchi has to win the next game to take it to the second tiebreaker, and it's not going to be easy because Vincent Kaymer is a different man from the round robin that we saw. No time trouble in this one. Completely in control, capitalizing on that one inaccuracy that Jan made and never letting go of his advantage, never letting Jan's pieces into the game. He trapped them on the corner of the board and got the first win.
Well, with that victory there, Vincent Kaymer is 1 game away from booking his ticket to the semifinal, joining the 3 of our other top 8 round-robin finishers who have already bought themselves their berth into those semifinal bouts. It's still a tall task. It is freestyle chess. You never know what can happen. We've seen games be swinging. We've seen one positions go drawish in the very last seconds. We've seen boards states completely flip in the matter of seconds. And so we're not going to count anybody out, especially not the likes of our number 1 seed coming out of the round robin.
Just amazing. I mean, I am so impressed with, you know, the coolness, the calmness, the nerves that Kaymer showed in this game. He just gets the job. He puts the finishing touches there.
Yeah, just about a filled out bracket from our quarterfinal to our semifinals. You can see 2 question marks there on the left-hand side of your screen. One right above Hikaru Nakamura. That will be the winner of this tiebreaker. And of course, one right below Hikaru. That will be whoever is unfortunate enough to lose it, falling down into contention for 5th place.
Our pro stream must be having a lot of fun right now. I mean, this is such a great matchup. And for Peter as well, you know, his prodigy and another player who he's worked with right now, a few years ago, Jan Nepomniachtchi, fighting this epic, incredible battle. I'd love to get a heart rate monitor on him right now.
Oof. Yeah, that's okay. Maybe for the next event. We'll put that on the on the list of to-dos.
It's definitely 300, Peter's heart rate there. I mean, that game. But hold on, Cemento.
There was no cemento to be had in this one.
Maybe for Vincent, definitely not for Jan.
No.
Well, it was a quicker game, and a definite switch up in pace for the players. Also, a switch up in pace for us and the viewers at home. Maybe we can go ahead and just relive a few of the moments of this game, David. Take a look at how the young gun from Germany managed to do it.
Yeah, let's show a few positions. This was the final position. We'll break it down in a moment. Just a quick talk about the opening, because Jan Nepomniachtchi could and maybe should have played what we normally call the King's Gambit in chess. He brought his bishop out instead, but pushing this pawn forward, apparently a very strong move, according to the computer. A few moves down the line, very controversial decision from Jan Nepomniachtchi, maybe one he lived to regret, because the White King never got safe after it made this move, stepping forward to protect the pawn from the Black Knight's defense. And again, if we fast forward a few moves down the line, the big mistake in my eyes was actually here from Jan Nepomniachtchi. He could have kicked back this Black Knight from the center of the board, then traded the bishop, only then offered a trade of queens. And the fact that this Black Knight now is so passive means it would be very unlikely Vincent Keimer would be able to attack. Instead, he did things the wrong order. He first offered a trade of queens, only then captured the bishop, and he missed the fact that he can never kick away this knight now due to a nasty knight fork. This rook in the corner has been unleashed. The final stages were so beautiful from Vincent Keimer. Just again, to show the final stages, it was here. The White Queen with some counterplay, but Vincent didn't care about it. He gave a check, forcing a block from the knight. He gave up his rook for knight and won a piece in the process, emerging with the extra knight. And again, in the final position, just to show, he resigned here, Jan Nepomniachtchi, because stepping forward with his pawn would have walked into a checkmate. Queen stepping back, either the kiss of death checkmate, or the knight would have entered the fray. And this would have been the end of the game. The game here for the White King was up.
Wow. And more than one checkmates in this final position. You know, you can choose the one that you like more. Just a beautiful combination of taking advantage of that lead in development, of putting that finishing touches to the attack. Not just that, the slow moves that Keimer played, right? That G-pawn moving one step. The king sliding away from the attack, and then again sliding away. It just shows how in control he is, not only when a tactical shot is there on the board, but also when it's time to take a pause, to kind of look at your opponent's threat and evade them.
It shows such classy moves, and it shows great composure out of a very young competitor here up against one of the old guard, if you will, and someone who excels in time controls like this. We heard from Vincent coming out of the earlier quarterfinal matches today saying that, yeah, while maybe some people look at Jan as, you know, superior in this time control, we're both in a very nerve-wracking position, so I don't really feel like anybody has the edge. Now that he's taken a decisive lead in this matchup, I'm curious what his thoughts are ahead of what could be the decider here of whether or not he's going straight to the semifinals or has 2 more games ahead of him. Let's take a look.
Vincent, not only do you beat Nepo, but you play faster than him. What is going on here?
Yeah, I think, as I mentioned before already, that the time control matters, but what matters most is the opening. And yeah, I went for this knight d4, kind of forcing him to go for king d2, which I felt should actually be good for him, but I think he went wrong somewhere, and then the king was way in the open, and that makes it tough for him to play, and also he had a bad position, and that also explains why he was playing quite slow.
Vincent, go get ready for the next one. Thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you.
So how about that? Perfect recognition of, you know, even inducing that early king move, acknowledging, though, that it probably still was the right king move, and somewhere along the line it broke down for Jan. He just needed to wait for his moment to pounce.
Yeah, to be that eloquent after such a stressful game in such a high-stakes situation, so many tour points on the line, so much prize money for Vincent. Yeah, very, very impressive, Tanya.
And just that understanding, you know, that advice that he had, the tip that he had, how he's approaching this. He says the opening moves are far more important than the time, the clock situation. Even if it means burning it down, coming down to those minutes, it's going to be useless to have all that extra time if you're lost in the first 10 moves. And that's exactly what happened to Jan, right? Rushing through and then eventually ending in this mess where you're not able to get your rook and your knight out into the game.
Now, there is a dynamic at play here, of course, in freestyle chess, right? Which is typically the onus is a bit more on the white player to come up with ideas, right? Opening ideas. Obviously, as black, you can theorize and ideate responses, but at the end of the day, you're still waiting for that first move to be played by white, right? And so I think it will be kind of interesting to now see him jump to the white side of the board. And as he says, openings are important. So what kind of an opening can he craft for himself, being the one who gets the initiative?
So much of it depends on what's pulled out, right? And they'll get those extra minutes before the start of the game. I'm expecting Vincent to go back to the playing board while Jan sits on, you know, one of the other analysis board and really just think and try and figure out where he wants his pieces. He'll be slow at the start, but he'll make sure he gets that kind of solid middle game that he's aiming for. For Jan, David, what does he have to do to make a comeback in this match?
He has to break the symmetry, I think, quite early. He has to make sure it doesn't become too blocked in the center. That will favor Vincent. Slower strategic games favor Vincent. Jan just needs to keep a safe king, needs to keep an edge on the clock. I think if he can get on the front foot first, he can do what Vincent just did to him. Jan's still got a chance. I'm not going to write him off here at all.
No, definitely not. But this is also maybe kind of the first time that Jan is feeling any kind of pressure in this tournament, right? While he did usurp the top spot from Magnus just on the final day, you know, hitting the same number of points, but ultimately winning out in the tiebreaker scenario in terms of how we calculate them. Now he's finally on the back foot and facing essential elimination. He was never in danger of that.
Yeah, and how does he adapt to that? You know, what is his mindset going into this next one? They've had a long day of chess as well. And now he knows that he has to win. He knows that he can't underestimate Keimer in this rapid. Maybe in his head he thought he was a clear favorite going into the tiebreakers, but definitely not. Realizes just how strong a player he can be. So for Jan, it's that quick switch. So much of it depends on, again, what he gets on the board. But when you're playing down a point, when you're in a must-win, I think freestyle is the best format to get that shot. There are no openings. There's no way to shut down play. So Jan will have his chance.
Yeah, win or nothing here for Jan Nepomniachtchi. It's not going to be easy, like you say. Maybe going to have to take some risks. At the same time, risks can go bad very, very quickly. So again, there will be that push and pull. Do I want to play solid, wait for the mistake from my opponent, or do I want to try and put them in a tricky enough position that they ultimately make that mistake?
Yeah, the one thing I will say about Jan, I've known him for so long now, and ever since he was young, he's been a great front runner. If taking the lead, doing well in a tournament, he bullies opponents who take risks against him, but he's never been great at bouncing back. That's maybe the one thing that held him back from becoming a world champion himself. Imagine the match against Ding, if we remember that. It's up and down, he took the lead, he lost the lead. Emotionally, he was unable to kind of recharge and resettle against the likes of Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru, who always bounce back from a loss in very impressive shape. So I still believe in him, but he needs to go against the grain here. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he needs to get on the attack.
You still believe in him? You believe in him enough to predict that he will take this and force yet another time control switch down to the blitz?
I want to see more chess.
Fair enough.
And there's 3 old guys in the competition left in the semi-finals. I think he just wants to draw in the Jan.
And look at that, just half a point away from that semi-final spot.
Oof, Vincent looks so cool, though, and he's doing it for the kids. He's doing it for the young generation, the last one standing in the race for first place.
In the zone. He can't go on his usual walk in the outdoors as the position draw is near minutes away. So instead, he'll just take a leisurely stroll throughout the playing venue.
And I agree with you, David. I think Jan is one of the more emotional players out of the world elite, the top players. We've seen that play out in so many tournaments. So this next game is really going to be so much about that. Does he have enough time? Will he be able to just completely forget about what's happened and focus what's on the board, what comes up, stick to his strength, his style, try to create those imbalances, maybe take a little bit more time on the clock at the very beginning to just figure out where you want your pieces out.
Yeah, the opening, I think, will be key. Just in the words of Vincent Keimer himself, the early stage is so important. And Jan needs to give himself the platform to build on. He needs to take inspiration from the World Blitz Championship, where he was 2 points down against Magnus with 2 games remaining in the tiebreaks. Managed to pull that off, managed to fight back. Jan is capable. Vincent here just looks like he's almost meditating. He's walking around, he's sitting so composed, so calm.
It's amazing to see, right, at such a young age, to have this this kind of composure, this kind of demeanor. It was such a massive game ahead of you. And I believe
I was going to say, with him standing up and maybe repositioning towards the center of the room, that indicates to me that very shortly we'll dive in to learn what our position will be. You guys got a prediction on that position?
The number?
Yeah, 222.
14.
745.
Okay, let's remember those because I'll immediately forget yours. But 222, we'll see if it happens for Vincent Keimer. Again, he's got a lot of work ahead of him still to get this done. For Jan Nepomniachtchi, even more work to do because it requires a win in order to extend his tournament life. Into the playing hall we go. Let's find out what our battlefield looks like.
Welcome back. Vincent Keimer took game 1, which means that Jan Nepomniachtchi is now in a must-win situation. We are ready to draw the next position. And in order to help me, I would like to welcome to the stage content creator and part of the Freestyle Chess team, Jules Gambit. 1-1-1. Thank you, Jules. The players will have 10 minutes. Back to studio.
Thank you so very much, Fiona. Position 1-1-1. I call that a dub for me. I'm giving myself the victory on that one. Either way, there's a quick peek at it there on the central monitor inside the playing hall. Of course, the players quick to go to their seats to make sure they can make maximum use of the time to fully analyze the position. You heard how important it will be for each of the players straight from Vincent himself. We as well are going to take a few minutes to rest up so that we can make sure we bring you all the fiery action and match it with the kind of intensity that it deserves. We'll see you back here in just a bit.
Freestyle chess is getting more and more popular. We walked through Paris and met lots of passionate chess fans, especially at the iconic Blitz Society bar, a real hotspot for the scene. Even here, freestyle chess is now being played and has become a major topic among fans.
I'm loving what the freestyle guys are doing right now. It's already very popular and it's like the F1 format, you know?
Yeah.
Every Grand Prix, there's like a different city and it's perfect.
For Jan-Henrik Buttner, one of the minds behind the format, direct interaction with the audience is a sign of appreciation and a way to truly connect with the community. Spontaneously, he gave a personal tour of the event location to fans who had already been waiting for the players for over 1 hour.
As you know me, we're always acting spontaneously, right? If there's like 10 kids waiting there like for an hour, giving us time and energy, and we want to show you around. And of course, that made them happy. Paris has worked out spectacularly. We think its fan engagement is great, so we will see if we can introduce even fans at the next events in terms of real audience.
The journey of freestyle chess continues to grow. Day 1 of the quarterfinals brought excitement and set the tone for what's to come. Magnus Carlsen was the only player to emerge with a win against Abdu Sattarov, showing strong form early on.
I think my first 5-6 moves were pretty bad, and he really solved it a lot better than I did. After that, I took over and I played better, but it was very, very tough.
The other matches ended in tense, hard-fought draws, proving just how evenly matched the competition is. Stay tuned for the second day of quarterfinals.
Do you think every single player could spell your name correctly?
Yeah, you know, I have like even my own problems whenever I have to
restore password somewhere. Until some moment I would like randomly write my last name, yeah. It ended up at some point I couldn't restore my password because, okay, it was asking me for my combination name and surname and I couldn't enter it correctly. Yeah. So it's not only difficult for spelling for some strangers, yeah, but also like for me, it's sometimes difficult to recollect like the lettering. Jan Nepomniachtchi, chess player.
A first-time participant and currently world number 9, known for speed, precision, and experience. It all began with an early start in chess.
My grandpa was a chess lover, and when I was a kid, like whatever, 4 or 5 years old, I just used to look after adults, what are they doing, and I would be playing chess all the time.
That's where his journey began and his playing style took shape.
I think I'm trying to adapt, depending on the opponent's style, to make the game as unpleasant for my opponent as it could be.
One of his most remarkable successes came with his shared victory alongside Magnus Carlsen at the World Blitz Chess Championship 2024. In his free time, he remains committed to passing on his knowledge to the next generation.
Normally what I do is at least several times a year I have some lectures, so which is like the way to share your experience and play with some kids which would be happy and probably would remember, the game.
With a peak ELO of 2,757, he stands among the world's elite, now setting his sights on victory in freestyle chess.
A little bit concerned because I fed like the gambit of 5g6 to all my black team, and okay, in 3 games it happened, so I'm a bit concerned if the gambit will finally work out, because what Arjun did is quite sensible to me, and also what Rapper did is quite interesting too, and and one more game is from MVL, and maybe MVL also like finds a refutation, so it will be Nepo Gambit 3 times refuted, yeah? Hopefully not.
How did you feel when Nepo said your name yesterday as his opponent?
Yeah, I wasn't surprised at all, actually. I was expecting him to do that.
I pick Vincent.
I have to be honest that I didn't really care much about who I would be playing against. I mean, again, all of those 4 are top players. I don't have to make that choice, so I was just waiting for who I am playing against, and whoever that is, it was fine with me. I mean, anyway, if you want to go far in this tournament, you will have to play all the best players. Yeah, I don't think it has such a huge effect who you're starting with. My name is Vincent Keimer. I'm a German chess player and from nearby Mainz.
The young pioneer of a new generation was the first winner of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour 2025 located at Weissenhaus. He found his way to chess pretty early on.
Yeah, it was at age 5, and it was quite a coincidence, actually. I just found a chessboard somewhere in my parents' home, and that's how it all started.
He burst onto the scene in 2018 with a stunning win at the Grenke Open, and soon after became the youngest German grandmaster in history.
That was kind of the start of my professional chess career, and also the tournament which opened up a lot of international opportunities.
With an ELO rate of 2,718, Keimer stands among the best in the world. A calm, focused presence at the board with a style that blends discipline, deep preparation, and quiet confidence.
One of my most important strengths was the will to win, like to never kind of stop, always continue. It's basically attacking the opponent and never letting go until you got what you wanted.
That relentless mindset is exactly what the reigning champion brings to the board.
I'm going to give absolute everything to perform as good as possible, play good games, and hopefully I even win.
Let's find out what the future will bring.
What is Armageddon, and how does it relate to freestyle chess? After countless draws and back and forth matches, Armageddon is the final showdown in a series of rapid and blitz games. At the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour, each tournament consists of multiple rounds. Players face off in at least 2 classical games, 90 minutes per player, plus a 30-second increment per move. If the score is tied, the match moves to a playoff. 2 rapid games, 10 minutes per player, plus 10 seconds per move. 2 blitz games, 5 minutes per player, plus 2 seconds per move. Still no winner? Enter Armageddon. What makes it unique? Before the game, players bid for black, offering a time handicap up to 5 minutes. The lowest bid gets black and only needs a draw to win. White starts with 5 minutes, but must go all out for victory. No time increments, every second counts. With the pressure of the tournament on their shoulders and fatigue from hours of play, Armageddon is a true test of nerves, skills, and strategy. It's an all-or-nothing moment where every move could be the last. One final game, one decisive moment, one champion.
And we're back ahead of what could be the final game of our quarterfinal day. That is, of course, if Vincent Keimer can manage to hold his opponent Jan Nepomniachtchi to a draw or better. For Jan Nepomniachtchi, it's a win or nothing when it comes to his tournament life. It is position 111, a very different looking position than the ones that we've seen most recently. But of course, in some ways, it kind of returns to an old faithful pattern we've seen sometimes here in freestyle chess. The queens and the bishops all tucked away in some corners, very long sight lines, capable of being opened at any given moment.
And usually when that's the case, we've seen the players start with moves that do give activity to these corner long-range pieces, as they are the position that we have very different from the first tiebreaker match, also in the sense that it's very freestyle. All the pieces, almost all the pieces are jumbled up right now. So new patterns will emerge. You know, all the challenges of the freestyle, I think, David, when you've got a starting position like this one, it means imbalances are going to happen. Perhaps a good thing for Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, great thing for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Just the fact that it is so imbalanced that there will not be any early exchanges, most likely, in this game. The downside for Jan Nepomniachtchi is that this happens to be one of the positions where the computer actually really likes white from move one. And apparently there's one move that's by far the strongest out of all of them. We see the handshake.
Let's see if he plays it.
He pushes the white B pawn 1 square forward. Apparently pushing this pawn 2 squares forward was by far the best move for white. The idea, though, is the same. You pin along this diagonal, and it makes it very, very hard for that black bishop in the corner to come out. Exclamation point given to Vincent's last move, though. Again, nice play, controlling the center, making it hard for Jan to step forward.
Yeah, just having that idea that you need to quickly open up those long-range pieces. Vincent starts with the queen on the left side, then the bishop on the right side, and he might be opening up that the third piece as well, the bishop on the corner of the board, with maybe another pawn move, gaining more space and lining it up against the black queen.
Yeah, so right out the gate, things already looking a little troublesome here for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Of course, it is early days in this game.
Very, very early days, but problem pieces all over the board. The black queen will not be able to get out. I was going to say, if white pushes that pawn. The black bishop, though, getting out is the next issue. Big threat on the board. Given a question mark, but I quite like it by Vincent Keimer. He's asking questions already. Attacking this pawn twice now with his bishop and with his queen from afar. Tanya, he just feels much more aggressive than the Vincent we normally know.
I love it. I mean, everything that he's doing, he's suddenly feeling himself. And it's funny, right? Because round robin with the exact time control, he was so incredibly shaky. He wasn't really able to figure out where to put the pieces, getting into a bit of trouble out of the opening, using too much of the time. And now suddenly he's just back to being his absolute best. I think this is where we take that question mark and just throw it away, David. Just an incredible, incredibly human approach to the position. A threat. A pawn sacrifice by Jan Nepomniachtchi?
Wait, what?
What am I missing?
Yeah, what's going on here, friends?
2 attackers, 1 defender. Why can't that pawn be captured?
It can be captured. I think it will be captured. It's a pawn sacrifice by Jan Nepomniachtchi. He gives up the pawn in order to get the bishop pair. The white queen gives a check, but this is blocked. He just wants to castle his king. I think he wants to castle to this side of the board. Jan Nepomniachtchi, just to get his rooks onto these 2 open lines. He wants his rooks in the center before the white king escapes.
Yeah, but things are already looking so good here for Vincent. He's opened up one of his rooks. He's now opening up his bishop as well. His queen is already involved into the game, as we've talked about so much more often in freestyle chess. You want to get that, you're getting that queen involved earlier than you would maybe say in a standard game. And so by all accounts, Vincent Keimer in the driver's seat, 10 minutes apiece essentially.
Is this some sort of a Jan move to just create a mess on the board? He's sacrificed the pawn. He's going all in. You know, he gets the king to safety, gets the rook lined up at the center of the board. The bishop in the corner of the board also eyeing that white queen at the right time. It will start attacking it. Is this Jan just going all in, having that approach that from the very start, I'm not going to wait for my opportunities, I'm going to create them?
Yeah, it definitely feels like Jan, especially from his younger days when he was very aggressive, wouldn't necessarily try to play the best moves objectively. He'd try to just yeah, just make his opponents feel uncomfortable. And here we go, a knight moves.
Yeah.
I don't hate it at all for black, actually. The rook's coming towards the center now.
That seems like a strange knight move for me, though, just because it blocks the development of the other knight. Right? I could have brought my B knight there, and instead I brought my D knight there.
Agree. Bit of an odd one, unless he aims to develop this way round. But yeah, bring the knight to the edge of the board just to centralize it later. A bit surprising from Vincent Keimer. I guess he just wants to accelerate castling on this side of the board, just to kind of mirror what Jan Nepomniachtchi has been doing. Normally, if you castle on the same side as your opponent, it makes it harder for them to land a direct attack.
Again, you know, last game we were talking and screaming about Jan's rook at the corner of the board. I want to just point out that queen at the corner of the board for Jan. At some point, that has to find its way into the game. And do we see a plan? Do we see a way? Which one of the pawns is he going to push to get that queen to participate?
Push this one forward and then move her. I don't know.
It's just so, it's so slow, the amount of time you have to take just to get what, of course, is your most powerful piece involved into the game, and so you want to, but my goodness, the amount of time you're giving to Vincent Keimer there then to develop his pieces as he pleases.
Everything's perfect for black here in terms of the knight and the rooks, but the bishops and the queen. Oh, gosh. It just feels like Vincent, he just knows when it comes to freestyle chess openings. He just understands he's got a big advantage, but...
I suppose now we could start to work on getting our bishops involved, maybe sliding that pawn that's currently protecting the knight one square up, unlock the light squared bishop.
Yeah, but that's not a happy move for the other bishop in the corner.
Right.
Ideally, he would love to push this pawn forward one, if the bishop weren't hanging in the corner, if it were defended, and then he'd push this pawn 2 squares forward, and the 2 bishops would be unleashed. But not easy to do that. This pin is ultra annoying.
Yeah, then I almost want to push the H pawn to unlock the light squared bishop first, because then at least the rook is defending the dark squared bishop when I go for that other pawn push that you talked about to open it up and attack that queen.
True, definitely possible. It just takes a little bit of time, right?
Yeah.
Does he have that time in terms of the moves themselves here?
Super tricky, and once again, take a look. Bottom of your screens there, 9:14 to Keimer's name, and we're creeping towards 8 minutes here for Jan Nepomniachtchi, so very much following the trend of the first game here in the time break between these two players.
More than a minute up on the clock. And a position with a pawn, yes, there's compensation. White still needs to get the king to safety. I won't be surprised if we see Vincent just go with his king to the left side of the board. Or David, you're highlighting right. Actually, both look equally tempting. And then Jan struggling to find compensation for that sacrificed pawn, you know, and as the clock goes down, and by the way, your idea, he wants to get that queen into the game. Step one.
Yep, step one of many, but yeah, you got to start somewhere. That white bishop was just too annoying on this diagonal. The black queen had to shift, and will shift. I really don't like this knight in the corner, though, for white. That's the only one that I would improve.
Right. And we opted into that.
It's like when you opt into something in life and then you regret. Like, it happens all the time.
Try to avoid those kinds of situations.
Yeah. You say yes to everything and end up regretting later. I guess the knight can come out this way a bit later. It just takes a while. Okay.
Keimer's turn to give it a good think.
He's, I think, just deciding what he's in the mood for, which way to castle the king. Neither side entirely safe. The white king on the right flank would be stared down by the black queen if she lands on this diagonal. And the white king on the other side does have a couple of dark squared weaknesses around it.
So let's just take the strategic aspects of the position, right? White has an extra pawn. Black's got these bishop pair, which right now look completely dead in the position, but of course have a lot of potential once the pawns move forward, find themselves in the open diagonals. A better development for Jan Nepomniachtchi as well, with the rooks in the center, the knight beautifully placed. Is it safe to say that the evaluation bar from a human perspective, because we know eval bars are equally materialistic, like my two friends here. But again, when it comes to play over the board, when you take in factors like a heartbeat, like a psychology, like the math situation, like the clock going down, perhaps it's overestimating White's edge here?
I agree in practical terms, in a rapid format. I don't think Vincent is this much of a favorite in this game. But then again, he is a pawn to the good, and a draw is enough for him. I love this last move. He centralizes his knight. He realizes the other knight is actually the problem. This white knight on its own, not doing too much, but it will be backed up. And sometimes knight gets in each other. Knights, when they connect like that, they get in each other's way. But here they have plenty of active squares to choose from.
I also want to point out just how calmly Vincent's approaching the fact that his queen and king are lined up against his opponent's rook on the same line. He literally doesn't care about that. He hasn't even attempted to move any one of these majors away. He's ready for any knight jump. That's nerves of steel to be able to do that. Consecutively, move over move.
Yeah, there's also just really no good knight jumps right now for that black knight.
Yeah, nothing to attack, really. This knight can jump forward, for example, to this square in the center of the board, unleashing an attack from the black rook, but the white queen will just move. The queen will step back, and the knight will not be attacking anything, will have to just retreat. I don't really see what Jan does next. It's just these bishops. How to get them in the game.
Is there a reason? The problem is, right, I was going to ask, is there a reason he's not pushing that pawn on the F line one step forward to kick the queen, open up the bishop, but then essentially you're killing your other bishop completely?
Yeah, this is one that was tempting you, James. But this black bishop, the dark squared bishop here, not too happy. The white queen will just run, for example, to the side of the board, to either side, and the game goes on. Okay, he moves his king instead, Jan Nepomniachtchi. This is the live position. And Vincent Keimer, it feels like the time has finally come to decide which flank to use, which way to go with the king. Would you slide to the right or slide to the left?
Swiping
As
left
long as
on
you
this one.
cha-cha your way there, that's all that matters.
Exactly. Okay, which way to go?
It's also very tempting to go to the right side of the board, but I would be a little wary of all the checks that potentially the black knight could give once it starts jumping on some of the squares closer to the white king, exactly via that path. But the drawback on the left side is that then you're just opening yourself up to the bishops whenever they do find their way in, you know, just becoming snipers to that white king. I would be very tempted to go left, though, in this case, intuitively. What about you, David?
I feel left somehow. I'd rather be stared down by a bishop than a queen, I think, here.
I also like that castling left then pre-positions the rook to support d-file pawn push.
Yeah, that's the clincher. That's the decider.
Right.
Both sides you're being stared down at.
Two birds, one stone, just like that. A little bit of king safety. You get one of your rooks beautifully positioned. If you were to go the other way, yeah, the rooks are still connected, but then at some point, one of those rooks still has to shift over to the d1 square to achieve the same thing.
Eventually, your knight can also start hopping over the other side of the board towards the center, start targeting some of the weaknesses next to Jan's king. It's like he sacrificed the pawn. It looked incredibly tempting. You know, your rook's lined up, the queen's coming out, the knight's in the center, but suddenly he's stuck to make progress of that optical compensation. And Vincent agrees with us.
There we go.
Good news for us, good news for him, I'm not so sure.
All right, we get one right every once in a while. He gets one right more often than not.
Exactly. We've been watching him long enough now to occasionally guess one or two moves, even if they are always very, very strong. And just difficult to know how Jan Nepomniachtchi improves this position. His last move, shuffling the king, the black king to safety, pretty much shows he's got nothing more kind of important than that to get up to. The black queen slightly improves herself. Okay, I'm expecting the white king to slide as well. Normally, if you castle on the long side, you want to control the corner squares. He jumps forward first with his knight. Now threatens to trade queens.
Yeah, quick responses here from Jan. He's going to go for the queen check.
You know,
I was just going to say, have some options, right? You can block either with the knight, the queen, offer the trade, or just slide the king over.
Yeah, I'm going to just say it. I've been so impressed by Vincent's ability to switch his style in these games. You know, when it's needed, he goes for the offense. He picks up the pawn. He doesn't shy away from the bait that's been offered. When it's required, he knows when to retreat, go into those positional aspects, try to get the queens off the board. Just has this incredible universal aspect to his play, even though he's known to be extremely solid and positional.
I think he's going to go through. I think Vincent's going to win this. I just don't see how this black bishop in the corner, the dark squared bishop, gets into the game. That's the one bishop that white lacks as well. You want to attack on the dark squares. If this bishop is unleashed, this turns around completely, but you just can't get it in. And white has a big threat in the position. White's knight is going to land on this square, and it's the white light square bishop from the corner that is peering down the board.
Consistent theme between game 1 and game 2, right? It's Jan playing essentially down a piece. Last time it was a rook. This time, yeah, it's technically a piece worth a little bit less material, but my goodness, we see no avenues for this one to get involved.
It's always a piece in the corner.
Yep.
It's always his bottom left corner, whichever side he sits on the board. He forgets to activate that one. And okay, it looks like he's about to decide on a move. He's kind of shaking his head. Slightly low on the clock, Jan Nepomniachtchi. There are tricks in the position. For example, the white rook now should not capture this black pawn if it steps forward. Just to show rook takes pawn now. And now you could finally unleash the bishop, attack the queen, attack the rook. But instead, the white knight would drop into this square, and it is very much that bishop's counterpart in the corner that's going to do some nasty, nasty work.
And once again, this proves that, you know, when you've got those long-range pieces on the corner of the board in freestyle chess, how important it is to quickly get them activated, to really start thinking about the first few moves where you open up the lines and diagonals for them to come into the game. Notice how Vincent's done that. The queen's out. The bishop not anymore in the game. It's done its part. And the other one's super active, while Jan is struggling to achieve that with 2 of his big pieces on the right corner.
I mean, he called his own shot in the interview. He said time is so much less important than a solid setup out of the opening. And here, as you mentioned, Tanya, he perfectly identified which were the pieces that he could essentially suffocate out of the game, render them useless. And that knight that was previously stuck for himself now has the opportunity to get more involved. He decides to recapture with the queen. And of course, there we have the trade. And boom, knight's planted further down the board.
Very professional.
Could now technically open up these bishops, but is it too little too late?
Well, I think actually objectively Vincent knew that he should cut the queens on because the white queen was so strong pinning this pawn to the bishop in the corner. But getting queens off, I think he's just reducing the risk here. Imagine being a pawn down. Here you might have some compensation with the bishops, but you need to win this one as Jan Nepomniachtchi. That is going to be a huge, huge challenge. White might just put pawns on dark squares to negate the effect of that dark square bishop. It's going to be incredibly hard to break through. With the best play, you might win a pawn back, but that shouldn't be enough to win this one as black.
That was a professional decision taken. You know, Vincent realizes keeping the knights on the board would have been game on, him pushing for the big edge. But again, he needs only a draw to make it to the semifinals. You want to just remove any risk of making any mistake and just go straight into the end game. He's advancing on the left side of the board, trying to cramp it down with one more pawn push, stopped by Jan in its tracks right now. But David, I do think that Jan, he's got to be feeling a little bit of relief because finally his pieces can come into the game, which was such a big ask when the queens were on.
Yeah, it's probably his best position all game, objectively, but winning this one is a whole different kettle of fish. If the white knight can somehow reroute and attack this pawn on the edge of the board now, if you could drop this white knight back 1 square, for example, just game over, and he's trying to reroute that piece now. Big threat in some positions to bring the white rook forward, some targets, maybe not immediately. Some question mark moves, though, appearing for Vincent Keimer, retreating.
He stops that idea, brings his own rook to laterally defend the 2 pawns, also controlling a knight jump on the board. For Jan, this part of the strategy would be to try to now play a little fast, get Vincent as low on the clock as you can, just keep the game going, you know, keep the bishops on the board, the rooks on the board, avoid piece trades. Whenever you're up material, in this case Keimer, you're up that extra pawn, you want to get as many pieces off the board as possible. As long as Jan's got the majors and those 2 bishops on, I think he's going to try to just continue putting pressure on the clock, pick up that speed, and then just hope for the best, hope for a mistake in that time scramble.
Yep, start to pray, start to try anything you can to set a trap. And right now I'm expecting Vincent maybe to improve his rook, improve his knight, maybe slide his king across 1 square. He doesn't need to do too much. Even if he just sits still and holds formation, he should have everything covered. Super solid for white.
The one move that one might be tempted is to push that central pawn to attack the rook that's just gotten forward. But that does create and leave behind some weaknesses on that line. So it's a bit committal. I would be thinking about it, though, because it's a direct path. I want to get my own rook active. requires a bit of calculation. I'm not sure if it's also Vincent's style to create these unnecessary, risky targets.
Yeah, the good thing is those central pawns, they defend each other. And normally it's actually quite nice to have flexible pawns like that, really mobile, fluid pawns for later. He first blocks the right flank, nicely putting pawns on dart squares because the opponent has an unrivaled dart squared bishop. Again, great strategy long term. And how is Jan going to break through? Okay, he pushes a pawn.
Does he want to start pushing that knight away from the center of the board, activating that light squared bishop next?
Yeah, quite possibly.
He's at least gotten one of his bishops involved in the game, at least for now. As you mentioned, Keimer, though, just kind of holding steady, holding the line, if you will. We still need to consider the amount of time that's on the clock, because going into an endgame scenario, relatively even, but low on time, that's where you start making mistakes, and you could give your opponent that one opportunity they need.
And one move White would love to play is to bring the knight forward to this square just to trade off one of the black bishops, but this would not work out well. Oh,
whoa.
I was going to say, maybe it's good enough. It gives back the pawn, however. Look at this, rook takes pawn, and there's a pin along this line. He's given back his material advantage, Vincent Keimer. Level pawns suddenly.
But it's not something he missed. Did you see the speed with which he responded to? This is what he calculated. He neutralizes the bishop pair, the most active piece, leaves Jan with a dead bishop on the board, and says, there's no way you're winning this. I just need a draw to go through. I'm the one with the active bishop. With the active rook, you've got nothing to play for. Another very professional choice, I want to say. Give back material, but just take away any winning chances, any imbalances.
Yeah, we talk about the bishop pair quite a lot in general in chess, but they can be dangerous later in the game. I think he just wanted to reduce any possibility that they did activate. And yeah, still very, very safe. Jan's only hope of winning this is to bring the king, kick away this white rook, and then finally get his bishop into the game.
What do you want to trade and what do you want to keep on the board? The rooks. First question, David. In this endgame, who would that favor?
Vincent can trade all of them. Anything. I think Vincent is
A
fine.
pure king pawn endgame?
Oh, pure. Yeah, you don't want to trade bishops, I think, as Vincent Keimer.
Okay.
You can trade bishops as long as the rooks stay on. I think a pure rook endgame should be very, very safe. Pure bishop endgame should be quite safe. Good question, though, Tanya, because those questions will arise in the very near future. You always need to be aware of that question.
And Vincent won't have that much time when they do. So just having clarity of the pieces you want on and off the board helps a lot.
He's playing very timidly, though.
Right, but he does solve the issue that you spoke about earlier, right? With the pawn pinned to the rook. Now the rook can move because the pawn is guarded by the one just behind it.
I think what he wants next is, you were talking about Jan's king walking closer towards the white rook. Keimer also has to get his own king towards the center. All right, so question on the board. Do you trade? Do you decline? Do you move the bishop back? Do you move the rook back? So many questions, such little time.
Well, David told me I could trade every single one of the rooks and still be okay. But of course, it would, in essence, improve the king once again, at least in this trade. Right here.
And he hears you. He's okay with the trade, but on his terms.
There it is.
Without allowing the black king to actually get up the board. He's fine with the trade as long as his pieces remain active.
And here the black king is coming to finally kick away that white rook, to finally get his own bishop, Jan Nepomniachtchi, out into the game. The problem is that bishop is not looking like a great piece. Its own pawns are all on light squares, or mainly on light squares, so that will be a bad bishop even once it gets out. Here we go.
Temporary though, right? Now step one achieved, pushing that rook back. He'll decide where to put the pawn. Do you move it? Do you go 2 steps forward just to activate, or is that an optical illusion? Because like you said, no targets. Yes, you're an active bishop, but where are you going with it?
Yeah, I think he might just have to. There we go. The black king will now come. He's going to try and open up this side of the board, where he has the 3 versus 2 Jan Nepomniachtchi, 3 pawns versus 2 pawns.
So if Jan was to get that bishop to the center of the board and trade it off, that's essentially a draw offer. He can just never do that. A pure rook and pawn endgame is an easy, probably the easiest hold that Vincent has in this endgame. So you need to keep the minors on. The plan that we're looking at is somehow Jan managing to get a pawn break in the position to destabilize one of the flanks. He goes towards the center.
Okay, maybe he's going for the other side of the board. Maybe he wanted to push this black pawn forward to open up some lines over there. But now if this pawn steps forward, the white rook can happily swing across and hold the line. Okay.
With enough threats removed from the board, both kings enter the fray, as they should in the later stages of the game. I think the question I have in these late game scenarios is how to set up my pawns. Let's even maybe just evaluate it from the position of the person who wants to draw. We've got the 4-3 advantage on one side, the 2-3 disadvantage on the other side. What is the ideal pawn structure in the later stages of the game where we officially lock it and then agree on that draw?
I think the one problem for Vincent Keimer right now is that these two pawns lie on light squares. You would love to push the central majority forward. There we go, he does. You would love to push this pawn as well, or maybe even just put this pawn on a dark square to protect its fellow in the center. But this pawn is slightly vulnerable to the black bishop, so I actually think he might be sliding his rook across to trade off these pawns. Trade off his pawn on a light square for the only one on a dark square for black. And that would mean there are no more targets for his opponent's bishop. But, interesting decision to be this committal, though, in the center. I say committal because this allows a exchange of pawns here, potentially. The black king getting very active, actually, if there is a trade-off. I don't really like what Vincent's doing.
It feels like Jan slowly, extremely slowly, is making progress in the position. Yes, it's still equal. And, it feels like a completely calm endgame that we're in, but their heart rates do give it away. The tension that the players are feeling. The realization that, they have to play this out. They have to play this on. Vincent has to hold on with his dear life in this one. Make sure nothing goes out of control. And Jan just has to keep pushing an equal, a balanced endgame till the very end. With no plan in sight, but just going on, putting pressure. Just keep the game going.
So to take or not to take here from Jan's position with these two pawns staring at each other?
I think not to rush, because the white king would be very strong in the center of the board, controlling lots of dark squares while the bishop controls light squares. Probably getting a black's pawn out of the sight of white's bishop is strongest, although at this point everything still looks level. It's just about testing the opponent, inducing a mistake, which is always the hardest thing in these endgames. Eventually the black bishop might need to come round to a new diagonal. I'm not sure exactly where. But this one's still very blocked. There we go. He does keep the tension.
Keeps the tension. He also places all his pawns on the opposite color of white's bishop. So no targets on the left side. As we've been talking about how to change pawn formations. What do you really want as the defender in the position? And now what's next?
I mean, it feels like to me, now I just want to shut that light-squared bishop out of the game. Take that pawn that you were maybe a little bit, exactly, looking at before, throw it up 2 squares onto that light square, prepare yet another pawn push if Jan decides not to end up trading here, and allow my king onto that dark square.
Yeah, I agree. It looks like a decent decision here and now, but if the rooks ever did disappear and you put your pawns on light squares, if you imagine the black bishop ever coming around from behind, those pawns are easy targets.
Right.
So it's committal. I think it's a good decision here, because the rooks remain on the board, but there we go. It is a move from Vincent. He's not committing. This one is up his sleeve for a bit later.
Yeah. I think the only reason I'm okay with it, right, is because there would only be one diagonal with which the light square bishop could get behind in the end. And right now, it's guarded by my own light square bishop.
Yeah, this is true. If white puts pawns on these squares, by the way, it looks like a total fortress. Black cannot break through.
You always have to calculate what happens with a trade at the center of the board. And I like the fact that Jan has kept the tension, not sort of showing his cards, because he really wants to get Vincent low on time before taking any big decision on a structural change. Already a 1.5 minute for Keimer there. So a big lead on the clock, a 2-minute lead here. He's just shuffling around. And I wonder if he's going to reroute the bishop to the edge of the board, trying to provoke a pawn move by Vincent, in fact.
Well, either way, the hearts for a moment there were beating in sync with each other as Nepos then skyrockets an extra 16 beats per minute. But both of them feeling the pressure of the moment. For you at home, I'll remind you what they're each playing for. It's a spot in the semifinals. 3 of our 4 are already decided. One of these 2 will join them and face off against Hikaru Nakamura. And of course, for Keimer, all he needs is a draw or better in this game. For Jan Nepomniachtchi, it's a win, and you extend your tournament life to a second tiebreak and a blitz time control.
What do you think, David? Does he Does he take it there, or does it get decided in this one?
I still believe in Vincent drawing this because it's just so many things need to go wrong in order to lose this game with white. Then again, his heart rate's higher than ever. The clock situation is worse than ever. He does seem a bit nervous and reluctant to make any big decisions.
He's just on the defense, right? He's shuffling now with the rook from one square to another, and he's basically telling Jan that I've got my preferred setup. I've got the pieces exactly where I want, the pawns where I want, and show me how you're going to create your chances. He could give a check. He could provoke Vincent to push the pawn.
We lost a pawn just now, didn't we?
The pawn would move 2 steps forward to block that check and keep the king connected to the central pawn.
Yeah, still under control by Vincent. I must say, though, in general, this attitude of just shuffling, doing nothing, very rarely pays off. It's just because it is so solid for Vincent. I've won countless games in my career because my opponent's just trying to make a draw and they're just trying to sit still and do nothing. And then you slowly improve, you kind of lull them into a false sense of security, and then you change the pace, then you create a threat and they tend to stumble. But, okay, this is Vincent we're talking about. This is a world-class player.
What Jan really wants, the position he wants for that bishop is a central square. That's that e4 square. If he can get the bishop there, that would be incredibly active. But the only path to that is one that offers a trade. And the moment you do that, the moment the bishops are off the board, that's essentially game over. So it's impossible for him to actually get that bishop to that key square. He's trying to shuffle around, but there's no progress to be made. And Vincent's basically saying, I'm not trying for any ideas here. I'm not going to change anything. It's on you. Do you want to push that pawn on the left side of the board?
He could change the structure there, Jan, but pushing any pawns on that left flank would only leave himself with isolated pawns. So he steps back. I'm expecting Vincent to continue his defensive setup by moving his rook. There we go.
First time in this game, a moment ago, and even at the moment, the computer offered one opportunity for black. And 2 turns ago, it was actually to push the f-pawn.
I think that's what he's building towards. He needs to push that f-pawn forward to break white's pawn structure. It will be a temporary pawn sacrifice. So maybe that's the one thing making it so difficult psychologically. Also, Jan is probably just going to play around for 20, 30 moves and then push the pawn. But first he lines up with the white king.
Soviet school of chess right there. Repeat the position once, get your opponent feeling that you're struggling to find a plan, and then immediately change the direction. And that's what Jan Nepomniachtchi just did. He's hinting at the idea that you mentioned. Push that f-pawn. It's all about the pawn breaks now.
Literally make them look left and then go right. And now he's trying to go right on that right side of the board by pushing this pawn forward.
Not a great life advice, though, because that would be a crash.
Yeah. Okay.
Jan needs a crash on the board, actually, somewhere.
Needs to crash through Vincent's defenses.
Yeah, I mean, but a pawn apiece has come off the board, so the landscape of the board is changing.
Had a big threat of jumping up. Not jumping up, but moving up with the white king and a check. That square has been taken under control with the bishop. So no more king advances by white. The pawns control the square, and the black bishop does.
I feel like the white king should step to the right now just to avoid any of those pawn breaks on the side that black is stronger. Black has the 3 versus 2 pawn majority on that right flank, so keeping the pawns at bay is the #1 priority for Vincent. No, he moves his rook.
Ooh.
That feels really weird.
Okay.
It's the wrong side of the board.
Is he threatening to break open to crash through with the c-pawn moving 1 step forward? Is that the first real threat of this rook-pawn endgame?
Yeah, and then the black rook is coming. The black rook is actually going to come to the 4th rank. The king is going to come to the center. Then he's going to break open one side of the board. Vincent, he's losing the thread here completely. He's done nothing for the last 20 moves.
And what that does to your mind is it puts you sort of in a passive state, right? And suddenly you have to take some active decisions and it becomes incredibly hard. And look at the time he's playing with. He's now down to under 30 seconds. And Jan's creating serious threats on the board.
Yeah, I'm not sure I love that either. With this check, feels like the king can almost step forward again, stopping the white king from advancing any further, instead of making, wanting to maybe make a run to the right side of the board along those dark squares.
Yes.
You've got to go up.
Yeah, I think you have to go up. If you go back, there might just be a trade of bishops, and that would spell the end of your winning chances. If you go up, though, Jan is just calculating the risk factor of the white rook coming in and behind, and suddenly it becomes a bit of a race Black trying to break through, white trying to break through. But a draw is the same as a loss here for Jan. He has to go forward. He cannot allow the bishops to get traded off. He has to step into the center.
Look at their heart rates. They're literally beating in sync.
Whoa.
Synergy. Oh, he goes back.
Goes back. This is
Why?
such a strange decision.
Uh-oh. Offers the trade of bishops.
He's attacking a pawn. You could pick up the bishop. Black doesn't have enough time to give a check with a capture.
Yeah. Trade the bishops, then sidestep with the white king, defend all the pawns. And the good thing is, for Vincent, if the bishops come off the board, you can even afford to lose a pawn on that left side. You can afford to trade off the 3 versus 2 advantage on the left side of the board, because a single pawn disadvantage is not enough.
That was a very strange decision by Jan, to let this happen. He goes in with it. He's trying to create weaknesses.
Some last-ditch efforts here by Jan.
Jan needs a miracle now to win this game. That one opportunity, I think he had it. Keep the bishops on the board, step into the center. Now the rook is going down the board, stepping across to win that black pawn in the corner. This is almost guaranteed to be a draw now.
But white goes on the counter offense. There's no good way for Jan Nepomniachtchi to defend that side pawn. You can just simply shuffle with your king. And yes, Jan's won a pawn, but not for too long. The rook can't come back on that 5th rank.
And the heart rates continue to rise because Vincent Keimer can feel himself on the verge of pulling off a draw in this second tiebreaker game, booking himself a ticket to the semifinals for the 2nd event in a row and keeping his opportunity to defend his title alive.
Oh, look at the heart rate. It's skyrocketing even. Vincent Keimer, he went up to nearly 160. Highest it's been all game. He can smell it now. He can almost taste that semifinal against Hikaru Nakamura.
Is there any danger here for him?
The only thing is if he gets checked back, if the white king gets kicked back to the 1st rank, to the 1st row here. But look at this, really classy move. He offers a trade of rooks, which was not possible to go for Jan Nepomniachtchi. That pawn would have been too strong. Now he's going to drop his own rook back and kick away the black king.
And there's no way for Jan to force white's king to the 1st rank. You have a nice spot, a hiding spot next to your pawns up the board where it'll be absolutely safe. Yeah. I don't see how Jan is even creating chances here. On the clock.
He had 3 seconds there, by the way.
He has to make a move. He does it. Beautiful defense. Just brings the rook closer to the king. Everything under control. This is what Vincent Keimer does best.
This is a fortress. You now can step back to the 1st rank because the black king could not cross over to the right. The white rook's placement, superb. And now you can just wait with the white king. The moment the black king goes too far away, it goes over to the left, then the white rook will switch its focus to the base of the black pawn chain. Even without this white pawn, we should mention on the corner, that left pawn, even without that, it is a draw.
Okay, well, the king will.
Well, he's trying.
To the left-hand side.
He's trying to get Keimer to calculate what happens when the a-pawn falls because the black king and rook are coming for it. And Vincent gives a check. A bit of a panic there by him.
Yeah.
Another check to follow, though.
On the board. Jan's only plan for progress is to get the king closer to that white pawn. There's nothing else to be done in this position. Okay. Is he going to throw in the tower? Is this where he repeats? That'd be a shocker. He has to try that plan out.
No progress being made. He's set up the perfect blockade, Vincent Keimer. Black's pawns cannot push. Black's rook alone cannot do any damage. The black king cut off. Okay, he moves his rook. But if the white king just waits, how do you destabilize the white rook from this outpost, from this position it's posted up on?
And Keimer confidently makes move, coming up to a minute on his clock now. He's managed to get those extra seconds.
King on the run again. Here comes a check. The rook will replace itself there, defended by the pawn. And we're gaining time on the clock now for each player as they blitz out some moves.
And that's far more important for Vincent than it is for Jan, right? When on the defense.
The king is pushed back to the 5th rank there now. So back on its own side of the board at the very least.
I think you could make any move, except if it's a one-move blunder. Just shift the king, move the rook on that rank. He does it.
He steps up the board.
Interesting choice. He's changing the formation. Will he give a check again and then transfer it back to that F line in front of the king?
Why not? Multiple roads draw. You could have gone hunting for the black pawns there. You would have been totally fine as well. But he's found the defensive formation he wants to rely on. Why calculate anything? Why risk anything? Bring the rook across.
Why fix what's not broken? And this fortress hasn't been broken yet by Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Exactly. Jan's asking him to prove that he can defend the position. How about that 50 move rule? Nothing's left the board for quite some time.
Yeah, it's now been 20 moves exactly.
Okay, 30 more to go.
30 more to go since the last capture or pawn push.
And it comes down to that moment that Jan allowed the bishop swap, right? So unnecessary to keep the chances alive. He had to leave that piece on the board. He had to step up with the king.
And that's where he just needs to remember the old adage, all rook endgames are drawn. Even without that white pawn in the corner, it is a draw, 3 versus 2, a well-known draw as well. He's offering a rook exchange here now. Jan Nepomniachtchi, do not take that rook. The black pawn would be too far forward, too close to promotion. The black pawn would capture and run down the board. Instead, he gives a check. He might even slide behind his own pawn soon and start propelling it forward. Or he will go hunting for this black pawn.
I think Jan's about to be out of the race of the semi-finals.
Oh, he's been so good, Jan Nepomniachtchi. He just had a horror game in the first of these 2 tie breaks. That's the tiny margins at this top level.
That's the thing. Again, I was saying, he's stealing the moniker of Mr. Consistency from Fabiano Caruana, but the reality of this tournament means one game where it doesn't go your way, where you let it slip and that consistency isn't there, it could spell your demise. Still fighting as best he can to keep his semifinal hopes alive.
But he gets active now. I don't think this fight's going to last for too long. He's about to trade his side pawn for one of Jan's backward pawns and then create some weaknesses to eventually get to. I think we're a few moves away from Vincent claiming that semifinal spot.
Any moment now, we will see a handshake. Black's king is so far away. Look at Vincent eyeballing his opponent.
Oh, yeah, you got the Hikaru head bob and the Vincent Keimer eye flick.
The eye flick. The chair often starts to shake. We saw that in Weissenhaus as well. When he gets excited, the white king defends its pawn now.
And he's done it also confidently, right? Without really showing any nerves. He's been defending this position for over 30 moves now, this endgame. But he found his structure, he believed in it, he kept shuffling his pieces. And just incredible defense by Keimer here.
I asked you both on the very first day of the tournament, what would it take in terms of a performance from Vincent Keimer throughout the course of this event for us to really start considering him as a heavyweight in this format? He already got the win in the first event of the year. He's moments away from finishing top 4 at the very least.
And look at Jan. We've seen this face before from Jan. When he's about to give up, when he realizes that he's out of the race there. He's going to play on, but he knows this is over. And it's almost heartbreaking to watch this.
He is the perennial runner-up. He came second in every tournament until the World Blitz Championship recently, where he got co-champion. He offers the draw, though. It's Vincent Keimer who goes through to the semi-finals.
Devastation for Jan Nepomniachtchi, the #1 seed coming out of the round robin. He selects a Vincent Keimer. He picks his own poison and goes down in the quarterfinals. Our defending champion keeps his tournament run alive in the upper bracket. Still a shot to defend his title.
Incredible stuff. Vincent Keimer was the chosen one, not by fate, but by Jan Nepomniachtchi himself. The same storyline of Weissenhaus, deja vu. Ali Reza did it, Jan did it, and here's Vincent against all odds, making it through.
Wow, Vincent Keimer, you asked what it would take for us to consider him as a real heavyweight. And the one question mark that still lingered after Weissenhaus was tiebreaks. He didn't face a single tiebreak there in the knockout stages. Today, he answered that question. He can do it in all formats.
And there you go. He takes down yet another unique top-level player in that older generation. He will be the lone representative from the younger crew up against the likes of Hikaru Nakamura, and then hoping to make it all the way to a finals berth up against the winner of Fabiano Caruana and Magnus Carlsen.
And how incredible is it that in freestyle chess, Vincent Keimer, in a match format in the course of 2 months, has taken down Alireza, Fabiano, Magnus, and Jan Nepomniachtchi.
It's just crazy.
That's a death row of chess
It wasn't
players.
on your 2025 bingo card. I guarantee it wasn't on his. But right now, I mean, he looks almost in some ways as unstoppable as a Magnus Carlsen does. Yes, their records were not the same coming out of the round robin. I understand that. But if we take a lesson from Weisenhaus, how he only seems to ramp up throughout the tournament and how the classical portions typically do lend towards him in a brilliant way, I'd start worrying if I'm anyone else who's left in the bracket, knowing that he's still there as well.
And we had a chat with Danny Wrench earlier today about rankings, ratings, world championships. Vincent Keimer in classical ratings is the lowest seed in this tournament. He's the bottom seed. He's done it again though, Tanya.
And let's remind everyone, this is a Jan Nepomniachtchi in form, in absolute shape. He's been playing some of the best chess that we've seen. And this is Vincent, you know, playing into Jan's territory with little time on the clock and taking it in the tie breaks.
Well, there you have it. Our bracket is complete, at least through our quarterfinals and into the semis. Up there, the top four, Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano on the right-hand side. They'll be playing against each other for a bid to the final table. Vincent Keimer, Hikaru Nakamura on the left side of the bracket. For Jan Nepomniachtchi, he drops down alongside Arjun Erigaisi. They're playing for a chance for 5th place. And then, of course, Nurdirbek Abdusatorov and MVL doing the same on the other side of the bracket. Losers of those still play for 7th as well. So plenty of chess action still on the way over the course of the next 4 days.
We were just talking about the death row of chess elite that Vincent has had over the freestyle chess Grand Slam. The one player he hasn't played so far, Hikaru Nakamura. And that's the one he's going to meet in the semifinals. Incredible stuff, you know. For Vincent, it's once again from underdog to an actual force in this tournament. To someone, has he suddenly become one of the favorites to perhaps go all the way, just simply seeing his class today?
I mean, it would take something... Well, it'd take a very brave person to bet against him now. And beating Hikaru Nakamura, it's like Pokemon. Got to beat them all. And Hikaru is next.
Got to beat them all. And then the other one, Magnus versus Fabi. That's your 2018 World Championship match. That's your Weisenhaus finals from 2024. How many times we've seen these two players play. That's going to be an epic one as well.
Well, for posterity's sake, let's pull up the lower bracket just so everybody understands how that one broke down as well today. Both of our matches entered the day with 1-0 advantages to the guys on the top of your screen, Pragnananda and Richard Rapport, and both of them achieved the draw that they needed to keep themselves in the bid for 9th place. There will be a shared 11th place there between Vidit and Gukesh, so their tournament comes to an end today.
Yeah, congratulations to those two players who went through. It might not sound like what they wanted 9th place, but a win in this match. And yeah, I think for Vidit and Gukesh, it's time to regroup. They'll be back in future. They'll be back and stronger.
Well, 4 players will be back in the semifinals tomorrow. I'm just very excited about the bracket that we have. Vincent coming in with this big win. I don't think many would have expected this outcome, you know, with Jan's performance, Vincent struggling on the clock. That's got to be our big surprise of the day.
I wish there was a camera on it. The dinner on the very first night, I was asked who wins the tournament, and I said Vincent Keimer.
Whoa!
But there were witnesses, so maybe that can be confirmed later on. And there's still plenty of chess to be played before that might come true. And like we said, such formidable opponents stand between him and the repeat of that. First Hikaru, and then the winner of Magnus and Fabiano. I mean, it really is always going to be the toughest road possible for him.
Half man, half everything else. Hikaru Nakamura tomorrow. That's the first to take on. I mean, that's a huge one for Vincent.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely wild. MVP of the day, we're putting it to you, chat. Make sure you get involved. Exclamation point MVP plus the player name. Let us know who you think deserves the biggest nod for their performance on this day.
It's going to be incredibly hard, right? I mean, who can think who would be the MVP?
I know,
so
right?
tough. Any names we can think of right now? There's none come to mind. I mean, we haven't seen chess for such a long time. It's been ages since we saw a great game happen.
Exactly.
Or, you know, an underdog just score a big win.
Do you have eyes on Twitch chat? If it's not 90% one specific name, then I've got questions.
Hikaru was pretty good today.
He was.
Fabiano was pretty good today, but I don't know.
For me, it's more today is more storyline driven than even necessarily the play on the board. You know, I know we showed one of those brilliant lines from Vincent earlier, but even still, it's about that once again, he was kind of underestimated perhaps in being picked. by the first seed. He has to prove himself yet again against the first seed, and he was pushed into that tiebreaker situation. So for me, my vote, of course, would go for Vincent Keimer, just based more on the storyline, but we'll see what the chat has to say.
I agree.
Yeah,
If there is any doubt, I agree.
Add 3 votes to that count from the studio coming in. We've got the results.
Chat agrees. It is a Vincent Keimer. Like I said, I'd be mightily surprised if anyone disagreed with us here today. He is our defending champion. Continues to kind of set the pace, at least for what it seems like when it comes to freestyle chess, how players approach the game, what they value in the game, saying so much so that he thinks openings are the most important, as opposed to necessarily that time that we've called him out for before. But so far it hasn't bit him, at least to the point of being knocked out.
To me, the biggest mystery is exactly that. How did he switch his clock management to perfection when we shifted into the tie breaks without compromising on his play quality?
Yeah, it looked like perfect accuracy, and only towards the latter stages of that final game where the draw in sight did he switch up the focus and play defensive. I can safely say that this 2024 player card is going to be on the low side. 2025, he's been on fire so far, Vincent Keimer. He's going to be shooting through the rankings. He's going to be winning more tournaments if he plays like this.
Yeah, I hope you and Take are taking notes of this young German grandmaster who continues to impress us. And like I said,
win-win-win for Winston.
Yeah, for real. Who knows? Yeah, the three-peat? No. First, he's got to get it done here in Paris before he can even think about what happens in the USA in just a few months' time. 4 more days of play. There's still plenty of chess action. And of course, we cannot ignore those 3 other formidable opponents that he has in the upper bracket. Perhaps we can look at a move of the day.
Let's try. Let's bring it on. I'm ready.
Was you ready? I was going to say, I didn't want to put you on the spot, having not come up with one just yet, but I would love to look at it, as I can promise our fans at home that in just a bit we'll get a word from the man himself as he books his ticket to the semifinals.
Yeah, and I was very tempted to go for Vincent's C4 dynamite move in the first game against Jan Nepomniachtchi, a temporary queen sacrifice. Ultimately, though, that one just led to equality, and Vincent got the most valuable player of the day. So I think he should be happy with that. I'm going to spotlight Fabiano Caruana, who flew under the radar a bit, but in the end, a very convincing win in his quarterfinal against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. In this position, Fabiano has white. He has a big material advantage as well. He has the rook for Black's bishop. He also has an extra pawn on this left flank. So a decisive material advantage, but you need to defend in chess as well. You need different gears to switch things up. Here, there's only one move that wins on the spot. Black actually has a very dangerous attack brewing, all against this square, the square in front of the white king. This pawn slightly tender, only defended by the white queen. The black rook as well, guaranteed to enter the second rank on the next move. But Fabiano found a brilliant counterattack here, a way to brace for impact. He retreated his rook. It's a subtle move, a very quiet move, it seems like, but the whole idea is to counterattack. If now Maxime Vachier-Lagrave had brought his rook down to the second rank, the saving grace for white here is to slide the white rook across, totally ignore the threat to the white queen. If the white queen is captured, white enters a totally winning endgame, up too much material. And likewise, if the rook is captured, you ignore the black queen and you take the rook instead, defending and consolidating the advantage. He went on to win a very nice game, and a very convincing game, thanks to this subtle rook retreat.
Yeah, preserving his material advantage and doing it in a calm, cool, and collected way, as we would so often expect him to do. Again, Fabiano seems to be ramping up throughout the tournament. Again, such a poor start for him, taking 3 losses. But if you almost eliminate those from your mind and go from 4th game onwards in this tournament, he as well is looking quite scary.
Better and better every day. That's what the top players do, right? Vincent did it last time, did it again this time. Fabi getting better by the day.
But that's exactly what we want to see, right? Because who he's facing is the world #1. You want Fabi at his absolute best, to have found that rhythm that we've seen him in freestyle chess, to come and face Magnus Carlsen. So that's going to be a big clash of the 2 titans.
And just speaking of that matchup a little bit, right? Earlier I asked you, who would you believe are the most practiced freestyle players in the world? Hikaru, Fabiano, and Magnus Carlsen were 3 of the names that came out. But even if you then take that conversation, distill it down to who are the most familiar with each other in freestyle. Well, Magnus and Fabiano have been playing this version of chess against each other, pitted all the way back to 2024 in Weisenhaus as well. So they have ultra familiarity with each other.
And I think so far Magnus has done great against Fabi. So for Fabi also to try to get a win in would be something that he's extremely motivated for. Again, what's going to be the preparation strategy when it comes to freestyle chess? There's no memorized lines, there's no home prep you can rely on. So get some of that rest, some game night in. What would be your advice to Fabi right now, David?
I mean, Magnus is going to be busy watching football or playing golf. Fabi should just play games with us. That's worked for him so far, James.
Don't change a thing. Exactly right. Don't change a thing. It seems to be working. And so, again, we wait on bated breath for that one. Magnus seems to be in absolute top form. A wounded Magnus from Weisenhaus just a few months ago has come back on an absolute tear. So Fabiano's road definitely is not an easy one.
But to what you just said, today we saw just a bit of Achilles heel that Magnus can have as well. There are some shaky parts where you can strike. Sometimes Magnus Carlsen can also be human.
He gave 2 chances to Noterbeck, but not that third, right? At most you get 2.
Exactly. Small chances, we should mention, but that's clearly the way Fabi should approach it tomorrow against Magnus. He needs to attack fast and hard as early as possible and never let up. Noterbeck let the tension slip. He traded queens, and you can't go into an endgame against Magnus. It's that simple.
All right, I promised you a word from the man who just booked the final ticket to the semifinals. Vincent Keimer, let's hear from him after he takes down Jan Nepomniachtchi.
I'm just checking. I've been looking at your heart rate now for a good half hour. It's been over 150. It's been close to 160. Are you okay, man?
Yeah, I think that's just tie breaks. When you play that little of time control with so much at stakes, I think it's kind of natural. I know there are players who have kind of low heart rate nearly all the time, but yeah, that's not me.
How do you feel then? I mean, you have such an advantage position. You try to make it very drawish. It gets a little bit sketchy at times. How do you feel with that heart rate racing then?
Yeah, to me it's quite natural also because I believe that we have to make decisions so quickly that it's kind of needed that the body is under a lot of stress. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to make decent decisions that quickly.
How scared were you at one point after having had such a good position, try to make a simple draw and then getting in a little bit of trouble?
It was unpleasant, but I never felt that my position was really bad. So it was more like an emotional worry than an objective one, I think.
And you're correct on that. It was never an objective, problematic position, as you probably realize yourself. But I just got to ask the question. I know you get asked all the time. 8th seed, you keep beating everyone. When are people going to stop picking you?
Yeah, I think for Nepo it was kind of a principled thing to pick me and to try to beat me at the start. So yeah, we will see. I mean, hopefully I'll make it to the next event and then through the rapid and then will not be picked first.
I'm going to tell you, I asked Hikaru who he would rather face before the playoffs. He said he would rather face Nepo.
So, yeah, good to hear.
I think that's you building respect here, Vincent.
Yeah, I actually felt that the players who were actually in Weisenhaus when I won that event maybe wouldn't have picked me, but for Jan it was like, he wasn't there, and of course it would have been nice for him to show that, yeah, okay, I only won there because he wasn't there and to beat me. But so I guess that was kind of the reason why he was also trying. But yeah, it was an incredibly tough and close match, but yeah, I'm glad I managed to win.
I asked before this tournament started, a lot of players on the rapid fire questions, learn by seeing or learn by doing. I'm guessing that Nepo, he learned by doing.
It seems like it, yeah.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Oh, my goodness. I love to see a smile on that man's face. It was a marathon of a day for him. Jan Nepomniachtchi did make him work for it. But like we said, ultimately, he gets back into the semifinals. And now next time around, Jan's going to think twice before picking him, just like the rest of the Weisenhaus players would have if they were even left to that opportunity to pick.
It depends on what happens in this tournament, but I completely agree. I don't think anyone's going to have the confidence to pick a Vincent Keimer anymore, especially if it's in the quarterfinals, especially if you have to make the pick. big. I don't see that happening again because the guy just keeps proving everyone wrong.
And you heard from Sveta there. He said Hikaru, when asked, that he would have preferred to play Jan in the semifinals. I'm sorry, my friend, you don't get your way. Let's get that tournament tree back up on the boards just so you know exactly what's in store as we play through the remaining 4 days of the tournament. We're going to put a major spotlight on those 2 semifinals up there at the top of your screen. It is the defending champion, Vincent Keimer, up against Hikaru Nakamura. They will play the winner of Magnus Carlsen versus Fabiano Caruana. On the lower side of the bracket there, we have fighting for a chance at 5th place, Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Arjun Erigaisi, Norbek Abdusatorov, and Maxime Bashir-Legrave. That sets up beautiful stakes and a beautiful set of games for us tomorrow in the semifinals. We're going to shut the studio down here in Paris, France. We'll meet you back here at the same time, same place, for more over-the-board chess action. We hope to see you there. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other. Good night.
This is the start of something new. Taking my steps only forward. A change in the air, can you feel it too? This world is so big around the corner. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. 'Cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to go my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Time is meant to be all mine. All I bring with me in life is my time, my time, my time is mine.